Vinícius, tenho 20 anos, meu nick é VNC, moro em Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro, e jogo no Vasco vai fazer 2 anos. Quando a gente chamou o Fefe pro time, a gente já tinha essa ambição de ser campeão da CFS, nosso foco total é lá. E a gente ganhou aí os 2 brasileiros agora, vamos jogar o Vietnã. E esse campeonato da Coreia também já deu pra ver que o nosso nível tá alto, dá pra ganhar dos caras tranquilo. E é isso, chegar no final do ano ali na CFS e vamos ganhar dos caras. Eu acho que o melhor momento da minha vida tá sendo agora, 2024, e foi 2023 também. Acho que é o meu auge da minha carreira, onde eu tô me sentindo muito bem jogando aqui com os moleques do Vasco.
Dócil, sempre foi um menino com muita atenção, com muita força de vontade, determinação. Ele começou a dar um pouco de preocupação por ficar trancado muito tempo dentro do ambiente com o computador, até que nós fomos ver que era jogo.
Ver um moleque fazendo o que ele gosta, né, ganhando o dinheirinho dele, escolheu a profissão, sempre botando na cabeça dele que é uma carreira muito rápida, né? Tem que investir o dinheiro que ganha em alguma coisa, que é o que ele já fez. Torce bastante, vibra, onde ele estiver, sempre vai estar junto.
Pô, ele comia jogo, só computador. Dormia em computador o dia inteiro, a noite toda, saía, chegava e estava no computador. Então, tipo assim, totalmente mérito dele, trabalho dele, suor dele, tudo mérito dele realmente.
Sim, meu pai, minha avó, meu irmão, minha família toda sempre vai nos jogos, sempre tá lá gritando, comemorando, tudo. Quem tá lá já viu. E é isso, o apoio deles pra mim é excepcional. Mandar um abraço para todo mundo que torce de verdade. A gente vai jogar o Vietnã agora, tentar garantir mais uma vaga pro Brasil e no final do ano ser campeão mundial.
Yeah. This is great.
I can't watch all these screens, but guess who can? It's Shady.
Still going to be able to beat them every day, every single way.
Oh, he's so
it's
good.
Just a better team. Dola, Shady.
He's so good. Couple of guys, they seem to have an idea to be honest here, but they do not take him down. It's not looking great so far. Shady, perfect positioning. He's got help here as well.
Starting to kind of lead the charge. Luki goes well, but he doesn't clear back sight. Time running out. And Drag goes down, and Shady gets both.
to take down XQQ. Pretty huge with this angle here for Zay. Could go massive. He takes down 2, make it 3. Why not? I mean, look at this. Silver's just sneaking in. And Man's going to win that as well.
You know what's happening right here, right now? MG special. Time on the C4. Time is of the essence. Then really fade. M4 shots. Eventually straight out as well. Nino down very low. Doesn't matter. Zay will come for the help. Quick head taken off by Dola.
Oh, instant pause coming out there as well. It's going to be bad signs for Wolf Empire. They are getting rolled right now.
It's important. How is still alive?
He's got to buy time. He's just got to buy time. Zay has an aid.
Oh, such a big grenade! Zay trying to wrap down on that angle as well, and Zay will swing. Zay will find.
Here comes the push. Dola gets one, but he gets quickly traded out, and the flash completely blinded. He's Lucas now. He can recover. Swings, gets one, almost gets the double through the wall. What a plan to proceed. Random gets taken down, and now Shady takes a bunch of damage as well. In a 1v2. Out goes Colts. The bullets are there. Vito clutches it up.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. The Hangzhou China here for day 2 of the playoffs in this beautiful arena with our beautiful lineup sticks. I'm joined by none other than Valdez and Jordan Elfish Guy alongside me as we've got another beautiful day of action here for what is going to be a pretty intense lower bracket.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, look, obviously all the teams that make it through to this playoffs are very strong, but, you know, now that we've got Wolf Empire down in that low bracket as well, considering they were, I think, the front runners coming into the playoffs as maybe the tournament favorites, now to see them having to play again today could be, you could argue, a bit of a surprise, but yeah, also adds to the strength of that lower bracket. It's going to be a tough run for these two Brazilian squads kicking the day off.
Exactly. Well, before we break any of this down, we'll give you the narratives, we'll give you what's been going on in yesterday's action. We're going to, of course, thank our wonderful partners. So we'd like to thank, of course, Smilegate, first of all. Thank you very much to them for hosted this entire tournament. I mean, look at this place, it is pretty crazy. When it starts to fill out, you will recognize as well. Also to our huge partners here at Sony InZone as well. The official partner of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals with the incredible sport, the Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audio-visual technology were developed in collaboration with professional players. Fight for greatness, designed to win.
Special mention to our partner Tencent as well, and also a special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with the air-operated lumbar support that just uses using a lift lever. It is specially designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne.
Shout out those guys. Let's talk CrossFire. We've had a interesting day yesterday. It could have been a very long day, but a couple of 3-0s back-to-back for EP. Sort of maybe surprising us all straight to the grand finals.
Yeah, EP isn't really that team that you look at and say, wow, they've got this factor of like, they're so flashy, they're awesome, these guys could be the best in the tournament. They're just good. They're just great, actually, obviously, just based on their results. But they don't do it with a huge amount of flair. It doesn't feel like there's one huge standout player. Everybody's pulling their weight, and it's not that obvious. But it's a great team from what we've seen, obviously, just based on the amount that they are winning. And, yeah, I mean, we'll just see if they can top it off with a 3-0 in the grand finals later on tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be a pretty insane way to go about the playoffs, not dropping a map the whole way. And it is very much a possibility. I was having a bit of a conversation as well with the Chinese talent yesterday, and they were saying apparently before this tournament, everybody was kind of calling for Mino's head, and he drops 2 back-to-back MVP performances.
Can't be calling for his head anymore. Yeah, he was an absolute Chad, an absolute stud yesterday in that game against Wolf Empire. 3-0, largely down to obviously his calling, but also his individual prowess. So if he can maintain that over the course of this playoffs bracket, I think, yeah, Evolution Power definitely the favorites to go through and pick up that grand final now. But here's how things did play out. Obviously, we saw Wolf Empire only just beat Antisocial. Honestly, that was a very, very close game. Could have gone either way. Evolution Power obviously getting a, I would say, pretty decent win over Vasco. Obviously, all those maps were very, very close, but a 3-0 is a 3-0 at the end of the day, and then Evolution Power got their 3-0 as well over Wolf Empire. Also in somewhat similar circumstances to that Vasco game, where at least the first 2 maps of that series against Wolf Empire were pretty damn close. But the standout players so far for the event, well, they're here on your screen, and they're all Brazilian. MG, LKK, and Silva topping the charts for each respective category. But look, at the end of the day, you know, I think it doesn't really matter necessarily if you've got the guys up here on this statistics page, because these are the guys that are down in the lower bracket. So, yeah, maybe they're doing well individually, but as a team, maybe things aren't quite coming together.
Yeah, and I think that's a big, big factor. And why EP has been so scary is that they don't need a standout player. They have multiple of them that all find their moments as well. So I think when we look at the rest of the teams, the Brazilian teams, Wolf Empire as well, they're actually going to have to call on a couple of these big names. Look at your MGs, we'll look at your Lucans, you look at your Dolas, and then it also starts to dip around. You know, I think for Gokun, it wasn't bad by any means, but Gokun was the best player at this tournament in terms of his rating, in terms of his stats in the groups. Did dip a little bit yesterday, though. I feel like, especially by his standards, I feel like he definitely did go missing a bit.
Yeah, I'm sure he would not be very satisfied with his performance yesterday, and that's not because he played super poorly or anything. It's just that he wasn't the standout, really. So he generally is the standout. I think if Antisocial are to win later on today, he needs to stand out. Otherwise, they might be in a bit of trouble. We can take a look at the leading stats here as well. For each team, basically the standout player. Now, Gokun was still the standout player of his team, but it's kind of funny that we don't even remember him that way just because, you know, I don't know. We were looking at Luke Calm, I think, a little bit more just for what he was able to do on the rifle. I mean, Gokun was still good, but he wasn't really carrying the team.
Yeah, and I always take sort of snipers with a pinch of salt when it comes to KD.
Yeah.
They love to save. They love to bait. They love to make sure that if things aren't going south, I'm just going to get out of here, keep my stats alive a little bit. So I got to agree with you. I really think I like what I saw from Lucan. I mean, for him individually, he felt like he was the real kind of shining light yesterday. And they're going to need him again today, right? We've got this kind of derby to start things off. This Brazilian derby, lower bracket, and now there's no more second chances.
Indeed. It will be very interesting, actually, to see how Vasco and Antisocial do match up against one another, because at least, especially in the case of the snipers, it's a very similar style, right? Both of those snipers are kind of set up for the late round, set up for the success, and we may well see an MG versus Gokun clutch 10 or 15 times throughout this matchup, and that actually could be a deciding element as to how this plays out. The only other thing I'll touch on there from that graphic in particular is Dola still up there for Wolf Empire. He had some absolutely stunning maps yesterday, and those were the maps where Wolf Empire did look like they were the best team in the competition by a long way. But similarly, he also had some maps where he completely fell off, disappeared, and that was where Wolf Empire really, really struggled. So I actually think Dollar's performance is a very, very big barometer for Wolf Empire and their chances of winning this event.
Yeah, exactly that. We have some more standings as well of the 4 teams here in terms of how things are going. So, of course, I think I always look at round death as quite an important one because it means how often are you actually having to bring things back in your favor. And to be fair, to be at the top of the round death, but still at least make it to the upper bracket final is not bad for Wolf Empire. They've definitely been forced into a lot of clutches, and I think that in itself is probably worrying. You don't want that stress if you're Shady.
Yeah, the only other thing that I'll say here is that you do have to be a little bit careful when you're looking at that first round death and clutch in particular, because it's not a percentage. Wolf Empire naturally have played way more rounds now than the rest of the teams because they played such a long series. Obviously, Antisocial, to be fair, probably also in that discussion, having played a really long series. But Wolf Empire played the upper bracket final. Antisocial did not play that game at all. So Wolf Empire have actually played more games than anybody else. So their numbers there are probably a little bit higher. I would actually be more interested to see what's the round first death percentage coming through for these teams. So I think that would be a bit more of a relevant statistic, because you can say, yeah, Wolf Empire's up there, 150 first deaths, but if they've played, you know, 100 more rounds perhaps than someone like a Vasco, all of a sudden that statistic doesn't look so bad.
Yeah, I also really like the percentage, the 1% we have, which is on the left, because it really does show that there have been a lot of times where teams, you know, you get that first kill, you get that first pick, and it's like, okay, generally they're going to get the win, but sometimes some teams will just kind of throw their life away being too aggressive or whatever. I feel like it really shows how well as a team you can execute without anybody really going down after the fact, after you already get that advantage. So good to see those numbers.
It should be higher, honestly. Like 70 to 80%, I think, is a pretty good position to be aiming for if you're getting that first kill. In Vasco's case, they were at 67% or something like that, which is really not good at all. You actually need to be bringing that up quite substantially. So what that tells us is Vasco can get the early round advantage, but they can't close these rounds. So that's going to be a big problem against a team like Antisocial, who do have some great closers.
Yeah, and who very much set themselves up for late rounds. And if you struggle in the late rounds, which Vasco most definitely did yesterday, I think that this is the awkward thing that I think is the conversation with Vasco is the groups were, by their standards, woeful, right? This is a side whose summer championships were incredible for, you know, the best Brazilian team, undoubtedly. There was no conversation about Imperial. Antisocial weren't there as well, as there was only 2 Brazilian representatives, and Vasco looked pretty good all the way until they lost to a better opponent, right? But what we get here is a Vasco who underperformed the groups, had a really good knockouts game against 3BL, and then have kind of dropped off again. So we don't know, it's sort of the highest highs and the lowest lows for them.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I mean, that's going to be one of those things that is prevalent in a playoffs run. You need to be hitting your peak at the right time. That's what we always talk about when we're saying don't peak too early in the tournament. Maybe Wolf Empire have peaked a little bit too early in this tournament as well. Have to consider that fact. They had a great group stage. They had a great start to the playoffs. Yes, it kind of fell off after the first couple of maps, but if those first 2 maps of the playoffs are the best maps that you're going to play in the playoffs, which so far they have been, that's a really bad sign going into that grand final. Whereas for Evolution Power, for example, maybe even for someone like Vasco, like it's been a slow rise, dare I say. Look, Vasco losing yesterday to Evolution Power, but again, in some close fashion. So let's not read into it too much. Have to wait and see how this first match today goes. Antisocial versus Vasco. It is going to be a big one, and it feels like it really could go either way based on yesterday's results.
Well, we'll come back to all of that. We're going to throw it on to the stage, Marseille. We've got a bit of an opening ceremony for you. We'll see in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all of you wonderful CrossFire Esports fans watching with us online, this is the CFS 2024 Grand Finals Playoffs Day 2. I'm your host, Matt Andrews.
大家好，欢迎来到 CFS 2024 Grand Finals 4强赛第2天的比赛现场，我是主持人妮妮。在昨天，在前2场的激烈的4强赛当中 ，Wolf 和 EP 分别取得了胜利，而2支巴西战队双双落败。Wolf 和 EP 之间的胜者组对决，其实在赛前很多粉丝们认为 Wolf 更可能拿下胜利，但是 EP 却在最终的比赛当中掌握主动权，以3-0的大比分碾压对手，取得胜利。因此 EP 率先站在了最高的舞台之上，我们最终的2024 CFS 总决赛的舞台上。
Indeed, the players fought very hard, and the support from you fans here in the arena was absolutely tremendous. Now today, there are 2 matches scheduled to take place on this incredible stage. First, the 2 Brazilians, Antisocial Team and Vasco Esports. They will fight in a lower bracket semi-final, and the victor will go on to proudly represent Brazil in the lower bracket final against the Vietnamese pack of Wolf Empire. The winner there, they will take the last ticket to the CFS World Championship Grand Final tomorrow, which means one small mistake today on this stage could cost your team everything, just when the World Championship title is so nearly yours. Our players are ready to showcase their very best and to excite you here in our arena. We can't wait to see what happens. Teams, don't leave any regrets on this stage.
没错，究竟最终谁能够与 EP 在顶峰相遇？究竟谁又能够在这个舞台上续写下新的篇章？让我们为这3支队伍一起加油助威，期待着另一支总决赛竞争者的诞生。
Without further ado, we'll go to the casters, we'll go to the games. Let the CFS 2024 Grand Finals Playoffs Day 2 begin. And together, let us unlock the future!
The flashing glow sticks are going crazy, so you know what that means. It's time to get ready for the game, and of course, as Matt said, unlock the future here. We have got our lower bracket round 1 game to kickstart things, the Brazilian Derby, as Vasco take on Antisocial. Now, there is 2 different conversations, I think, here. We've got a underperforming Vasco and arguably an overperforming Antisocial. However, we've also got the fact that Antisocial lose to them consistently domestically. So, as much as Vasco have been playing pretty badly by their standards, I think this is probably the best opponent they could hope for, a familiar opponent.
Yeah, also, I mean, like we said, they did play into a 0-3 against EP, but at least they kept it close, right? I think EP is still a very strong team, so, just like Wolf Empire is, though, as well. Antisocial, their ability to even in what seemed like a little bit of inter-team strife and a little bit of arguing, whatever Gokhan was talking about and what we could see on screen, you know, for us it's just a bit of conjecture. They were still able to take 2 maps off of Wolf Empire, who is a very strong team, kind of proving that Antisocial, you know, a couple clutches here, a couple clutches there, a little bit more consistent play. They could have been the team that played off against EP in the winners match yesterday. So it really does come down to who's on the better form today, as always.
Yeah, speaking of form, we've got some stats, of course, that have been running across our screens. No surprises, I don't think, Jordan. See MG in action at the top there. Anyone else that you think we're maybe missing, though?
Yeah, I think VNC is probably someone that I'd be looking to step things up a little bit. I don't know that you're necessarily really wanting to rely too much on Feifei being that in-game leader, and I think Silver plays a little bit more of a supportive role, so his numbers aren't necessarily going to be as big of a factor. But if VNC can activate and then you have that trio of Action, MG and VNC, then Vasco becomes a bit of a scarier team to kind of go up against. But realistically speaking, I think actually when we're looking at Vasco, one of the things that, again, we want to highlight is the fact that they're opening these rounds up nicely, but they're really, really struggling to close them. We saw that that conversion rate statistic, worst of any team in the playoffs, and quite frankly, a pretty poor number, 67%. It's just not good enough if you want to make it through to the grand finals, let alone win. What it tells me is Vasco is not playing badly. They're not playing the early rounds badly. They're setting themselves up for success, but they're just not being able to convert on that. So they're getting clutched against quite a lot. And so hopefully that's something they're going to be able to rectify going into today. As far as the runs are concerned for both of these teams, look, Antisocial, they've had some hiccups along the way, but again, that big win against Q9 is certainly a scalp, and even taking Wolf Empire all the way to 5, I think is a pretty good indication that this team really can compete on this stage. So I do have this degree of faith for Antisocial team that I think they're going to be a bit of a tougher team to beat on this stage than they would have been in the group stage. In that game, for example, like what 3BL was able to do, 2-0 there. Even that loss was a very, very close loss for Antisocial. So yeah, again, moving on to the stage where these guys are experienced, where they've been before, I think it's going to be a tough ask for Vasco, who comparatively don't have that same level of experience.
Yeah, as well, and also losing 2-0 to Q9, where ANTISOCIAL beat them 3-0. So if we go for just a raw head-to-head, that's where it's a little bit different. But then on the flip side, they beat 3BL 3-0, where then ANTISOCIAL lost 2-0. So you can kind of pick your stats here. That 3-0 loss to Evolution Power, I don't think anybody can really touch at the moment, especially with how Wolf Empire looked. But even though it doesn't look that bad, we know how good Vasco can be, and it feels like we still just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like what we were talking about before, where they're kind of peaking slowly but surely. And, you know, a lower bracket run, I feel like if any team's going to do it, it might be this team, you know, the team that's got that consistent, slow rise. I do feel like ANTISOCIAL may be a little bit all over the place. You know, Viana, he was performing very well a couple of matches ago, but then the match yesterday, I wasn't really too impressed with this play. Whereas Fefe, you know, still consistent, still okay. They're not really relying on him, but he can get the job done if need be. But really, it is going to come down to, you know, the IGLs. How well can they call in this one? Viana is a fantastic IGL, but so is Fefe. I think these are the two best from Brazil. I'm very curious to see what the preparation looks like for this match.
Yeah, I very much agree. I think this is going to come down to, you know, we've actually seen on both sides the superstars in terms of the rifling and the sniping department actually step up, and we all kind of mentioned that the stats are actually quite similar. So if they do play to that level, no one goes missing, or more so than they already have, it will actually come down to a lot of things about how can they outcall each other. And because they are familiar foes, they play each other a hell of a lot back home in Brazil. I think this makes it even more spicy, because not only is it sort of one of these things where it's like, okay, we want to make it further in the tournament, we want to get top 3, maybe even fight for that trophy. I think a lot of this is about bragging rights. It's about going back home and saying, we're actually better.
We're the best. I mean, look at how many times they played against each other, and it's a bit of an across-the-board result, right? Like, there's a couple of wins in there for Vasco, same for ANTISOCIAL. We're kind of getting 1-1s in the regular season, which is what you'd sort of expect to see from pretty evenly matched teams. I mean, a 2-1 up there, a 2-0, but that's a long time ago, back in season 1 of 2024, so that's earlier on in the year. I mean, again, if we're going to look towards the more recent results, there is that, as I've said, 2-1 for ANTISOCIAL. That's the most recent result. Even that one, I'm looking at the stats for that. I mean, there was a 13-10 on Ankara, very, very close scoreline. Compound as well, map 3, 10-8. So really, that looks like a series that, you know, actually could have gone 2-0 ANTISOCIAL if Vasco weren't able to bring it back on Ankara and force it through to a map 3. It could have gone 2-1 if Vasco could have won a couple more rounds on Compound. It's a very close scoreline. I expect this series is going to be very close. I don't know that you can really go into this one saying, yes, I definitely think X or Y is going to win. You know, I'm obviously leaning a little bit towards ANTISOCIAL. I've got those rose-tinted glasses on. I've seen these guys on this kind of stage before. I'm a bit of a boomer when it comes to CrossFire. You're a bit of a zoomer when it comes to CrossFire. So you might have gone the way of Vasco. I've gone the way of ANTISOCIAL. But I don't think either choice is wrong necessarily. And we'll probably get a bit of a spread, actually, from the predictions across the board. We've got a couple of the Chinese commentators sort of dabbling there for the ANTISOCIAL, even one from Vietnam as well. But it seems like maybe the general trend is leading the way of Vasco.
Put it this way, the fact that the Chinese cohort haven't all gone the same result is an indicator, I think. That we've kind of seen it basically in more or less every result, even ones that feel like they're a little bit closer than they are. They normally sort of stick together in terms of their picks. We don't have that here. So that's actually a good indicator of just how close this is. And that's the same sort of vibe that we've got on the English broadcast as well. A few of us have kind of gone, you know, here, there, and everywhere, right? You know, so this is where we really actually, like you said, it's so tough to make a real solid prediction of why this team is better. And I think it will come down to the here and now and who actually, you know, woke up on the right side of the bed. Myself and you, I've gone Vasco. Everybody else has gone ANTISOCIAL. Philippines, a little bit more ANTISOCIAL lean. And then in Portugal, or in the Portuguese broadcast, the Brazilians have actually gone ANTISOCIAL. So that's maybe a slight indicator.
Makes me feel a little bit worse about my prediction. I'm like, I don't know, maybe they're onto something, because generally all of our regions are very biased for their team, which I think is fine, right? If you want to all predict the Brazilian team up against the Chinese team, go ahead. But the fact that all the Portuguese language casters from Brazil have gone for ANTISOCIAL makes it seem like, well, they can't be biased one way or the other. So maybe they know something we don't. Well, some of us don't. I don't know. I feel bad that I'm not on the same level as Base Claire this time. You know, she went for ANTISOCIAL. She went for ANTISOCIAL when they were up against Wolf Empire as well with me. Didn't quite pan out, but it almost worked.
It's true.
So maybe this time they get across the line.
As I mentioned, Brazilian pride on the line, of course. These, you know, now it is a do or die. You've got to leave it all out on the server, right? And I think, you know, like we mentioned, there's a lot more when it comes down to, especially, I think, primarily because they're Brazilian, right? It's such a big culture of not only just CrossFire, but esports as a whole, and it's such a big thing back home. So I think this is where, for them, it's about being able to go towards 2025 and say, and cement and say, we are the better team. We proved it on a big stage, in front of a crowd, in a big 360 arena, and we left it all out there. And I think having that, in most cases, I think should really ramp them up, right? And that's what we kind of look towards, even though that interview with Goken, where it was like, I just hope we can kind of not argue and play our game. And, and that might help them.
That was a bit of a concern yesterday. We were sort of highlighting it when we were watching the anti-social player cams during some of those tech pauses. There seemed to be a little bit of a back and forth. I think it was between Viana and Adrian, maybe. Yeah, there was, like, again, the old heads of the team, which is fair enough. These guys have known each other for years. They're sort of like 5, 6, 7, maybe even longer years deep, playing with and maybe even against one another. So I think they have that kind of relationship, and that's all good. Map comparison here. Look, as an anti-social predictor, I'm ready to just throw this one out the window. I don't think this matters at all. It looks a little better for Vasco, but end of the day, what you have to remember is, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter what is happening in the past. At this point in time, we're down to a single elim. This is your very last chance in this tournament. Who's going to be better on the day? Who's going to be better on the stage? And how do these teams feel going into this matchup against one another? I think for Vasco, there's a lot to sort of speak to in regards to pressure, expectation, because they're going up against legends of the Brazilian scene, right? And so these are probably guys that they've even looked at in the past and thought, I want to emulate that. Now they're rivals, no doubt about that. There's no question. But, you know, looking at that as a situation for Vasco, it must feel, you must be feeling something, you know, going onto the stage today. That's kind of my point here.
I don't know about you, but for me, this is one of the few kind of map comparison graphs where I do actually take a little bit into it, just because.
Vasco supporter, by the way.
Just because the reason being is that every time we've been talking about it, it's been like Vietnam versus Brazil or China versus Philippines, and we say, you know, this region is a little bit weaker than that region, so these stats are maybe a little bit inflated. It's the same region, so it's the same stats, same opposition that they play against in the regular season. So the the stats that it seems that Vasco are dominating in the regular season.
I
anti-socially
agree.
You guys just cherry-picking your data. Just cherry-picking. That's fine.
It's not even cherry-picking. It's the same set of data.
When the data supports your analogy, go for it, man. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
The difference in the data is that Vasco, because they're the better team, made it to Summer Championship because anti-social couldn't qualify.
We'll see.
It's the only thing.
We'll see who's the better team today. We'll see. We'll see.
That is the only thing that I'm reading the data for.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's...
Of course you do.
Yeah. Map bans.
Yes.
Mexico.
Yes, Mexico has to go out there. I mean, even though they play it a little bit, it's to no success. And I got to say, while Vasco have had their problems, that's one of the maps that they actually just consistently do look quite good on. I feel on the flip side, you're right, Eagle Eye is just so good for Goken. I don't think it's worth the risk. For them, we get a pretty standard kind of set of picks coming through. Now, the big question for me is actually, is when do we see sub-base? Because they've actually both had their issues on this map where they've picked into it and lost. Or when it's been picked in against them, they've still struggled. So is it one of those where it actually comes into the play quite early because they said, oh, you guys have looked weaker than we have, so maybe we have the advantage, or does it get floated towards the end?
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? I mean, having a look at the maps that were front-loaded yesterday, Anti-Social, they had Black Widow and Kara early in the pool. They got absolutely rolled on that, but we'll get into that conversation in a second. It's time for the picks and bans.
Alrighty, now you know the teams. Now you can sort of see the player cams, what the vibes are feeling like in the booths. And it feels like it's a bit of tentative but excitement in the air, I feel like, just because of this derby in particular. We'll be running through that veto in a little bit, and we can continue the discussion. You were talking about the maps that were front-loaded yesterday. We had the Ankara coming, quite a few of the series early as well. That was one. Ones we didn't see up until very late were maps like Port, maps like Compound. And do you maybe think there's a world in which potentially that could be changed?
I think Compound probably does get left a little bit later in this series. If I had to hesitate to make a guess here, I actually think Black Widow comes out somewhere early in the series. Both teams had it early in their series. It means both teams don't mind having it front-loaded somewhere. You know, one or the other, I feel like it's going to pick it. Obviously, sub-base in there as well as a conversation point you brought up. You know, it hasn't necessarily looked great for either team, but you got to remember, that's where actually Antisocial yesterday did start to kind of bring things back. So, again, that may be playing on their minds in that, oh, you know, it hasn't been great for us necessarily, but also hasn't been great for Vasco.
True.
And we played it pretty well yesterday, and Vasco let it go through late in their series yesterday. It means they didn't want to really angle towards it. So, I've been looking at something like maybe a Black Widow and Ankara early, maybe a sub-base in there somewhere as well, probably within the third, so sort of the top 3 maps. But it really does depend on the bans as well. If we don't get an Eagle Eye ban, for example, from Vasco, that really changes up the ball game. We're kind of just coming into this with the assumption that it's going to be Eagle Eye and Mexico as the 2 bad maps. If that doesn't actually occur, it really throws chaos into this best of 5. So we've got the bans and picks ready to go. Let's find out how it plays out.
Well, it's time to begin this veto process. One thing I am potentially talking a little bit about is actually, for Antisocial in particular, I was impressed with Port yesterday. And I wonder whether actually Port, even though it gets floated for them a little bit later, whether they actually think, hang on, we were really good in this. And Vasco don't play it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on the same wavelength as Vasco supporters, worried about that Port potentially because, you know, they picked it second last time. Maybe they pick it a little bit earlier. Maybe they pick it as their second map here. Eagle Eye and Mexico bans make a ton of sense between these two. What is this first map going to be? Do they want to jump straight onto sub-base early and really, you know, play it very early on, or are we going to see that Black Widow if they're feeling very comfortable on that one? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the Port, definitely something we could see come out early for Antisocial if they feel like, okay, we're feeling good on it. Ankara,
Makes sense.
This season makes sense. All the Chinese teams and all the Brazilian teams really just go into as soon as. I also really think Ankara is a fantastic litmus test of actually how you're feeling in a series. That is a true indicator because it's such a middle of ground map. Everybody plays it. Everybody knows it. You don't see anything new on it. That's kind of the perfect way to start this series.
Map is bog standard, right? It's just a good old-fashioned test of who's the better team, because everybody knows how to play Ankara at this point. Obviously, Vasco are going to be leaning into that one. They would have seen that match that Antisocial played yesterday on Ankara.
Compound.
The one that they lost 10-1 against Wolf Empire and thought, hey, maybe there's a chance in on this one. Compound, I think, is a little bit of a curveball here for Antisocial.
I can hear the Chinese casters, like, making a bunch of noises and stuff. Very
I feel
surprised
them. I
by
agree.
this,
It is a little rogue. Compound was floated to that 5th map yesterday, and it didn't work out. And now we've got it coming in here. So that just means, and then Port gets picked in by Vasco, despite Antisocial looking really good on it. All right.
So this is a big change up from what they played in the regional finals. It was Black Widow and Ankara Compound as the 3. Compound obviously left as the decider there. That's why I was kind of leaning towards Black Widow as maybe one of the first 3 maps here. It felt like in all of the series that they played at this playoffs, and obviously most recently in the regional finals, they had Black Widow as one of the early map picks. I thought we'll get that again. It'll be a comfort territory, probably for both teams, so it'll get through. But it looks like...
Probably a 5th map now, right?
Exactly.
I feel like Antisocial just try and say, yeah, no, please.
Go sub-base. Yeah, go sub-base. I think that's a good choice, obviously, in the circumstances, but Black Widow as a 5th map. Honestly, we go deep into this pool. I think honestly could go either way, right? Like that's a very hard one to call once we go past those first 3 maps. But the analogy or the understanding maybe from these two teams coming into this veto, their methodology, if you will, is we're going to change things up. We want to try and throw a curveball in here on the stage. Antisocial's curveball being the compound pick, Vasco's curveball being the port pick. No real surprises, obviously, to get the Ankara at the start there, but that really does feel like a bit of a middle of the ground map, actually. So map 1, that to me feels like a 50-50. Compound port, I suppose you have to back the team that's picked it, at which point we're maybe at a 2-1 after the third map, and then we go to sub-base, and again, you know, do we lean a little bit more towards Antisocial yesterday on sub-base or in general, in which case maybe sub-base feels like a 50-50 as well, and then we go into Black Widow. To me also kind of feel a bit 50-50. So as we've been saying, this matchup feels really, really close.
Yeah.
I feel like even based on the veto, that conversation hasn't really changed much.
A lot of yawning in the booths. Both sides looking a little sleepy.
I was noticing that too.
A lot, you know.
Adrian's actually sleeping.
Chairs are cranked back. A lot of yawning. So maybe what was earlier a bit of, you know, tentative and excitement in the air is tiredness.
Also, actually, one of the good ways to calm yourself down is to yawn. It actually naturally, it naturally makes you feel more
well, ladies and gents, the more you know.
Yeah, so you can actually trigger it by watching other people yawn or just opening your mouth, you know. And
do you know they scientifically don't know why that happens as well? They assume it's because it's our brain thinking there's a lack of oxygen in the room, so they're trying to get as much as, but that's a guess.
So yeah, it helps. So I guess maybe if you're feeling nervous, you can go ahead and yawn.
Maybe it's a good sign as well that if he is sort of yawning, or both of them are yawning, that they aren't feeling nervous, which...
Well, you can also do it when you're feeling nervous, and then it makes you feel better.
True.
But yeah, Ankara, I think litmus test, like you said. I think we're going to find out very early on who's feeling better today. If they're feeling nervous, if they're feeling tired, you know. Both these teams, they went out in their matches, so they had a little bit of extra time to go back and relax and, you know, not spend as much time here at the stadium as the other teams did because they had to play that final match. So maybe get a little bit of extra time to practice, relax, and prepare for this match.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think probably looking at it, I don't know if we were saying we expected EP to win in that kind of lower bracket game, but I'm assuming probably both sides sort of assumed that they were playing each other. I think it's probably the way I would go.
You expected Evolution Power to beat Vasco?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah. I feel like with Vasco's, with Vasco's issues that they've had at the moment, I think Antisocial, if they were to get a step up while the game was going on, who you prep for, who you get ready for, I feel like maybe you would kind of lean a little bit towards Vasco.
The thing is, when I'm doing my predictions, first of all, I'm taking into account like long-term history. I don't think Vasco have had ever really a huge amount of success in playoffs games, but also I'm taking into account tournament form as well. And I just don't think of the 4 teams, Vasco have looked particularly impressive in terms of tournament form. So that's why I've kind of continued to predict against Vasco. Now, the only thing that's going to change that narrative is Vasco continuing to improve, and they have actually continued to improve since group stages into playoffs. I think they've looked a little bit better. Now here again, they need to sort of find another step, and if they can do that, then they can go into that game against Wolf Empire, and maybe you start to go, okay, look, Vasco, are they following that right trajectory to become a champion team by slowly but surely peaking at the right time? We'll obviously find out. But in terms of your conversation that you're having there, yes, I have been predicting against Vasco pretty much the entire time. I don't think I really predicted Vasco since they played that 3BL game. I went 3BL there, I went Evolution Power, I've gone Antisocial. I've been predicting against Vasco just because I just don't think that they've looked as strong as the other teams at this competition.
I agree.
But that's not to say that they can't prove me wrong here and make that run, and now's the time to kind of turn it on. You've got no lives left. This is the best opportunity, really, that you're going to get playing against regional competition who, in some cases, you've beaten, in some cases, you've lost to, but a very familiar opponent. And then you go into Wolf Empire, a Wolf Empire that's looking a little bit battered and bruised after yesterday's 0-3 against Evolution Power and a very questionable win over Antisocial. So couldn't really ask for a better trajectory into that grand final. But then there's that final boss of Evolution Power, which at the moment feel a little bit indomitable in these playoffs. Even in the quarterfinals, they went 3-1 against All Gamers. Very clean series there. You got 3-0'd by them, and then Wolf Empire got 3-0'd by them. So it's kind of, it's a scary final boss, but at least for now, Vasco don't have to worry about that. They've just got to focus on getting through today.
It's kind of been the beautiful story about this playoffs, because it's 4 teams that I don't even know if many people would have predicted these 4 to be the final, right? So the fact that we've got first of all, change up, keep things fresh. You don't have the kind of the standard familiar names coming back again. But also on top of that, because of the changes that we're seeing at the playoffs, where we're throwing wacky vetoes out there, we're getting slight differences. It's keeping us and I'm assuming them on their toes.
We actually did do the champion prediction, right? Like who we thought would win the entire tournament at the beginning of the tournaments.
Yeah, all wrong.
Is everybody wrong?
I said AG.
Went for.
I said AG.
I said AG.
I said it'd be an AG Wolf final and AG would win like pretty comfortably.
We had some Q9s thrown in there,
Sneaky
but there were like a
Q9,
lot of random. Like I wonder about the Portuguese.
I think there might have been an antisocial or two from the Portuguese broadcast.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually went Imperial instead.
Imperial's not a bad shout, yeah.
They obviously dominated domestically, and then we obviously saw what happened to them, right? So I would actually love to. I can't remember. I can't remember what it was, but I mean, maybe
we might get it on.
Tomorrow.
Like day 3.
That would be the right way to go about it. Bring it back for tomorrow. See how wrong. I mean, if anybody has EP, they look like a genius. But I think if we saw it, but it would have been from China. If anything. We were like, what are you thinking? But obviously, in hindsight, it's great. But I don't think many people would have. Majority everybody got AG. Surely.
Yeah, majority of the Chinese casters, if I remember rightly, did go AG. And also, if I remember correctly, last year, Valdez, maybe you can correct me on this. I think they tracked our predictions as well. We ended up on that final day getting like a percentage. And someone was like 80%, 75%, etc. So that'll be a little fun, mate.
I didn't know we were tracking them.
Rolling hot with a 50%.
I didn't know we were tracking them. I've been throwing curve. Oh yeah, well,
Sneaky's been throwing all the curveballs.
Yeah,
I just always going for the underdog.
I just conveniently forgot to mention that. Unfortunately,
we were
sorry, bro.
We knew about it.
I've been coming into every game like I'm gonna throw a curveball so I can have a bit of banter on the desk. I don't know we were going for numbers here, so that might come back to bite me a little bit. But at least I got my pocket excuse now ahead of time. We're getting the players ready before we get underway in towards our best of 5, right? And of course, there's another argument to be made as well is that now we've got Wolf Empire waiting in the wings to see who they'll be facing in that second best of 5 of the day. And the issue with that for me is not that, they're waiting in the wings. It's the fact that, we saw them yesterday when they had to wait around a little bit and then play EP. They cooled off massively.
I told you guys.
Yeah.
I told you guys they're going to cool off.
So that's the issue that I'm thinking about is like, for them, are they maybe feeling a little bit nervous? Like we knew what it was like yesterday when we had to wait around. It kind of hurt us a little bit. Who knows? Either way, enough chit chat. Let's get this show on the road. It is our first best of 5 of the day. We're kickstarting things on Ankara. Welcome, one and all. Let's get this show on the road. Ankara is where we're going to kickstart our proceedings. And Jordan, as we said, the litmus test. This is not even just for the Brazilian teams, for every team. This is the best map to see how well you actually fare up.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think this is a great middle ground kind of a map. And Gokun starting well.
That head-to-head, dude, this is going to be the talking point.
Exactly.
Gokun versus MG. And we're going to harp on about it, so if you're annoyed already, get used to it.
Action, though, comes in, and he's dislodged Gokun quite easily. Yeah, I honestly reckon the prod team, they missed a trick. I mean, the key players in this matchup was Viana and Feifei. I mean, think about the tantalizing prospect of Gokun versus MG, but conversation point as well was Lukum at the start of the day, and he's also kicked things off nicely. Nice entry for him alongside Adrian heading into that A site, and that will more than likely result in a bomb plant going down on A. Retake now required for Silver and Action.
It's a risky cross there. They know that there should be someone holding at range, and there was, but C4 goes down 2 versus 4. Doesn't feel like there's a lot behind this. Really, something special's got to come right. And for Vasco, feels like we're going to be kickstarting your own map pick in not the most favorable of way. One close up towards the box, but no stairs present. Y will cross. First fight on towards Adrian. He jumps around that corner. Gets caught by Silver. Looking for more, but it's not to be. 3 remain alive, and a very, very strong start for Antisocial. It doesn't really get much better than that. Opening kill converted into an opening round.
Yeah, that feels like a really, really easy round for Antisocial, honestly. I did sort of question it, though. Like, when Gokun gets that opening kill and then he's quickly traded by Action, I'm like, all right, well, maybe that's not going to have as much of an impact as you would hope or think that it will. But end of the day, even though it got brought back to 4v4, pretty comfortable round, honestly, for Antisocial. This time a bit of a change up from Gokun, as he's going to go have a little bit of a look in the connector. And once again, another opening kill from Gokun. So as far as first kill attempts are concerned, he's 2 from 2. And this time he gets his other nemesis in action. First round it was MG, then it was Action, who did trade for MG in the last round, but Gokun gets the last laugh over both of them here in round 2.
And it's 2 from 2. Not only that, but it's, you know, without taking even a point of damage, right? So he's making these fights look super one-sided. VNC got to go huge. Good for 1. Looking for a second. He spams on towards Adrian, but he just can't convert. Adrian actually played so patiently there. AK is not good in terms of spam damage. Silva catches 1 off, so there's maybe still a little bit of a chance here, but as long as that C4 goes down sooner rather than later, I feel like Vasco don't have a chance in this round, if I'm being completely honest.
It was a double arm retake. Silva's going to swap back out to the M4, which I guess is a little bit more beneficial, but quite frankly, I'm not really seeing the angle right now. Time ticking away. Silva has to still clear out the vent. Gokun having a bit of a look there and actually sets himself back up on that line. Shots coming through. MG's going to be good for a 1-for-1, but that's just not going to be enough. Nice swim from Lukum. Again, another player we highlighted on that desk. Mentioned it in the last round. Going to mention it here again.
Yeah.
He started well. Gokun started well. That's a scary prospect.
It is. And also, I think in the other side, Viana's calling quite well. He's actually had these rotations on lock. It's not an over-rotate. He's playing the numbers perfectly, and he's just keeping things bolstered up. So I gotta say, I'm a little bit concerned by Vasco at the gates. They've not been doing terribly, but they're basically starting every single round at a man disadvantage. And once again, now this time, it's been back-to-back A pressure. This time we're gonna go hotel in towards B, and well, they've got 3 there to meet them.
Yeah. Pretty interesting to see Vasco go back to a similar setup they had against EP, where, you know, Silva sitting on the AWM, was just watching from around the hotel area, got caught out, you know, a couple of times just by some really good maneuvering from the side of the EP players. So maybe Antisocial can begin to take advantage of this if they read the similar defaults, as the nade is pretty huge. 45 damage.
Gokun, 2 for 2 in opening kills. 3 for 3 wouldn't be a bad way to start things off here. A much more tentative round, very slow, as I think Antisocial don't want to overthink things or make any early mistakes.
I mean, it's a big opportunity for Antisocial in this series to kind of put that pressure onto Vasco early if they can get as many rounds strung together here as possible. You know, you go up 3-0, you go up 4-0, you're going to instantly be forcing out an early tack timeout, restricting the possibility of that later on for Vasco. So now, around here would have been big, but it seems like Silva's taken matters into his own hands and says, I'm not interested in that. Antisocial still going to give it a crack. Flash in the face of why it's going to prevent him even from pushing his way forward.
That extra peek, though, from Silva, maybe a little bit too much, as trying to push in through the hotel. You can see a lot of members just waiting for that to happen. You expect somebody to try to re-peek and try to catch them off guard while they're in rotation. We don't have a bomb plant right now as well, so Why just trying to get ahead of this, but he's just going to go down. And now, I mean, Gokun's, he's seeing a lot, but I just don't know if he can do enough in this amount of time. So finally, Vasco will get on the board with a nice round here and keeps it close for now.
I like the idea, but it all comes out of that Silva double, right? I feel like if Silva doesn't get two there, they're actually probably under quite a lot of pressure because they were starting to barrel in through Hotel. So good work from him. A nice idea. They tried to pump the brakes on towards the site and see whether Y could find any of these sort of stragglers. It doesn't end up working out for him. So in the end, it will be a first round for Vasco on the board. Now this is, again, another Gokun opener. 3 opening kills in 4 rounds is not a bad statistic to have. And your sniper player finding some really solid form out the gates. It's Feifei who gets caught this time. Before that, it was MG. Before that, Action 2.
Lucan, yeah, he just does this sometimes. His headshot rate is one of the best, maybe the best actually, so far here at the playoffs. And Action just going to hold the spray. He just walks back into it, but he has the rest of the team pushing onto B. Did Lucam. So I guess at the end of the day, just okay, a little bit of distraction. The plant comes down. This is much better for Antisocial for a B hit. Getting that first kill, and Gokun's just on fire. Gokun doesn't really get angry, but Maybe we will see angry Goken today after what happened yesterday.
There's never like any sort of emotion from his face, but you can kind of see it in the way he plays, right? And so far, he's really fired up in towards this. Nothing at the end there for MG. And another really good round coming through from Antisocial. And you have to credit the big man at the top, Goken. He just looks so calm under pressure.
Yeah, easy pickings.
Jesus.
Man. Going to be a tough day at the office for Vasco if that's what we're going to be getting. 3-1, already kind of indicating that. Bear in mind, this is Vasco's map pick as well. Their first map pick in a best of 5. It's unequivocally what they consider to be their best chance in this series. In theory, it only gets worse from here, so
true.
It's not the start you want. Decent map control for Antisocial to kick this round off. Got a couple of players already in the B connector.
Yeah.
I feel like as long as they get 4 rounds, Vasco, on the GR side, I'm not too upset with it. It is generally a BL-sided map.
Yeah.
But then the one thing that worries me that sort of works against my own statistic of Vasco there is that the BL side is actually statistically where they've been considerably worse. It's like 46% win rate compared to like 54, I think it was, something like that, on the GR. Can't remember the decimals, but it basically wasn't great, essentially, is what I'm trying to say for this Vasco side.
The Goken entry here is going pretty hard. VNC, yeah, he kills him, but immediate trade comes out. They already got so much room on the site before they even had to fight. That's just going to be a huge advantage here to Antisocial. I feel like they're just really on their game today. Like, the way they're playing this out is just so smooth. And outside of the one-time Silva kind of caught them off guard on that weird spot on the box, they've just been dominating Vasco so far. Like you said, I mean, the Blacklist side favored, but I don't know about this. Nice little shot from Silva, though, going to take out Adrian. Gives them a chance here at the retake, although all 4 people have to come through the fence.
Double Orm on the retake as well. Doesn't exactly make it easier. Now the Rifles start to line up too. That'll flip things on its head. Silva's also going to get caught as well to make matters worse. And MG left on an island. A 1 versus 3 and no chance in hell. Viana, talk your talk, King.
Mate,
that is a big round for Antisocial.
Viana's going to have to be careful with those celebrations. He's about to knock someone out in the booth. He's throwing the left hook at the right hook. I wouldn't want to be sitting next to him. But fair cop. I mean, he's hit a huge 4K right there to give Antisocial their 4th. Everybody stepping up right now for Antisocial. That got the crowd pumping as well. Aggression out here now from Vasco. They're just trying to sort of neuter something, right? They're trying to make something happen of their own and stop this Antisocial pressure on them. They do at least take A-long control. They take that. But what are they going to do with it?
I don't hate this, though. I feel like for Vasco at the moment, in this slightly more passive approach that they've been having, it's not working. We have to start doing something. We have to start trying to make Antisocial feel uncomfortable, take parts of the map, force them into late rounds retakes, stuff like that, if they want a chance. I feel like if you just allow them to free roam and dip between the 2 sides without ever getting cut off, they're always going to be just a leg up on you. So maybe this is a good way to respond for Vasco, but you're 4-1 down, so you've really got to make sure this one works.
You can see the setup here for Antisocial just hanging around in mid. I'm worried about action. It seems like he wants to push into Goken. Goken is looking right down this corridor, and he says, okay, if you want to try to get information and try to peek into us, I'm just going to take your head off. And thankfully, for action's sake, he is going to back away. But yeah, A-long control, that should force Antisocial towards the B side of the map. But you know, I'm not really sure. I mean, there's still 2 people from Vasco over towards A at this point in time. Little miss there from MG. And Goken's going to say, well, MG's out there on A-long. Maybe we can just push B here.
It's not a bad call. Action's tucked. Now that Feifei takes a bit of contact, it could be awkward. That is a fantastic flash coming through. Feifei gets 1. And the Orm of Silver also step off one of his own as well. There's a flank coming through. Action. He could actually catch one in transition. Y will fall. Traded quickly. Numbers looking good.
Yeah. This is not going to work out for Antisocial. Goken is going to have to do something special, but instantly a player there for the trade. They don't even give them the chance. It was a good shot. So far, it kind of seems like B is kind of on lock for Vasco.
Yeah.
A and middle, much better for Antisocial. So Fun Viana here, and I'm making the next call. I'm not going B.
I agree. I feel like the B hold in particular looks so strong because kind of consistently always getting action out in towards short. And having a short player in mid really, really hurts that rotation coming through if you want to hit B, because you need to more or less split B these days. And that is definitely hurting. This time, Action's actually playing all the way back in towards spawn, rather than that a little bit more of a forward angle that he's been holding quite successfully so far.
Yeah, I mean, if that was just a little bit too telegraphed. Like, Vasco set that up. Really, they corralled them to that side of the map, and ANTISOCIAL were like, okay, I guess if you're going to push us over there, we'll just go that way. And it was just too obvious. The rotations come in way too easily. And I think for ANTISOCIAL, you know, they're probably saying, okay, well, that wasn't a great round. But still, we take control of A-Long this time. We're not going to allow them to push into us. They sent 3 people over there to check. You know, Goken was watching. You see that Vasco are not able to push out this time, nor do they try. So ANTISOCIAL, now they have a lot more choices. They could go towards B. They could go towards mid to A. You know, they could basically do whatever they want, which is part of why this map is quite good for the side of Blacklist once you have control. And maybe looking at this angle, Silva's got to be careful. He's not having Alm at this point, and Silva's just kind of back out of there.
As we're getting to this sort of minute mark as well, Fefe's starting to get really active on the mic. I think he knows sort of, obviously he'll have a pretty good understanding about what defaults look like for ANTISOCIAL. They play each other so much, what, 7 times I think in the last year, but Goken
4 first kills.
Continues to just be a menace. They cannot deal with this guy. MG's got to hit this, and he does. C4 dropped. Information gains as a flashbang will bounce around that corner as he looks for seconds, and he will get it. The third on the cards too. Gets the support with the AK. Lucan left with it all to do, and surely an impossible task. Colt pulled out. MG's bounding around as well, and he just has to stay alive. It's so simple. And sort of MG also showing a bit of his flair, saying, Goken, I know you're having a great game, but I'm not too shabby myself.
Just got to stop going B, man. Like, that's 3 rounds. That's the 3 rounds that ANTISOCIAL have lost, have all been the hits towards B. It doesn't matter whether you're coming through Hotel, doesn't matter whether you're coming through Connector, it doesn't matter whether you're coming through GR Spawn. It seems like it's just a lock right now for Vasco. Couple more rounds left in the half. You want to grab 1 or 2 more here if you're ANTISOCIAL. Again, they're trending towards B. It's 1 for 1 at least.
Just remembering yesterday as well, when Wolf Empire won this Ankara, and, you know, dominantly, I must say, what do? 5 back-to-back-to-back A hits. They just kept going A. They were like, your A's weak, we're just going to go there. And in a way, I know how simple it is. You sort of just want ANTISOCIAL to do that themselves and just say, you know, you guys have brute forced your way towards A successfully multiple times. Why not just continue doing it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Especially when they're not really stacking A either, as now the push comes in. This is a little bit weak, though. They don't get the guy in the vents. They finally take out Fefe, and they get VNC behind. So they make it in. It's not the cleanest entry, but at least they give themselves a pretty good shot here. 2v2, they're on the site and should have a plant.
Their post plants on A have been really good. So you back them here. If they get that plant down, they're waiting, though. I mean, fair enough. See if Vasco's just going to try and get ahead of this play and push before the plant goes down. They don't. On the push, though, is Vasco, and that now brings it down to Lucan. He's going to hide underneath the stairs. This is a risky position. He needs to be clean on his first shots. If Vasco push their way down, which they're not, they're just going to tap that defuse. Lucan up the stairs now, spotted out, sees Silva, didn't spot MG, and Vasco win this one. They're mounting a comeback.
That was a tougher post plant for sure. And I think one of the things that sort of hurts in that post plant too is when you're playing in that understairs angle, which there is advantages to it in some cases. There, though, he actually needs to support his planter. The C4 goes down, and the second it goes down, Goken is stuck. He cannot fall back. He cannot fall off the site, and he's basically dead upon arrival. He has to hit the most ridiculous flick to even give himself a chance at that round. He actually needed his rifler in support there to at least draw some attention so Goken could set himself up. But unfortunately, it was 2 sort of 1v2 fights, which is never going to work out.
Because if they are coming in from spawn, they can hit very quickly. But if they are coming through the front and through vents, you've got a little bit of time. You know, at least you're on top of the site, and the 2 of you can turn around. So, yeah, I definitely agree. But maybe just trying to, you know, maybe they didn't think the rotation would come so fast, or maybe just trying to cover all the angles and be a little bit risky with that coverage. But, yeah, I definitely agree. Here's Goken. He says, well, MG or Silva, you've been there many times.
Pre-fire angle for sure.
He's really good at it, but he's not going to get it. MG wins the sniper duel, and he picks up a first kill for himself against the current first kill king. Oh, and this action angle is fantastic. Over the top he goes, and this B hits, man, they're just not working.
This is so unfair, having Action and MG being your B anchors. Two best players over towards Vasco so far this tournament, and both having their moment to shine in that round. This one feels done here. A 2 versus 4, it would be egregious to lose this now for Vasco. 1 minute 10 on the clock. And sure, the C4's in control, but now we start to overfight, and this is where I start to not like this. There isn't a need here, right? You've got, well, you had 2 players over towards A and 2 players towards B, and if you just hit them on the sides, that's fine. But now we've over-rotated, everybody's on B, and you're actually pushing Hotel, and Feifei is going back for the swing here. This could be awkward. Thankfully, I guess, is that the fight is won out, and Lucan left in a tough 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how this could have gone wrong, though, for Vasco. We'll talk about that in a second. Lucan does get himself one. Even if he gets Feifei here, he probably gets traded from Hotel. Doesn't expect MG coming through from there. So easy kill for Vasco. But, man, in that 3v2, after Silva goes for the swing into connector, if either Viana stays and holds that line with the Orm again, he then has a chance to get the kill on the Feifei, who swings again, at which point you put it back to a 2v2, which is very winnable. Or if they just make the call to go A, make that gamble, no one's there. It's a 2v3 post plant, also very winnable for Antisocial. So I have to say, not super impressed by Vasco in that round, even though they do win it. In saying that also, not super impressed by Antisocial after a great start to the map. They really let that half slip.
Yeah, 4-1 up, and you drop 4 in a row. And Vasco take the lead heading in towards their BL side, which they're pretty happy about. This is a BL-sided map, as all things go. However, the BL side is where Vasco have had their problems, their troubles, their strife in this tournament, and that's one thing that worries me. Either way, we're going to pop quick in towards A. We want to fight Viana playing up towards back box. He's got Y in terms of support as well. Smoke will come down. VNC got to hit a shot, and he can't. And there might be a second behind it. The trade isn't bad. 1 for 2 is good for Antisocial here as well. And up on the box, Action gets one, but a quick shot coming forward from Gokun. Colt pulled out. Silver spotted in towards main. And this one done. Locked down on A site. No entry.
Yeah, I like the way they play that defensively. You know, they don't fight them on their entry. They say, okay, if you wanna take the A site, everybody needs to come on up. And they just kept throwing smokes, flashes down the stairs, just saying, nope, nope, don't come at us, delaying, allowing the entire team to rotate over. And by that point, you know, Vasco was totally committed, right? So they had to try to charge up the stairs. The first kills did go the way of Antisocial. Speaking of which, another one goes to Gokun, although immediately 2 are taken here by Vasco. So
is that 6 now? 5 or 6, something like that?
I think it's 5, but either way,
insane,
it's still a lot more than normally you'd get by the end of maps. So we're only halfway through.
It is pretty insane. 3 versus 4. Numbers don't favor Antisocial, and Vasco called to just tap on the brakes for a brief moment. Have a breather, see what the response is, because the expectation is that there will be a response. When you're in this sort of man disadvantaged GR side, you actually have to do something. You can't just afford to sit back more often than not. And we are seeing a little bit of that forward movement. It's coming through mid. And that's where, exactly, a kill will come forward. The C4 dropped as well. Viana trying to see whether they can do anything himself. Thankfully, MG picks it up, gets out of there.
Be interesting to see how this push goes now for Vasco, because I think it largely is down to Viana and where his positioning ends up. He's decided to go into mid. He's actually on a bit of a journey. Don't hate that. I just think the timing might be a little bit late. Looks like Vasco are going to get the plant down probably before Viana has the chance to activate here, but if he could sneak into Hotel and get one before that plant goes down, or just as, maybe there's a chance in here, and he might get that chance. He just spotted Silver out, but
goes early.
Again, yeah, the information was given over, missed his initial shots, and that's that.
Yeah, like you were saying, if he pops down, gets a kill, and survives, then you got like this 2v2 retake from multiple angles. You're actually feeling not bad, but a slight bit too late or too early, and the timing is just off. And now Y gonna, ooh, very nice shot. Okay, little flick onto that one.
No.
Now he's gonna win another one. He's got a Colt. One tap to do it. It's not gonna happen, but man, he made it pretty close. Unfortunately, though, pretty close is not close enough. And now Vasco are in the lead on the Blacklist side. And so far, we've seen that they seem pretty comfortable on this side.
Yeah, Silva sort of had to dig them out of that one. That could have been very awkward indeed. Thankfully, it wasn't. In that 1 versus 1, hits the shot. Time was of the essence, so Why had to go aggro. Bit of nades early in towards wood doors, but they're just going to pop themselves through. They will once again get some early hotel control, but no surprises. Goku with yet another opening kill. There might be more behind this.
Oh, I like this position, but it might have been heard, might have been seen, not sure. If he would have been able to set up right there, I think he gets 1 or 2 for free if they don't know. But they did know. And so starting to slip away from Antisocial, really. You're kind of getting the feeling that this is inevitably going to end up being a Vasco map, which is a really good recovery from them.
Yeah, bit of a slow start. Goken's really, you know, doing a fantastic job still. That's his 6th first kill, I believe. Yeah. So, and again, we're not even done. So it's just kind of crazy what he's been able to do. He really put a big punch into Vasco early. But now Vasco as a team have come back in a big way.
Oh, Goku, he's in trouble here. He's actually looking the wrong way. He tucks, though, just. He doesn't realize how fortunate his timing is. However, he has given up the sight, but he's still alive. There was a very, very strong way in which he could have been caught in that transition back over towards spawn and fallen, and that would basically given up all the chances of this round.
Yeah.
C4 goes down, though. 3 versus 4 is not impossible. It's just this MG late lurk, which could be the make or break for Antisocial here.
This is what players are always scared about when they're looking into mid and not looking at the push coming into B. This is why, because MG could make the big difference here. Let's see. Okay, Fefe's going to be spotted. Viana trying to enter for the team. He is going to dodge a bunch of the bullets. Now, behind, here comes MG. He's got the kill already. Although that plan for him not the greatest. Might have a chance here to try to go for the defuse, but Viana's left alone, and he will be taken down. So MG, once again, good positioning. Vasco continuing to run away with the map.
7-5. It really feels like it's kind of petered out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Goken's 14-9.
You think about it, it's 1 round from the last 8 for Antisocial.
Yeah.
It's actually been a pretty woeful kind of run of things, all things considered.
Yeah, like what's happened?
You know, it was right after that round that Viana clutched. Or he didn't really clutch, but he got like the really
4K.
cool.
4K, yeah.
Yeah, he got the 180. That's 7 first kills for
Oh
Goken, by the way.
God.
7. And he keeps doing it, and the team just can't win off of 7 first kills.
7 out of 13.
That's bad.
That is bad. You're right. That's bad. We were actually highlighting that Vasco was the team that was struggling converting the rounds where they had the first kill. Maybe that's Antisocial as well.
Yeah, the percentages are going down.
They actually want to be the first death and then
they
convert the round.
They just understand the mindset of their opponents.
Yeah.
Give them the first kill instead. It's better for us.
Ooh, I want to assume Viana spotted his leg there. Yes, yeah, he most definitely did, actually.
Sure.
As he flew in Assassin's Creed style into that fight.
Well, why? Does not want to be dropping here. It'll open the A side up. Rotation is coming through from Goken, but now middle for Feifei. It's going to be something that he'll be able to make some magic happen from. LKK should get a trade there. Doesn't quite. Manages to miss his shot. MG on the timing.
What's happening?
Has not seen Lukum. This is a mess. But somehow, Antisocial still hold on to both sides. Goken's going to go on a mission to clear out GR spawn on his own, and he gets Feifei. It's a risky push, honestly.
Feifei's surely got to expect some sort of rotation there. He's looking sort of back turn against the window with his primary focus. And that's where his 2 teammates now start to move towards as they creep up short. The gap here really is if they can wrap back in through spawn and try and actually 2v2 pug towards the A side. The issue being if they try and go B, that hotel player should be a big decider.
Yep. That's kind of the anchor position that if you don't have hotel on the BL side, you really can't control this side. The retake's going to be tough to hold off, and Lukum, he's on the move. I don't mind this as far as the timing is concerned. Get up close on that bomb plant, take a peek. MG trying to take his head off with the Colt, but ends up losing a lot of his HP as a result. Goken, you cannot be going down there. You had them in a pincer strike, and now it's anybody's game. Lukum will keep it alive for Antisocial. Too close for comfort, but around nonetheless.
finally, I guess we can talk about as well for the first time in a while, not only a round for ANTISOCIAL, but a round where they get an opening kill and then convert it. It seems to have been eluding them a hell of a lot recently. That'll at least give us something to work with.
Yeah, I mean, got to give him credit. It was a very messy round. You know, Fefe going very deep. He had like a million angles to cover. He gets caught out by Goken, who just charges him. And yeah, from there, I mean, they were down members. Vasco nearly able to get it done. We move into the next round. We've got some action. Goken, he wants number 8. At this point, you know, might as well go for the record, right?
Yeah.
You've already stacked 7 first kills, and your team was able to do something with it. Obviously, it's not like, you know, him getting first kills is leading to them losing, but it might feel that way at this point. He's still going to go for them, obviously. Entire big stack here from the side of Vasco. MG goes down. Goken makes it 8, and he gets a second. Can he pick up a third? Yes, he will. And he's got the backup as well. He wants a 4th kill here. He's not going to get it. But, of course, no escape for him, so he has to peek it. Silva, he's got a lot of time.
Got his buddy system here as ANTISOCIAL. I don't want to see them fighting one by one. Oh, there was a chance, but WEIBO will lock it down. It's all good. Great stuff from Goken, man. He is literally pulling this team through some of these rounds.
8 first kills.
It's insane. Goken, he is him. He wants to finally say that he's a champion.
8 out of 14. That's high. That's more than 50% of the rounds he's getting the first kill.
That's insane. This is one of the highest I've seen, maybe ever.
Yeah.
This is a ridiculous. Anyway, what's another? Let's get 9. Why not?
I think that's the thing. He's got to look at this and say, well, the only way I'm actually winning a round is if I'm getting these kills myself.
Yeah.
At the moment.
He's a one-man army.
Uh-oh.
Why is there to watch it? Although...
Why he's not watching it?
He's not watching it. Yeah.
There was smoke there. I mean, I guess maybe they thought they were covered on that angle, but now this is very awkward for Goken. He's going to miss the shot. And, well, okay, he's not going to miss that one.
How?
Can they root him out here? I mean, they have to, right? Just throw nades. Don't even peek him.
Don't
even peek him. Don't even peek him. Just throw nades.
Leave him alone. Stop. Finally, we get the kill.
How?
Stop facing this guy.
I don't know.
I think it goes without saying he's been the best player at this tournament, but what a scrappy game we are getting here in Ankara. We said this is the litmus test. It's
I don't know
a hell
what
of
to
a
think
test.
after this.
I'm probably punching my monitor right there if I'm Goken, because like I've wasted so much time. I'm in the worst possible position I could possibly be in, and I'm still trading favorably. He trades favorably 2 for 1, and the rest of his team can't get a kill behind that. It's like, what more do I have to do, guys? I just need somebody else to shoot someone for me, and we win this round. We probably win this game. But right now, nobody else on ANTISOCIAL is being able to hit the broadside of a barn. Goken's 21-12. He's literally opening kill every single round, pretty much.
The next best after that is 10.
And then the round is still 3 players from Vasco alive at the end.
He has more than double second place on his team.
Yeah.
Like, he has no positive advantage to the position he's playing, and he's still getting 2.
You know, when I predicted them to win against Wolf, it was partly because Goken can do this, and he's got the backing of a lot of Chinese fans as well, you know, and I thought he would begin to pop off. He didn't really do it yesterday, but now he is, which is great to see. I don't know if it's angry Goken or what it is, revenge Goken, but he's unstoppable. He just needs just a little bit of help. And if he can keep this up, then the rest of the team kind of wakes up. Then ANTISOCIAL have a great chance of taking this down. So,
oh no, he's going to get another one, isn't he? Oh, he gets close. Action was just trying to bait it out.
Sticking his butt out.
Yeah, a little bit of a tagging response. And fair play, Goken's going to respect that. He's not overconfident, which is, again, really good to see for a player of his caliber so far this map. He's not saying, you know, going in towards these fights and sort of, I guess, getting too flustered in the moment. Minute left, Vasco. Bit of pressure shown towards tunnels, and that's really about it. So ANTISOCIAL don't have too much of a read to work with here.
I'm sure they're pretty scared at this point of just try peeking corners. I say that VNC just kind of runs in. But, I mean, you have to push eventually. They only have 30 seconds left. There's the flash to come down. Goken in position. He's not going to hit the first shot, and he gets taken down by Fefe, who's going to get his own first kill. and just shows up for the team when they need him most. Now trying to push in. Oh, the timing was good, but just too many players there for the side of Lucom. Not able to hit his shot. 5 people here from the side of Vasco on the site looking for the plant. Viana trying to deny it, trying to push fast. Here comes Adrian.
Yikes.
In from behind, but they're going in one by one now, just desperately trying to stop a plant. That's not going to work.
The
and
word
Y
you
is alone.
used, desperation, that's the style they're playing here. It is very much adequate to the way they're playing. It doesn't feel like the synergy.
That looks warm.
Not happy. It does look quite warm though, yeah. It is quite cold in China actually at the moment. It's warmer today, but desperation is kind of where Antisocial are grasping at now as well, because they're running out of chances. Map point, Vasco 9-7 in an incredibly close game. If they lose this, I wouldn't be surprised if Gokhan is incredibly pissed off.
Oh, I would be.
Does he get pissed off?
True. We don't really see many emotions from him.
He, after his 4K, he kind of he was like asking Viana for a fist bump. Very, very calmly. So I don't know. Like, he feels, maybe in his mind, he has these emotions, but he's not really showing them.
I get a 4K on stage, and I'm knee sliding across the stage. You know what I mean?
With no shirt on.
Of course.
Yes.
Wouldn't be any other way. 21-13 for him.
Yep, and you're going to lose the map, by the way.
Yeah.
Soz.
You hate to see it. You really do. But it's a good indicator of probably what's to come.
This is actual theft. This is criminal.
I mean, I still think, though, if Gokhan can play this well all of today, and the rest of the team, eventually you would expect somebody to wake up, then you've got a pretty good chance, especially on their maps. So maybe just this map isn't it.
Not over yet. 2 rounds to grab it into OT. It's not impossible. Gokhan is going to be the one tasked with this initial fight once again. He's got the coverage in Hotel from Lucum, so he doesn't have to look in that direction this time. Just missing with the Orm, but another
first
opener.
kill.
Getting the Colt out. Another opening kill. 1 for 1, though. It's probably not enough to really settle the nerves here for Antisocial. Lucum at least is clearing things out, but he's got a bit more work to do now. I wonder if they don't know Lucum is here, though.
They actually might not, especially on this timing, because he hasn't shown presence yet. As long as he doesn't show it for a brief moment to wait for rotations, then his position gets stronger and stronger. Silver dropping down. The only issue with dropping down is you can leave yourself a little bit vulnerable here, especially if you miss a shot. Thankfully, Colt pulled out, will deliver. Orm pulled out and delivers as well, but it's not going to be enough. Retake successful. Antisocial stay alive in this game. Now up to 8.
Yeah, definitely a good look for them. I think if you are going to let them get a B plant, you at least have to have full coverage from pretty much every angle. And they had Hotel, they had the B tunnels, they had Spawn. So definitely a lot of ways for them to get in. And this time they didn't go in one by one. It was all kind of at the same time. Yeah. Even though the guy in tunnels died, they were able to send the rest of the guys in from Hotel. They won the fight in Spawn. And that's how you retake, right? We've seen some teams, I forget who it was yesterday, who went for the 4v2 retake and just failed. Don't want to see that, obviously, so good to see at least a good retake. But it does make this map, as you mentioned, could be anybody's map from here. I mean, if Antisocial win one more, might just go on to extra rounds. We've had a lot of those so far, but big stack here. Big stack.
Yeah, playoffs has been very, very close.
Which is good to see, to be fair. We
Vast
like
majority of the maps have been close.
Either the full 18 or overtime has been required. VNC tries to swing. It's wide. He's going to find that first. And this is the trade is super lackluster. Get there at the end. Up close. Oh, he does well for 1. Dancing around the wood. The spam. It's so scrappy. The nade. It's a fadeaway, but they've already fallen away. Damage dealt sure on towards Adrian and Gokhan, but there's still a chance. 2 versus 2, though. C4 not down. 1 minute 20. Plenty of time to work with. Up close. And a missed shot. A rare missed shot from Gokhan might have just cost them this map. Last man. Adrian gets caught on the swing. And that's Vasco who take Ankara. heartbreak for Antisocial, or more adequately may I say heartbreak for Goken, as a man left all on his own, needed some support and just could not get it throughout that map. Vasco, they squeak by, but one more player coming alive for Antisocial, and I don't think that would have been the case.
100%. I mean, 10 and 8. I don't know how many kills he ended up getting,
10.
or exactly how many opening kills he ended up getting, but it was something insane. It felt like 50% of the time he was getting the opening kill. Even in some cases, he was multi-fragging. But it just wasn't enough because no one else was really standing up there. I mean, Viana had that one nice round in the first half, but like realistically speaking, were we getting what we wanted out of Lucum or Adrian? Probably not. Kind of fell by the wayside, and obviously we're not going to see a Goken MVP right here, but that's criminal. You know, he's literally been the best player in the server by a large margin and hasn't been able to get it over the line for the team.
We also don't have a first kill count, but I'm pretty sure it was 10, so that's over 50% of the rounds. If you're getting 10 first kills and you're losing a lot of those rounds, your percentage is plummeting. And that's not Goken's fault, because he also, it's not like he's getting one kill and dying, right? He has 38%, 39% multi-kill as well. So he's getting out there, he's getting 1, he's getting 2, 3, and the team is still losing. And obviously they got some of those rounds, they got 8 rounds. It was still very close. But yeah, it really just felt like he was on a little bit of an island by himself, as Action is going to pick it up on the side of Vasco. But we spent the entire stat screen just talking about Goken for a reason. Action still had a good game, but he didn't have 10 first kills. He only had 2.
It's true. You know, a bit of a silent kind of good map out from Action, in the sense that he only had like 1 ADR less or so than Goken. He actually did a lot of work throughout that map, so good on him, right? I mean, a lot of heavy lifting done by him. But the big difference where you look at Vasco and you look towards Antisocial is that Vasco had 3 players with 1.3 rating or above, whereas it was just 1.47 coming forward for Goken, and then 1.08 in second place. It's a vast difference of a one-man army.
A couple of guys going completely missing, but yeah, we can hear, you know, this is where we really have to look. Goken, 6-2 against Fei.
Silva versus Adrian. 7-0. 7-0.
That's true.
As your kind of your secondary support riflers as well, Silver and Adrian. That's again, this is kind of what I was doing yesterday with Lucas, right? Getting these kind of lurking players and these kind of late round players. It's a pretty good indicator, as it was yesterday, and it is there.
Yeah, to be fair though, Silver was holding the Orm a little bit, so then maybe that involved when he was on the GR side. Obviously a bit easier to get those sort of favourable duels. Look, end of the day, you know, we can harp on about it, but scoreline's 10 and 8, so time for us to sort of pull that one by the wayside, and hopefully that's what Antisocial is going to be able to do, because coming up now is Compound, and if they weren't feeling like, oh, maybe Ankara is not going to be our map, we didn't really have a great time yesterday on that against Wolf Empire, we did pretty well, let's just take it as it is, 10-8, move on to Compound, it's our map choice, feel good here. Goken, if you keep going, one of the rifles going to step up here, and we can still win this series, no doubt about it. Antisocial, they never stopped believing in that game against Wolf Empire. They're not going to slow down here against Vasco either. No,
not at all. This is a map that Vasco have not played at this competition just yet as well. So that's probably one of the reasons as to why we've seen it picked in by Antisocial. But there was, of course, that loss yesterday, which is sort of worth bringing up in that sense.
Yeah.
It surprised us, Compound getting picked in as your first pick for Antisocial. What do you think the feeling is there?
I have no idea. I'm totally lost. I mean, what is the reasoning? You lost on this map. Maybe you built up on other maps to get to this one.
Yeah.
Number 5 in that series, and I mean, maybe they just felt comfortable on it even in the loss. It was still a relatively close map. You know, this is definitely one where Goken can go insane. Even though it's not a sniper map, it still feels like one where Goken he's kind of like running everywhere. He can push. He can be very aggressive on many different angles. Maybe they feel like they learned a lot from that loss. You know, that could be it. Maybe they went back and they did some studying, talking with the coaches, and they were like, hey, this seems like maybe we can trick them with this one, catch them off guard. We learned a bit by playing against Wolf, and now we can practice against Vasco, who aren't going to expect us to pick it. It could be a whole number of things that is pretty much impossible for us to know, so I'm just excited to see what they have prepared.
One thing I will say, in that game yesterday where they did lose, was they lost a lot of clutches, and maybe that's part of them where like we just got unfortunate. Exactly, right? It was ridiculous, the amount of clutches lost against Wolf. So maybe part of it is just them thinking, we got unlucky in these specific little micro moments in a round, and this is something that we can fix. However, that's leaving a lot up to chance.
And that's also what you can say about this last map. It's like, oh, we got a bit unlucky. We got the opening kill in like half or more of the rounds. We couldn't close it out. Ah, it's unlucky. We kept losing the clutches. We kept like, come on, mate. There's no excuses anymore. This is elimination point, guys. Like, you can't just go, it's all good, we'll get him in the next map. You've only got 2 maps left to potentially play at this event. Like, if this is the conversation that's happening for Antisocial, that's not good enough. You know, you need to be going and you need to be locking it in, mate. Do you want to be in the finals or not? It seems like not is the actual answer right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. And especially, you know, there's that pour coming up after it as well. It's all very, very spicy here. We need to see somebody else step up over towards Antisocial. But let's talk about the positives over towards Vasco, right? I feel like the GR side was good enough. I said, if you get 5 rounds, or you get 4 rounds, we would say we're happy. They got 5, which is even a little bit better, and then they really started to build up. And what we liked a lot of them was the streak. In an 8-round period, they got 7 of the rounds, right? And all of which came in a row. So we saw them really snowball quite positively, hard to put the brakes on, and I think this is where they could potentially do it again here.
Yeah, they seemingly are very consistent today. I'm looking forward to what they have prepared for Compound, but we are ready. Let's hop on to map number 2 right now.
Well, welcome in to Compound. Let's kickstart map number 2. Of course, the pick of Antisocial, but maybe a slightly baffling one. We don't know what the vibes are here of why we've picked into this. What is their reasoning? Could it come down to even something as simple as last time we played them domestically, we beat them, so we can do it again?
It's only a 10-8 though. Like, that's not a massive dominant scoreline.
Yeah.
Vasco, we're feeling good about things at the moment. They do get that win on map 1, and look, again, if they can go up 2-0, I guess you have to say the series is not over. Antisocial made that game against Wolf Empire look pretty close, but maybe it's a different ball game today against Vasco.
No support for Goken there as well. He goes alone in towards mid, which is, you know, not unfamiliar territory for him, but no ability to trade. That makes his life all the more difficult. Opener for Vasco, and once again, which mid-aggression comes through, take container control, get that kill, fall away. So there's no real read that Antisocial can gain here. They don't have no idea how many towards either of these 2 sites.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of, you know, running up to containers from GRC. You don't have to do it every time. I think if it becomes predictable, you're just going to start getting surrounded. You're going to lose. They can just rush long on either site. But yeah, to do it early on kind of gives me vibes from, I think it was Wolf Empire, who just multiple maps in a row was like, okay, we're just going to rush you first round, see what happens. They won a lot of those. So Vasco say, we're going to get in your face. We're going to take you down. Goken goes down. First kill this time goes to MG. And now, you know, if you're down a member from Blacklist side on this map, it really feels like if you're going to make a push, generally that's coming through the middle of the map, you need to have everybody available. You need to have a lot of utility left available from all the 5 different members. But now down Goken, you don't have potentially an entry fragger, funnily enough, on the Alm for Goken. And you don't have his utility. Not sure how much he used. They are going to get a smoke here in the door of A, but still a kill as Fefe is looking into curve. He's only going to get 1, though. The kill does get traded by Adrian.
I know, but surprised he doesn't fall off there. Could play a little bit of a different angle. Instead, he just keeps sort of crouch spamming. And I guess you have a 2-player advantage at that point anyway, so even if you do go down, this is still favorable for Vasco on the retake, 4-on-3. And what's most important is that they do have Silver set up outside of B rather than in curve, so it'll be a bit of a pincer strike. He can allow a fast rotate to come through here from MG, who's looking to join him, but Vasco are really waiting this timer down. VNC and Action now need to go as the util is starting to get tossed in. Adrian will fall, Y will fall, and Lucum inside the servers, well, he should be found pretty quickly, and he is. Defuse is on. Vasco understanding their limitations on this map, have got themselves first round on the board.
Yeah, patience of virtue there as well for them. You know, they were just spent their sweet time waiting a little bit, but it was just making sure the smokes dissipate. So when they're swinging through, they have that advantage. They do get this kind of heads-up duels on the same sort of playing field, and they just use the numbers very well. Played as a pack or a 2-2 split coming through, and they just trade well. So simple, effective, nice nade as well. Backside did a hell of a lot of damage. So first round for Vasco. Started well with an opening kill. Went quite quiet. ANTISOCIAL tried to figure out what was going on, and eventually seen over the line. This time, no containers presence coming through for Vasco. As opting for what feels like a little bit more of an A-long stack here. And I like this. This is actually an area that ANTISOCIAL against Wolf tried to use a lot. They tried getting this wrapping towards the A side, this long position as a sort of an insurance policy of when they would finally go for an execute.
Yeah, we'll see where they eventually want to go with this. Pretty common to just, you know, clear out a top, go into mid, make sure they're not at containers again, go into the pillars, see, okay, clear this one out, and then eventually go for your push. That's why when you, I'm sure you guys know, but when you commentate this map in West, it's like, okay, we're going to be here for a good hour at least. We're going to be chilling because we're going to use the entire timer to clear everything out, make sure we're safe before we do go for a push. And these Brazilian teams, no stranger to that either, although they will be looking to get in the B room here and push a bit forward. We do have a couple of members nearby from Vasco.
VNC, tight little angle for him. But it's the 1-2 setup with Silva. So VNC really, his job here is just to get one. Play the bait. Silva there to swing and trade, and that should result in a favorable setup. There's one from VNC, but he gets more than one. And that's even better. This is beautiful for Vasco.
It gets out.
He's got 6 health. I mean, finally goes down, but that's fine. He did his job, and Silva trades it back, like you say. So that's a massive win for Vasco. The play in there, that's not a very common spot to hold from Global Risk. And VNC, not only does he get value out of it, as another kill comes through for MG, Lucom is alone. He gets value out of it. He gets 2 kills, and he's able to trade a third to his buddy. As Lucom, he's just got to send it. I mean, there's no real hope for him. At least he has the bomb, but it's not meant to be. 2 rounds already to Vasco.
Yeah, big from them for sure. Well played from VNC, but I just also like the support that Silva gives him when he is low. He's repositioning, 1-for-1 trades, keeps that 2-kill to 1 trade that he got as a big advantage over for Vasco. ANTISOCIAL, very stale BL round so far, very textbook, very easy to read, but that is a pretty chunky nade. Goken, he may have even spotted the shoulder of MG on the cross there as well. Bit of aggression by, kind of got the right idea, the right swing as well. Trades go back and forth, but in favor of ANTISOCIAL, VNC left on an island. He should be stuck here, but he does well, gets one, gets out. So 3 versus 3. Vasco wasn't too upset with that.
They knew he was there, and he was still able to get away with another one because he'd actually been the only player in that to get a kill for Vasco. And ANTISOCIAL had not found him. They knew that there was another player there. I think it's very easy to sort of clear 2 players out of that position and think, okay, maybe the dumpster is clear. But the information was there for ANTISOCIAL, and they still couldn't trade it effectively. So 3v3. Vasco setting themselves up for success here on Compound, and we did question, why has ANTISOCIAL gone into this map as opposed to the sub-base or the Black Widow? Not really proving why just yet.
Or the port.
Oh, the port. Yeah, port was the big one. I really thought that felt good, but then obviously Vasco then picked into it too, so... The Vita has been a little wild, a little harder to predict, that's for sure. And
it always gets a bit wonky when you're playing somebody from your region too.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of history. You've seen a lot more of their games just watching at the arena or just studying and trying to learn about your main competitors so that you can make it to this tournament, you know? So, yeah, definitely does feel like there's maybe a abundance of information that leads to some different choices than we were expecting. Trying to slow push into B. This has actually worked in the past for ANTISOCIAL against Wolf. We'll see if it works this time.
Okay, B here. everybody here, or everybody that's left alive, that is, of course, 3 versus 3. VNC playing around the servers, swing and a fine. C4 dropped. Viana trying to move as well. They do not clear VNC. He is one with the computers and one to find all the kills. He gets a support of action at the end there, but that is a lockdown on the site. So well played from VNC. Doesn't overfight, doesn't overswing, waits for the support coming through from action, and does so good to shut that down. 3 for 3 for SV.
Starting to snowball a bit, isn't it? 3 in a row. Antisocial. We were sort of talking about their timeouts a little bit yesterday.
Speaking of
which,
are you the prophet?
Was actually scary.
I am the prophet of timeouts.
You may be Jesus.
I mean, if you were going to be a prophet, what else would you rather be a prophet of, really? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, timeouts are very important.
The good word of the timeout.
Speaking of, we didn't see them in that first map, right?
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're just not effectively using their timeouts in the same way that some other teams are. Again, when we do get into that timeout, interested to see who's doing the talking. Is it going to be Viana? Is it going to be the coach? Is there just going to be an argument?
Yeah, I mean, it's Viana and probably someone else who he's arguing with. The rest of the players just sitting there.
That was the issue, though, yesterday, right? Is that when we got tac pauses for Antisocial, they were either too late. So it was like, you know, you've already lost so many rounds. I mean, there were 7 rounds in a row in that previous map that didn't call a timeout. I mean, that to me is a wild, wild thing. I mean, obviously the game ended up being very close, right? But you could have shut that down. It could have been the difference maker. But at least for Vasco, there wasn't anything that was, you know, inherently needed in their timeout calling in that quite close first half. Action. He should know that at least a couple across there. They would have heard steps of one, hence why one comes alive, but it's not good enough actually from Feifei. Only going 1 for 2 there, and kind of the trades benefiting Antisocial. This is a good post-spawn.
MG's cleared out long, and Antisocial have given it a bit of a cursory glance, but they haven't stuck around, so he might still be in with a bit of a crack if he does come back through for the retake from there. Needs to win his duel. I think it's Viana that's watching it. VNC also going to have to win a pretty critical duel right here. Can't do it. Headshot straight onto him. It's a good trade from Silva, but now MG needs to find a way to activate. You've got to get involved in this fight. Time's ticking away. Silva trying to take some space, make some space, but he can't. And that's the first round on the board for Antisocial, just as they call a timeout.
Yeah, we had a couple of rounds where Vasco charged up mid, got a lot of room, we're winning fights, we're taking fights. You know, they had the setup in the 1 round over towards B room, the 1 round that they didn't go mid. But this time around, they don't show a lot of presence, and for Antisocial, they just go for, you know, a pretty straight up fast push. And they rely on some of their entry fraggers, they don't make it too fancy, and they just kind of get in and win. Maybe they need to begin to rely on that a little bit more, rather than, you know, relying on Gokun or relying on some fancy plays or maneuvers.
Yeah. Well enough, Gokun is actually getting pretty vocal, which is, it feels like a little bit of a rarity. He doesn't normally enter the conversations.
After map 1, I don't blame him.
Yeah, exactly. He's saying, guys, please help me out. On the flip side, I'll be looking at the cams here as well, as we've got the Vasco goes behind us. Everybody's sort of having their moment to talk. Bar MG, who kind of never talks, at least from what I can see. But
oh, he said something right there.
Let's go. He's yes, boss. I will do that, boss. But yeah, for the most part, everyone's sort of entering in their side as well, and it seems like quite a civil discussion. And I don't really blame them. Map up already, 3-1 start. You're kind of liking what you see so far, so we'll see whether things kind of pan out. But either way, first one on the board for Antisocial. It's better than nothing. It's a chance of where we can start building on something. This is this big round that VNC in action shut down towards that B site. We're back live once again. Round number 5 on the boards here. And if Antisocial can come off the back of this timeout and get a second, we've got a good chance here. However, Vasco will also be more than happy to have caught a timeout there off the back of that first round, and if they can just respond immediately, it really hurts to the confidence of Antisocial.
Vasco is looking to respond immediately as well. They're not messing around in this.
Look at
They've taken Pillar's control, set themselves up, and it's exactly where Antisocial are headed. So this could be a read from Vasco. They know that Antisocial like to make this change up off of the tac timeout. Adrian and White creeping their way forward. It's a 2-on-2, but the first fight of the round will go the way of Vasco. Now it's a question of, can Viana get out? VNC rather, can VNC get out? And the answer is, of course, yes. Lucan wasn't deep enough to prevent that.
Speaking of Viana, though, he's trying to test over towards action there. Nade, smoke, flash, the whole kitchen sink being thrown at Viana, so actually can get out. And he actually decides to stick around a little bit, but I don't blame him behind that smoke.
Again, why is Action picking up the arm? I don't really... I haven't been impressed by this all tournament. I don't think he needs to do that. His rifle play is just one of the best we have. Like,
it's probably just a low HP thing.
I mean, he had it there in the room before he went low HP.
True, true.
And he missed the shot.
I'm going to say as well, I like, you know, Silver's obviously the primary, secondary, but I guess maybe they always think that double arm is the way. It's a great shot. Speaking of that secondary arm from Viana, he didn't do all that much in that first map, bar that 4K, but he does occasionally hit a nice couple of shots.
VNC has gone for a big wrap all the way down to BL Spawn. He's clearing out mid. Turns out to be a bit of an off timing really from him because it's going to leave B open. He's going to have to go back there once again. But now he's not necessarily going to know once this plant has gone down whether or not he can go back through pillars or if he has to group up with his teammates. You'd ideally want to go back through pillars, but he's going to have to take the time to clear that out now. Even though he's already kind of debatably cleared it, Antisocial could have moved in there. So they're actually going to opt to go through curve instead. This means all three players from one angle. Might not be quite as potent of a retake. Viana, though, missing a crucial shot, allows them in. And now he's in the 1v3, and that feels unwinnable. Chance gone begging for Antisocial.
Yeah, Viana's got to hit that. That was an absolute sitter, and he actually overcomplicates it. He flicks off of him because he expects him to swing, where actually he stopped in the door frame. So yeah, it's tough.
You know what was interesting as well, VNC had a flash. He had all three pieces of his utility. They didn't use any of them. They just triple swung through the main gates. I think they wanted to keep it kind of, or like hidden that all three of them were just going to push super aggressively, so they just didn't use anything. But I feel like a flash would have gone pretty hard right on top of Viana. Instead, he just misses, so it just doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, yeah, Vasco looking still pretty good, having 4 rounds here. And I mean, if you pick up 4 or 5, you're already feeling good. So a lot of buffer for them at this point in time, as Antisocial will push into pillars. It feels like every time they lose a round, they're like, all right, we got to clear that, like, legit this time. You know?
Yeah, this time we'll properly do it. Nade comes round. Haven't seen as lights out of a performance on a Goken, but I think that's probably also the story for Antisocial as a whole. They've still not justified to us yet, why have we actually picked this?
Yeah. It's also, you know, Compound, he's playing Blacklist.
Yeah, it's early doors as well.
I mean, early days, sure, but like, he's still down 4-1.
Yeah.
So it's getting pretty grim. We saw Vasco come back from something like this on Ankara. It's not impossible, but definitely not making life easy for yourselves. Antisocial, no doubt about it, are going to be going for a B hit here. A couple in through pillars and a few in through curve. Have to have a look at that timing of the push out into middle from Feifei. It's insane. Wow. It's perfect. And all of a sudden, the strategy is disrupted for Antisocial. I don't know if they can call the counter with only 45 seconds left to go. They might still have to go B. C4's on that side of the map. But information is there now for Vasco. This is going to be really tough for Antisocial.
Ooh. Feifei! Oh, it's unfortunate. Holds that mouse one. They don't clear VNC, and he could get a second behind it. All down to one man, Goken. We need something special out of you. Do not feed the beast. Or, in this case, he might feast.
1v1!
Oh, my God, Goken, he nearly... Honestly, you can tell he had the right idea. You could tell he had an inkling about a Pillars player, too.
It's
hence
such
why
a risk.
He planted and wanted to fight up front, so then he could reposition. But, unfortunately, he can have all the game sense in the world, but if you can't hit the shot, it's not going to make a difference. So, big.
It's so scary watching Action make that push because it's not exactly wrong, right? Like, you can definitely push on the plant there and take space, but if you then go on to die, that round really opens up for Goken.
Yeah, your Pillars player was nowhere near.
He was nowhere near. There was no trade coming. He had to win it himself.
He was booking it, but he was a good 5 seconds behind.
I think he knew it was risky. He went for like a gigantic celebration after he hit him. It was a really nice shot, to be fair. It was just like a one-tap headshot from Action, but he like got out of his seat, huge high five to the guy next to him. Like he was feeling good. Hey, Goken got a first kill.
We're waiting for it. It's been a while. Chop chop, mate. Only took into round number 7 to get that first kill, but
had like 6 by this time in the last map.
Oh, MG, he got out.
MG, he wants seconds though. You can tell. Oh my God, it's falling apart. It's completely falling apart. We're down to 1. We're down to none. Goken will fall. How quickly the dominoes tumble for this antisocial side, and you can see on Y's expression, they're tilted.
Yeah, this is getting a bit out of hand. You could see that Antisocial not really having a great time. To be fair though, you know, this happened against Wolf. You remember Ankara was 10-1. They just completely fell apart, and then they took a moment, they reset, and then they almost won the entire series. So I'm never counting them out until they're entirely out. But this map might be a bit cooked because that round was just.
I might be with you, man.
Not a good one.
Especially you get the opening kill, and then you all fall apart. They just funnel in towards the meat grinder and just all get churned up.
Yeah, this feels like Vasco's kind of had their number on this one.
Yeah, Antisocial are very lucky this isn't the best of 3 because they're a few rounds away from being out here. Adrian, be super careful. Silver's not exactly bad with the Orb himself. He does spot him out briefly, and he just falls off. I don't mind this, right? He's got support. He wants to make sure that if he is going to fight, that in a worst-case scenario, he can be traded.
Nice tag on that nade onto Y and ADRF. Goken, he's angry. He wants to make something happen here. He's going to have a bit of a look. Gets one. Should be traded every day of the week. And Action goes one better. It's been Action versus Goken. Who can have more impact? First map, honestly, it felt like Goken, even though they lost the map. Now, though, that script has really flipped. And Action coming up with the goods there with the rifle. It's another disaster of a round, at least to start things for Antisocial. I don't know that you're coming back from this on this map. And this pick of Compound is absolutely blown up in their face.
Yeah, we question it, and I think, well, I'm going to get too ahead of myself, but we're on track for saying rightfully so, I think, fellas, because right now it looks so disjointed. Much worse than they did as well against Wolf yesterday. Action in backside, he's trying to support Feifei, and he actually just dips away as Feifei goes in. I thought for a second, even he's laughing. If he had knifed him, that would have been salt in the wound of what was an insane capitulation again from Antisocial. They try barreling in towards A, and it falls apart 7-1. And for the first time in a long time, a 7-1 where the Brazilians are happy. At least 5 of them. Yeah.
Can't believe you've done them like that now.
I mean, just the fact he went for the knife. Although in that space, like, that was the best play because he just didn't have any other bullets. So
he was out on the rifle as well, so he's like, oh, why not? Like,
might as well. Knew he had backup. I mean, it's not like he could do anything else. So Antisocial, they might take it personally anyway.
Yeah.
What are they going to do about it, though? What are they going to do?
Nothing, apparently.
Yeah, they can't do anything, it seems.
At this point, yeah.
7-1, mate.
Map 2 is just not their thing, I guess.
Nah. That's true. I mean, they got rolled on map 2 in the series against Wolf Empire as well. That was a 10-1.
Yeah. Be hilarious if it's back-to-back 10-1s as well. And then hilarious if they get 2 maps to follow it.
Yeah. Board and subbase, not impossible.
It's true.
It's funny, isn't it? Because the sort of the middle of the map pool is a bit more of the question mark, the Compound and the Port. Subbase and Black Widow, I don't think either team necessarily hates those maps. Adrian, good for one, but where's the rest of the team?
Yeah.
Like, where's the swing? Where's the swing from the lads through the smoke?
Now they're coming out.
Well, it's too late.
Yeah.
1 by 1. Meanwhile, they're just getting colted down. Oh, no, it's just a disaster. Silva, oh, God, cover your eyes.
Oh, this is dire to watch.
You know what? That reminds me, I have a mate back in Australia. Whenever we're working an event and we have to go somewhere, you know, we'll go out for dinner or something, I'll be waiting in the lobby for him.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Or no, I'll be waiting somewhere for him, let's say.
Yeah.
We're waiting for him at the venue or whatever. And I'll say, where are you, man? Like, we want to go here all this time. He says, I'm in the Uber. He's not actually in the Uber. He's still upstairs having a shower.
Yeah,
That's what's happening in mid there.
Yeah.
Adrian swung. He's like, where are you guys? They're saying, I'm in Uber. They're not in Uber.
Yeah.
They're not. They're not swinging for the trade.
They're still in bed, haven't got up yet.
Yep. Still having a nap, having a lie-in.
I'm putting on my shoes. Gets
Good on
there
ya.
an hour later.
Oh no, Goken. That is really a summary of how this map has felt as well. A missed shot, but
Don't know how he gets away with that.
Still trying to put the team on his back a little bit. That's not a lot in towards this game, but better late than never. C4 will go down. Post plant now for Vasco to make this a 9-1 scoreline, but the numbers level for Antisocial. Silver spotted out, Nadal bank round, but it goes the wrong way. Silver still looking to fight as well as he jumps up into his window, and he does get 1 for 1. Not exactly terrible. Action then gets a kill of his own, leaving Lucan with it all to do. He has to go huge. 1 versus 2, and he cannot even clear the first. MG sees it off, stoic as ever, to make it map point on your opponent's map pick.
What is going on? What has happened? 10-1 curse, map 2.
Yeah. I think they're just tilted at this point, and this map is going into Vasco's hands. And if you're antisocial, you just gotta fight back like you did yesterday, and just begin to believe in that curse as well. It's like the curse and the blessing, which did end in their loss eventually, I guess. So not much of a blessing. Why? Trying to pull out here. He is by himself. Gets traded out, but at least does get 1. Action now 15-2.
Fair play. Fair play.
That's a farm, honestly. As a rifler as well. Oh, look, he was taking the orm every now and then in that first half as well, but it's not easy to put numbers up like that if you're a rifler, because you're really inherently putting yourself in danger when you are rifling.
Yeah. You're in the thick of it in all of these engagements.
That is safe to say.
And on the flip side, he got Viana 1 and 9.
You could say he's in the action.
Exactly.
Whoa.
He's about to be.
Clever.
This pack is about to barrel through on towards Adrian. He's in a lot of trouble here. I don't know if he's even spotted, but it doesn't matter. Action will get his kill. Looking for a second behind that. Viana can't. And there's where Goken needed to come alive. And more of the same. Map 2, 10-1, Vasco. Wow, well, where do we even begin with that one? Antisocial with an abysmal performance coming through. And to make matters worse, it was their map pick. This was meant to be this risk they were taking. We questioned it, and now I think we've got our answers.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say. I think they just... It was 4-1, and we were like, okay, well, Vasco came back from this score on the first map. They can do it. And then they were like, we can do it. They tried, and they failed really horribly in, like, round 6 and 7. And I think they just lost their edge. I mean, they were just like, I guess we can't do it. We're all tilted, you know, F this, skip this map, go next. I really think that's what the idea was by the end of it, because you were just so far behind. They didn't even, I don't know. The compound choice itself, you know, we tried to theorize for a while, but we were not convinced. So hopefully they've got it in the bag here for Port as Action puts up a 9 KD.
What would it, I mean, at the end, 18-2. Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous from Action.
63% multi-kill.
That is the highest KD we've seen so far this tournament. And I think also the highest multi-kill we've seen. 126 ADR. Silver, who only got a 3 KD, he got 130 ADR on top of that too. And even right at the bottom, Feifei got 106. So you got 3 players all over 100 ADR. An absolutely ridiculous stat line. That is the, you know, encapsulation of just how dominant. That's back-to-back MVPs as well from this guy as well. Just look at that. 1.64 kills per round, 0.61 headshot as well, 63%, 126.6 AD on a 9KD. Jordan, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, but he didn't get any first kills, did he? So,
yeah.
Not as good as Goken.
Yeah, flies in the bag, buddy.
Goken might go. Look, no, I mean, 9 KD, that's just absolutely insane, and that shows you how dominant that map was. Action, back-to-back MVPs as well. He's having an absolute cracker on the stage right here, and well, this kind of goes further into that narrative we were saying about Vasco, where maybe they're just slow starters in this tournament, but slowly finding their peak, and Action was always one of those guys that we would talk about in this roster. We said MG, Action, they have to be the guys that sort of get the job done for Vasco, and I don't feel like they really necessarily did do that in the group stage, but here in the playoffs, they are starting to come alive. They are starting to look better, and yeah, I mean, this is a Vasco that could potentially beat the likes of a Wolf Empire if they're on. So
look at those. Action 5-0, 4-1, 4-1, 1-0 against Vienna. So he was, a little bit closer there, and a 4-0 against Y. I mean, just untouchable.
Only died to Goken and Lucam, which makes sense. Right?
Yeah,
like, Goken's the guy who's getting first kills, who is the sniper, who is the one player who's playing really well. Lucam's the guy who also was playing really well at certain points in this tournament. I don't know about today. Like, he's been decent, but not really stand out. So, I mean, what can you say? That map, just got to forget about it as antisocial and move on to Port, which they did look good on against Wolf Empire. But maybe it is Vasco's pick. Maybe Vasco also feeling good about that map. And they got to watch them play 24 rounds of it, right, against Wolf Empire. So that's a lot of data.
Yeah. Is this one of those where we can talk about the curse of antisocial in the O2 and then they can maybe bring it back, or are you thinking this one might be a little bit chalked? I mean,
it really feels done, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially because of the fact that they're picking into this.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, they did come back yesterday from an even worse loss, I think, against Wolf Empire in match 1 and 2. So it's not impossible, but it feels really hard.
We shall see. Either way, we're going to throw it on to a little bit of a break. We'll be back very, very soon, and we'll break down everything going into towards Port.
Here in the knockout stage, well, the winners, they will progress on their journey to glory.
有想过我们能进4强，但是没想到进了4强之后就剩1支中国单队。Eu me sinto muito feliz em começar com a vitória. A gente sabia que o oponente era muito difícil, então a gente manteve muita concentração para que essa vitória viesse na nossa primeira disputa de estreia do campeonato.
Eu acho que a gente foi bem na fase de grupo, né? Acho que era pra gente ter ganho aquela México contra a nós, a gente saberia que a gente escapar e decidir ficar mais difícil. Se não fosse aquela México, a gente provavelmente passaria em seed.
Cảm xúc của em thì em nghĩ là khi mà vòng knock-out thì đây là một cái cảm xúc rất là tốt. Tinh thần của team chắc chắn sẽ đi lên và cũng không nói trước được điều gì, tại vì vòng knock-out nó chỉ còn một cơ hội, mình cần phải chắc chiêu thêm, không được để xảy ra nhiều lỗi.
There are no second chances, you have to win.
Em nghĩ là đội ES khá là mạnh, từ vị trí Luka và cũng như là vị trí của Goken. Nói chung là bọn em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức thôi. Còn đến đâu thì đến, bọn em không có nói trước vấn đề gì cả.
He's got to win this duel. He does, now has to turn back around. Goken! It's a Goken moment.
São ótimos jogadores, eles têm um coletivo muito forte. E acho que é isso, o coletivo deles é muito forte.
打完之后一组，多了也没有多了，小到这边。
VNC 还有AKT 啊，都挺厉害。
This adjustment to CBL, instantly they rotate 3, but it seems like.
Q9 é um time muito novo, mas um time com muito talento e muita mira.
一个，另外一边呢，硬汉又补回来了，硬汉大一个，再来一个。
Bọn em thường truyền cho nhau một cái tinh thần, tại vì khi thi đấu, tinh thần là một thứ rất là quan trọng. Tinh thần mình phải tự tin thì mình mới đánh bại được một đội tuyển mạnh.
Para eles treinarem muito, porque enfrentar a gente será algo muito difícil, quase impossível de vencer. 我们的预期是要么不打，要么怪敌。
A gente sabe que a IP é um time muito bom, mas a gente está preparado para esse jogo e iremos vencer.
Well, never fear, we are here. Back again, only a brief break before we get things underway. And speaking of fear, I feel like Antisocial have quite a bit of it in this series. On the brink of elimination from the Grand Finals. Now, a top 4 performance was already very good for them. We're heading into Port, and Vasco, despite Antisocial looking good at it yesterday, have picked it into them. So that's got to be an indicator of something, surely.
Surely, yeah. We had 10-5, 10-1 against Wolf Empire. We had 10-8, 10-1 here.
Yeah.
Really hoping that Antisocial do show something today. Otherwise, they'll just get knocked out without really showing much of anything. You know, very surprised that they're not at least putting up somewhat of a fight so far, especially with all the Brazilian, Portuguese language casters going for them as well. Like, it felt like, okay, they know something we don't. Jordan's a genius, obviously, so he knows something we don't.
Maybe not.
But this is just, it really comes down to the form on the day. I
Jordan,
always say that.
How you feeling?
Don't even talk to me, bro. Don't even talk to me at this point. I don't want to have a bar of it. No, look, seriously, I mean, what do you even say about this? I think it's probably the most cursed run that Antisocial could have possibly gotten in the playoffs. It's just such a cursed playoffs run. You go up against Wolf Empire, who, again, look, in theory, really, really good coming in. You work really hard to try and get the win there. Just fall short. Then you now have to play against your local domestic counterparts, which is always going to be a little bit of a different kind of a conversation point. So if they do go out here 0-3, man, that's just unfortunate.
So basically, it's not their fault, rather than them just being ass, as they have been so far this series, and rather than me and Valdez being just because geniuses in the predictions going with Vasco.
Just because their abbreviation is AS doesn't mean you can call them ass, all right? That's just rude. That's just toxic and rude.
Well, either way, we've got Port coming up next. Let's get things started. Map number 3 up on the deck. Let's get into it. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Port is where we head to potentially decide this series, as well as Antisocial need, well, it feels honestly like divine intervention, to be perfectly honest, off the back of a 10-1. But they did it yesterday to push it to a 5th map.
What about this?
Yeah. Also, that map was sub-base. It was 10-6. It wasn't even like, oh, they barely got across the line. Oh, Wolf was playing so well, and then Antisocial just... No, it was just like Wolf had a really bad map.
Yeah.
And Antisocial finally woke up late. And then that kind of was the momentum that they needed going into Port, which was the fourth map, to eventually, win in overtime and make it interesting. I'm not convinced yet. We'll have to wait and see. Vasco have been very consistent. They haven't really done what Wolf have done in that facet, so we'll see. As that nade,
wow, great nade, actually.
Action. Oh, no, maybe he's going to swap to the Alm somehow. I don't want to see that.
He got 9 KD. I'll let him do whatever he wants to do.
He had the Alm for 1 round.
Still... If you get a 9 KD, I'll let you do whatever you want to do. So it is, very interesting stuff, because we've taken this sort of lane control from mid to A-Rap, but we then call for a pause. And obviously the other side as well, for all they know, they could be getting information out towards B. Either way, we're going quick. Goku going to be flashed off the angle, so he can't be as proactive. Lucan then catches a second flash, 1-for-1 trade, and he's trying to do more. Goku can't, though. Why? Spotted. The fight is all Finzi opts for the AK over the M4 as well, as he's trying to desperately find these fights. It's not to be. Antisocial start well.
Oh, boy. Are we in for a long one today? Antisocial, can they find a way to rally in the same fashion that they did yesterday? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, lads. This is not a series that is done and dusted just yet. This is not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. And Antisocial, they know a thing or two about those.
They won 1 round.
Yeah.
He's getting so ahead of himself, actually.
No. He might in fact be getting ahead of himself.
Vasco going to win it all.
Headshot
coming in from Silva.
I hate both of you.
Opening kill. I think Vasco may have won this map already.
You keep this up, you're getting chucked off the stage.
We are pretty high up.
It's pretty high.
It's kind of scary.
That's a solid 10-foot drop, I think.
But this is bullying.
For now.
Makes me feel not very good.
It's character building.
Let it be known that when I snap, it was not my fault, it was their fault.
We brought it upon ourselves, he says. But It's why not fully alone. Adrian's kind of close enough to support out here, and he's actually doesn't really realize it, but sort of subconsciously, that timing of this rotation is really good here. You've got a second player coming over towards B and a third now reclaiming that mid control. So as much as they've got a numbers advantage, Antisocial have a pretty good read here and set up in this B finish.
I'm telling you, man, they're coming back.
All right.
See what they can do on this hold, though.
Calm down, Gramps. Let's let the game play out. White. Waiting. I'm assuming he's going to have a simple one pop out on high with a flash and I'll swing around this corner. I mean, Adrian's actually probably going to be the main one who has to try and do a lot of the heavy lifting because he's going to drop down on the site. Adrian got to go for probably a couple of kills here. He gets the first, but a quick trade will come back. And to make matters worse, they all drop one by one in quick succession. Goken left with all to do. It's a lovely shot, but a 1v3 now required of him. Eats a grenade as well to make life just that little bit harder. Down to 60 points of HP as a C4 goes down and time starts to tick. Down he goes, 6 feet under. And an instant response coming through from Vasco.
Man, it's funny how quickly this goes from like a free map for Antisocial to just completely unwinnable, isn't it? I tell you what, though, I don't know. I have to watch that. I have to watch the replay back again. I think White might have got caught with a nade in hand as that entry happened. So a bit of an off case of timing for Antisocial. And as soon as he drops off that box, it is Adrian that's just solo fighting.
Yeah.
And yeah, he gets one, but inevitably he's going to run out of bullets. He's going to get traded down if there's not a secondary angle there to help him out. And that's what happens when Y falls off. So I think it's just a bit awkward for Antisocial on the timing in that one, but not a very good look on the B hold, it has to be said.
Yeah. Wolves are out there as well. This is a map which generally teams prefer that GR side, especially just because you can essentially leave just one player over towards A, and they can more often than not do enough work. And of course, in this case, it is Goken, so if you can leave anybody as an anchor towards A, you would leave him, of course. And if we do see Vasco start well in towards this map, that's where I'm going to get a little bit concerned for me.
Yeah, I mean, they know they're coming into this one playing Blacklist as it is their choice. And they saw how Wolf Empire were able to get a lot of rounds, actually, from the Blacklist side and able to put on some pressure. I feel like both of the sides actually got some luck on the Blacklist side, if I'm remembering correctly, of Antisocial and Wolf. But, yeah, looking for a play through mid. We did have a lot of mid pressure in that series as well. Will they go for that, or are they just going to try to set up here towards the A connector, which is what they tried in round one? I feel like their position there was pretty okay. It was just Y was able to put up the 3K, and that was kind of crazy in that first round. So let's see what they go for this time.
Adrian, be careful. Yeah, he did spawn him briefly on the way out. And there's where the Orm comes alive. Goken for one, make that two as well. He's still not being cleared off this A angle, and that's what we talk about. A is such a lockdown position if you play this default, and it's all down to one. MG, unfortunately, no chance in hell. A 1 versus 4, 30 seconds. Nothing's really going to change here.
MG special?
MG special. It's been a while
Fefe
since we've
timeout.
been able to say that. MG special plus Fefe timeout equals Antisocial round win.
Yeah.
He didn't even utilize the time correctly.
Yeah.
He should have sat in the corner and not done anything. 0 ADR for MG in 3 rounds. We'll see if he can turn that up. You know, throw an 8 or something.
Yeah.
Might help.
It was a very slow round for Vasco, and sometimes with these slow rounds, it just looks like it's more nerves than anything. Trades are good. Viana does so damn well. 3, shutting down that B aggression and instantaneously locking down this round. Surely an impossible situation for MG. He gets his kill finally, but it shouldn't make a difference. Not now that it's a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, it also cost him pretty much his entire HP bar. So no longer the 0 ADR, but still not really much to show for his troubles. Likely to be just 25 after this. He's having a bit of a look in, but nice little 1-2 from the Antisocial members there, and pretty clean round for them. Pretty clean start to this map. Getting it done on that GR side at the moment. It's kind of the expectation rather than anything to get too excited about. Vasco really only need to sort of find another cheeky round or two here, and they're very much still in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of time, and it looks like they want to go for the same hit, except they've got a guy coming in from behind. As Viana, not going to miss, though, from B, hits the arm shot, and yeah, they do isolate Y, who was kind of left alone there. But that's the expected trade. Ooh, the spam here from Fefe.
Okay.
Picks up his first kill. All of a sudden, going very fast here as well is Vasco. And the snipe from MG takes out Viana. Goken's left here with Lucom. The rotation from A, the nade damage already big, and they take down Goken. As far as I'm concerned, it's pretty much a done deal from here. Lucom, 1v3, and he's flashing, he's dead. 2 round wins already for Vasco from BL.
Yep. And all it takes is just another round or two like that, and this is a map that starts to really look very positive again for Vasco.
That's quick. That's, of course, the round prior. Very, very quick couple of flicks coming through, but man, how quickly it went from looking super strong over towards Antisocial to then nice little bait and switch play and flipping that round on its head. Brilliant work. Brilliant work indeed.
Well, it's making it pretty close so far. You know, just this one round for the side of Vasco doesn't mean that they're going to run away with this map by any means. So let's see if they can continue to get it done. They had a couple of abysmal rounds where they got completely rolled over, which kind of happened on port. You know, you get caught out. GR's got a good read. It's like, okay, well, this one is a fail. Go next. So we'll see if they can continue to string some rounds together.
Alrighty. Back out towards A. Not always being the best place in the world to try and attack, especially because the big man's there. We saw that first round that they got, though. They were able to overwhelm with a numbers game. This time they just leave one as a lurk as they fall back over towards B.
Timing on the push here from Viana could be good. Could give up the opening kill. He gets information. And actually, that's overall a small win for Antisocial. They recognize that Vasco want to trend towards B once again. They'll maintain this 3-stack on B. But it does give Vasco a second thought, and they decide to go elsewhere. So good cancel from Vasco.
Yeah, they don't really have time for a re-cancel, though, off the back of this. They're going to go A. They've got to commit towards A. And the only unfortunate thing is there's now 4 players stacking this site. So
good read. Look.
Yeah, simply put, best of luck. I mean, basically everybody's starting to swarm now. I think Vasco in a lot of trouble. They've got to hit a couple of crispy shots. Lucan for the first. It's probably going to get worse as well as Lucan gets a second behind it. Goken trying to dip his head up. A couple of missed shots from him as it's hard to close down these gaps, but he hits the ones that are important. Cole pulled out a tag, dealt as well. He's being pressured.
Ow.
And maybe to chance him as well. Action of VNC, and VNC, who's barely alive, left all alone. He's being flanked as well. Adrian should see this off. It doesn't really even matter. The time does it in the end. So a very good read and a very good call from Viana, ultimately.
That's what we talk about when we're talking about map control being important, right? Vasco just lose too much map control too fast. The player pushes into warehouse on B just as Vasco are exiting, and instantly that gives away the game. They know that it's going to be A. You can stack the 4 players over there and have the fast flank coming through as well. So, rough one for Vasco. It was never really going to be a round that they could win.
Tried to go aggro there as well, Antisocial. First time we've actually seen that little bit of a change-up. They opt for mid-aggression rather than what they've usually been doing, which has been sitting back.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you're going to trade 1 for 1, I feel like Blacklist isn't too unhappy about that. You know, you can go for a quick hit. There's only one guy here, and it is why Antisocial might be in a bit of trouble. These B hits have been pretty good for the side of Esco. I think the 2 B hits are the ones where they have 1. A little flash over the top, though, and Goken is here now, as the timings on these rotations have been good for the side of Antisocial. That's a great flash, though, right on top of Goken, but why the one tap from the back road? And Goken's still alive, but he gets traded down. MG gonna win the sniper duel. And now, man advantage on top, but that is a couple of kills that go the way of Antisocial. They're cleaning this one up. Adrian right over the top, looking for the knife kill as well, as the Antisocial flag man is also joining us here in the audience.
Yeah, first time he's really been able to celebrate for a hot minute as well. So, you know, maybe make the most of it. Who knows how this will end up being, but a good round again, a good call to drag Gokun off of A back towards B, and he steps up. Really well played. And it just feels a little bit too easy to read at the moment for Vasco. Well, it's seemingly quite coordinated in terms of these BL side of plays. They're just so simple in their understanding. And Viana's not having any trouble about calling around this. So I'm still highly concerned by what I've seen. It's not always one of the best maps for BL, and a lot of teams do struggle on it. But this looks kind of vastly different for this Vasco side.
So you have to remember it's the BL side, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. You know, another 2 rounds right here, and the script is flipped. Goes the way of Vasco. A much more reasonable approach this time from Vasco rather than stacking all of their members on one side of the map. Look at this timing though from Action. He's just walked his way out on B and he's faking it. Oh, he has drawn such a rotation. There's a lot of util getting tossed in. Now's the time to hit A. Vasco have got to go, but they don't.
Yeah, and Action, I feel like he might even peak again. There's so many people over here. There's 4 members of Antisocial on the left side of the map.
Go A now!
Well, they're certainly taking their sweet time. Yeah, I mean, we've got Y is on the bridge, or under the bridge. Lucalm trying to push. Okay, he's going to notice there's a lot. But yeah, Gokun's just so ready for this. As now we got a flash on top. Gokun did not get flashed, but he is going to be taken down. Lucalm in the corner, lining up the heads. He takes the push away from Vasco. Oh, and he looks for more, but he's not looking the right way. MG clicking on heads himself.
How's he alive? I don't know, but he is. 35 seconds left here. Adrian has dropped down at the ladder, and that was an unexpected angle for MG. This round could have been so much more for Vasco, but they didn't take the advantage that Action gave to them. I mean, Action being able to go so far out onto the B side is naturally going to cause a real ruckus. It's going to cause some chaos. If he's going to be probing like that, you're naturally just going to be drawing a rotator here or there, or even just drawing their attention for a second or two as they're trying to listen to those comms. That's the time where if Vasco just make the call to go A, they win that round quite easily. Here, perfect timing to shove their way into B, and it seems like they're going to learn from their mistakes in the last round and not hesitate here.
Big rotation coming in from Antisocial. Everybody is getting on the train, trying to come on in. They're going to clear out the majority of the site. We do have a flank coming in, but it's a bit late here from MG. And he sees him, takes him down. 7th round for Antisocial already.
Oh, how the tables turn. 7-2. That is asking a lot from Vasco. It's not a very good first half on your Blacklist side of Port if you're going to choose into this map. You know that you're going to be playing Blacklist side, so you want to be posting more than that. And Vasco missed a trick. They needed probably another, I'd say 2 rounds to be feeling quite confident here. 1 to be feeling in with a chance, and yeah, to come back from this, it's going to have to be a hefty defense from them. Has to start right here and now. Can't be affording any slip-ups.
Let's see what this Blacklist side looks like for the side of Antisocial, because it was pretty lackluster for Vasco. Not really able to put on that much pressure. The rotations were good from Antisocial. They were always seemingly in the right place at the right time. Even if not immediately, they rotated very quickly, so it seemed like they had a pretty good read. Gokun going to be able to just sneak his way in. I don't think Silva saw him push in there, so now Action's got to be careful. Might be going 1v1 versus Gokun without even realizing that that could be a possibility. As Gokun looking for more. Doesn't really see anything just yet.
Action tempted the fight. Gokun's gonna get a bit of support here as well. Action, he did swing out, but that might cost him, and it will. Lucan to open things up, and if they just committed towards B, they could have potentially caught them as they were rotating in, but Either way, it's a numbers advantage fight when they're bounding in towards B. It's VNC playing up closer on the window. They might not clear him initially, so he's going to get one at the very least, and he sprays down for a second. He'll fall eventually to the HE. Why? Gets one of his own, even Fei all alone. 1 versus 2, but not impossible.
Certainly not. 40 seconds left, though. If they retrieve that C4, they could still go back over to A.
They do know how to press the pause button. Strange.
Could have come a bit earlier.
Whenever the Chinese commentators stop talking, just people start screaming stuff in the audience for everyone to hear.
Which
it's
I
great.
love as well, because they just do not understand what you're saying.
Oh, no.
Oh. No C4 bomb. 10 seconds. Gotta go. Gokun's gotta plant or gotta fight. Pick a struggle.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Oh, I don't think he knew Fei had crossed 3 seconds here.
Stay alive,
it's
stay alive.
winnable. Oh! If Gokun would have hit the shot. Vasco
close.
Hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Do you know how much skin's on your teeth?
Yeah.
Are we?
Not a lot. Maybe none.
It's a very thin
I think so.
margin.
That's right.
It's hard work, guys. Proud of us.
Honestly, winnable or no for Vasco? What's your take?
I don't think so.
I think it is.
You reckon? Just going to be outside?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen that much from Antisocial yet. I'm just saying there is a chance.
Sure.
I don't think they are going to win. I think they've done too little from their blacklist side, and I think that Antisocial absolutely can do more. It's just that, you know, maybe they come in, they have a weak blacklist side as well, and we go in overtime, and who knows what happens from there. I think that's basically what you're hoping for from this point, because if you're only going to hold them to one blacklist side win, like 1 round win, that's the only way that Vasco can win outright. That's going to be pretty much a big ask.
Yeah.
At this point.
For sure. Well, I'll talk about in this attack pause as well. For Vasco, primarily the coach was the one getting involved as the rest listen. But yeah, I mean, something quite special's got to happen. 7-3. We did see, though, back on map number 1, Vasco get, what, 7 rounds in a row. So not exactly something they're object to. They might be able to do it once again, but this one feels like a much bigger ask. That nade comes, what, a second earlier? Does so much damage.
How about another one? Did that even hit anyone? I think it went maybe a bit too far. Fefe, MG trying to hold down the site by themselves. Pretty quick push here from Antisocial. The flash is great to stop MG from stopping them. Here comes Adrian. All the way up top already. Fefe under way too much pressure. And now it's going to be play from the back line. Lucom's going to go down to MG in the close range here. WY up top. He's getting spammed by a lot of bullets here. Even a flash over the top. Oh, he gets flash MG, but he still gets up and gets the pistol kill. As this will be held by Vasco. Although it was looking a bit scary at times.
I'm holding my breath right now watching every one of these rounds. It really feels like it's teetering on the edge right now for Vasco. If they, you know, miss one shot, they might lose the map. But so far they've held on these first couple of rounds of the GR side. 7-4. It's still quite a hefty deficit to come back from. I'm not sold yet, but so far they're perfect on this GR side. Largely thanks to Feifei. A bit of luck in that clutch, to be honest.
To lose, though, from this sort of a deficit would be irredeemable from Antisocial side, honestly.
Yes.
Obviously, they've not had a great series by any means. Both maps have been, you know, they've had their lackluster moments. Even though score-wise, map number 1 doesn't look that bad, it was actually the fashion at which they lost it because of this real hot streak out from Vasco. Fefe deals a good amount of damage on towards Adrian there, and he doesn't completely fall away. He might stick around out towards long because he knows he has the support of MG at range. He can essentially kind of cover his behind so he can continue to fight up closer.
Got VNC tossing a nade in there as well in case Antisocial were going to push forward to try to pressure Feifei. They haven't. Just held their positions for now.
Yeah, no big moves here from Antisocial just yet. Just checking connectors and maybe going to look towards B. I mean, they're going to clear B main for now, but no big committal from them. Might be a bit of a late push. We saw Antisocial get a lot of information when the late push came out from Vasco when they were on the blacklist side. Goken pushing forward. He's still got his friend Lucom with the bomb. Maybe just going to clear out B main and then go A. I mean, a lot of guys sitting up at mid, actually. It looks like a mid hit.
Oh, Goken. Spot on the one on the cross there, missed the shot. It's a big risk as well against Goken of all people. He's pushing his way forward. There's a bit of a pincer here. This is looking really scrappy. Looking and feeling very scrappy. They one by one just get destroyed. Only Feifei falling, but that was a questionable decision from Antisocial, but a great hold in towards top mid from that of Vasco.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's another one for Vasco that's going to build the confidence up in the GR side. 7-5, starting to feel more doable. Pause on.
Ah, there we go.
This will be from Antisocial. In case it starts to get out of hand.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, this is what I was talking about, you know. It's definitely possible if Antisocial cannot figure out, oh, there's that earlier nade you were asking for, and that does a lot of damage. But yeah, if Antisocial can't figure out how to get round wins on Blacklist, which can happen, you can just be stonewalled, then you just lose, right? It doesn't matter how many you get.
Did he see him?
I think he might have.
I don't know if he has. Either way, Util's getting tossed across now. There's going to be information given. Feifei, easy kill for the first. Second, nice spray down from him. Pulls out the Colt. MG's good for one in that meanwhile as well. It's a solid hold from the A defenders. MG pushing Y away from the ladder, but he needs some help. He needs some assistance. He's very low and he's very scared, as he should be. This was a great start to the round, but it's this push from Action that will have to be the difference maker. Almost overpeaks the angle. 2-on-2. VNC still up on the site. It comes down to 1v1s, basically. You have to win your duels here, and VNC locks that one in against Y.
And he falls away as well. He has been spotted on the cross. The C4's also been collected. He went hunting a little bit. I mean, he has a minute to work with for Lucan, so it's not even the worst thing in the world. It's ring around the roses. They're rotating around the silo, and Lucan gets caught. Action. The quick one-tap heading straight in towards that tack pause as Vasco now are starting to ramp up. This needs to be an incredible conversation in this tack pause because right now, Antisocial are falling apart at the seams.
Just seeing what I'm saying, though, about how every single one of these rounds feels so tense. Just on the tipping point, that could have easily gone the way of Antisocial. If they just win the duel on the top of A site, it's their round, but not quite able to do it. Antisocial, they must be getting frustrated because a lot of these rounds have really just been almost there.
Yeah.
And I haven't been able to put it over the line.
Even that round, you know, they were pretty done for. You know, Feifei got 2 kills. He had backup from MG. There were only 2 people left, but they clawed their way back. Like, those 2 guys were able to get so much value as nobody's cheering for any team that's not EP.
Yeah, I'm going to say. Well, do you know what? I'm actually surprised because Antisocial seemed to have a few fans, you know, yesterday. It seems kind of loud.
People are getting excited for their plays, but they're not willing to do the gyos for them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No gyos here.
Yeah.
You hate to see it, but I very much understand it.
Yeah, hate to see it. Also makes a lot of sense. But yeah, this is 4 rounds in a row for Vasco from GR, where they've just, it's been close. Like, one of them was the lucky Feifei round, survives just barely. Another one was that round where Antisocial had nearly clawed it back. A lot of these rounds getting close, but not enough. We've seen a lot of success after timeouts in general at this tournament. So maybe Antisocial, I mean, you get one, you begin to believe, you know, you can grab another. Okay.
The one thing I worry about as well is when Antisocial in map 1, when they called attack timeout, they failed after it, right? And I wonder for them, is that in the back of the mind a little bit? Like, we can't allow that to happen again. We went to shut them off there and we didn't. On map 2, may I say, they didn't actually call one in map 1, which is something that we also question too. End up losing 10-1 on that. So don't let that sort of streak happen again for this Vasco side. This is a crazy fighting towards mid. Nobody's connecting, but it's, you know, a lot of presence shown. Look how many we got towards top mid. In towards A, yeah. It's leaving B completely open.
Yeah, they've kind of just put a lot of the onus on Action to get the info. He's not seen anything B. And
He's
he knows
even checking
mid.
the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't been there.
It's not a bad call right now from Vasco, but you don't want to see them hold on to this for too long and Antisocial default back over to B late in the round. They're being pretty active, Vasco, adapting to what they're hearing, what they're seeing, what they think's happening. They have moved that stack off of A now. Maybe they need to go back in that direction. Feifei and MG looking to hold on to it once again. MG this time down on the low side, MG on the top side. Still going to be that Orm rifle combination, and this time MG will miss a shot. Feifei down the ladder, gets himself one, and again two. It's C4 spotted,
No
dropped.
way.
Feifei is coming alive for Vasco at the perfect time.
What is the communications for Antisocial? How has nobody said he is down by ladder? He's just got two, and he gets a third behind it. I can't believe it. The spray down, sure, I can understand, but even that was a bit egregious. But the one after that, why is nobody even reacted? That's a crazy miscomm. It has to be a miscomm.
It's not even the first time he's done it either. You know, Action going to come in, gets a headshot. A bit of pressure here from Antisocial as they've just had no luck for 5 rounds in a row.
Yep.
And we know what happens when Antisocial begin to get a little bit tilted. I hope that they can put on some kind of pressure here. Otherwise, Vasco might just get the 3-0. It's going to be some info. Yeah.
A nade getting banked in there would actually do a lot, and it will come through. Yeah, it does chunk on towards Adrian. A line up there with that little blotch on the wall. You can bank it in towards the slight gap. Adrian sticks around, though, waiting to see whether they need re-aggression. They know on both sides that each other are in there, but I think the big thing for Vasco is this finally going to be one of those B hits, or are they going to go back for their default of A, which, of course, has been very easy for Vasco to shut down.
They've had some luck, you know, throwing flashes on MG and at least isolating him and making him not that much of a threat. But if you're just gonna, you know, dry peek out of, you know, all the way from the beginning of long, you're just not gonna win unless Goken's able to win a 1v1. But he's not holding that angle anyway, so just gonna pretend, you know, throw a bunch of stuff at MG, but not actually commit to that.
Think about how different this game would have been if Goken had won that 1v1 against Feifei as well. We might actually already be done.
Yeah.
On the desk talking about sub-base, but different predicament we're in right now. 35 seconds, we gotta go.
Antisocial starting to get nervous now. Maybe not quite the confidence in the calls anymore. Goken trying to work middle. He's run into an opponent. Hasn't been taken down just yet. But the push into B, timing not too bad. How does Goken get away with 2? They knew that he was there. We're back to 3-on-3. It's not over yet. Antisocial, though, do need to get a plant down, and VNC's going to try and push in to deny that. Instead, he'll take the head off Y. Viana gets the plant on the bomb. Now loses his head as well. Adrian can't get it done solo. Brilliant retake again from Vasco.
That shot by Feifei is ridiculous. What a reaction. VNC does well, too.
Starting to look as clean as a whistle right now on this GR side. Vasco are.
Yeah, and you know, the 2 kills that they got was Goken by himself in mid. Like,
what more can he do,
nobody
man?
else got any kills. As look at that, just a little bit of, what do you even call that? Darts with grenades?
Yeah.
Like, just lobbing it in to the perfect little area. I'm sure at some point we'll get a replay of Goken and what he was able to do in mid by himself 1v2, because I saw him 180. It's probably like a 180 Colt headshot is what I would imagine.
Fair enough.
He was able to go straight into another Colt headshot. That's another big nade. Vasco, they want 9.
They might get it, man. They might get it. Back off of that tunnel swing coming through. That is super awkward. Silver, there's one above him. He doesn't even realize. Now he does. Gets one. Drops down. Looks at two. How is he getting away with that? No way he should. And there's more behind it. Last man of Lucan left alive and popped shots as he's whack-a-mole from the top of sight. Swinging a fine. Lucan gives them a chance. 1 versus 2 is not impossible. But he can't find MG. His Colt just too clean. Map and series on the line.
Yeah, dangerous, dangerous for Antisocial, but
play that music.
They've only got themselves to blame. Look at that
streak.
streak.
7 in a row. Again, this is the second time this series they've had 7 in a row. Once on sub, well, I guess probably third time, because they definitely also had it over in map number 2. 3 maps back-to-back with 7 rounds in a row. Damn, that is incredible snowballing.
Yeah, prepare yourself for some celebrations in that Vasco booth. They're going to be pumped if they win this.
It's kind of crazy, too, because you win this, you get half hour, you're right back on the stage.
Yes.
You got to play against a team that's not gonna tilt as easy as this, I think.
No.
At this point.
Oh.
Got a little push brewing towards B.
Don't know if it's a commitment, though. Still got a couple of players watching the flank here. Antisocial look like really they're just taking some space right now.
Lucan doesn't want to commit too much. Action just playing around that window. He can get a bit of information on the cross, but that's really it. Under that 1 minute 30 mark, this has been pretty standard for Antisocial. Early, mid-presence, waiting for an overextension. The only issue is, because Vasco have not been giving them anything, maybe I speak too soon, Fefe, they've definitely spotted each other out, and Fefe's just going to fall away. That's a smart choice.
Tense. Grey minds think alike. And honestly, that's what it is. Like, it just, it feels like Antisocial. They don't want to make a move because they don't want to make the wrong move. 45 seconds left on the clock. Silver's spotted a couple of them out. He sees another one. Oh, has he overstayed his welcome, though? That's a little bit of a mishap. Vasco, is this where they falter at the final hurdle at the 11th hour? VNC says no. He gets 2. Action another. And it's down to Gokun and Y. Gokun, the great closer for Antisocial, will need to do it again with the young gun at his back who loses his life. It's a 1v3. Gokun special is required, but he's only got 15 seconds left. And he doesn't have the C4. It feels impossible, and that's because it is. 10-7. Vasco will win 3-0 today over Antisocial. They'll go on to face Wolf Empire.
Well, in this Brazilian derby, only one could win, and it's Vasco who do it ultimately quite cleanly. 3 separate maps where they put 7 or more rounds in a row. I mean, that in itself is an incredible showing, and we have to say, quite a bad capitulation from Antisocial.
Yeah, you know, I think Vasco played really well today, but at the end of the day, it is Antisocial who kind of just fall apart there. So a bit of both. Vasco looking like they had the better mental in this one. They started off better. They were able to get ahead many times and not really fall behind too far either. You know, there was the beginning of Ankara where it was 4-1 against them, and then they were like, we'll just come back, and they got a lot of rounds in a row, and they were able to just kind of keep it together as a team. That consistency is going to be good when they have to go up against Wolf Empire, who is also a very consistent team.
That's very true. Jordan, as a smooth-brained individual, is not as smart as us two over here and didn't make the predictions like us two. You know, can't see real talent when it's right in front of them. How are we feeling after the 3-0?
No, look, I mean, it looks like, you know, sometimes I just want to be a contrarian. I just wanted to sort of give you guys something to go back and forth about. End of the day, you know, not really a big surprise for me. I think if I was really being honest, I would have predicted Vasco. But
of course.
No, I mean, look, for real though. I mean, I think Vasco, you know, you do have to sort of give them some credit. This is the Vasco that we kind of have hoped to see. We've known that we look, you always know that this Vasco exists. They're always sort of simmering away under the surface somewhere. My concern is, and the reason I didn't predict for Vasco in this series and many of the series, is that I just don't expect them to bring this out on a consistent basis a lot of the time. So it's good to see that they've been able to do that here on the stage. I'm glad that they've been able to do it. Is it enough for me to be convinced that they're going to beat Wolf Empire later today? I'm still not sure that I'm going to stretch that far, because I've seen enough series where everyone on Vasco's just gone missing. So, you know, if we're talking about peaks, if we're talking about 100%, if Vasco's going to guarantee me they're going to have all their players online and they're going to be hitting all their shots and they're going to be playing as well as they possibly can be, I think they can be a team that could even honestly win this event. But are we going to be guaranteeing that we're going to get that team every single time? I don't know. And on the other side of the coin as well, are we going to be going up against a team like Antisocial that is going to have an absolutely massive mental boom? Like, let's be real, that's a massive mental boom coming through from Antisocial. Map 2, they get destroyed on. Map 3, they're up 7-2 and they lose it from that. I don't know that you're going to get away with that against the likes of a Wolf Empire, or especially not against an Evolution Power going deeper into this series. So for the rest of the playoffs, look, Vasco, if they can bring that level, definitely think they can compete. However, I will say I will keep predicting against them.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, when we look down at it as well, I mean, obviously VNC walked away with the MVP of that map, but I think for the series, for me, I think it has to go to Action. The way he played throughout was so consistently brilliant. Obviously, Goken gets his shout, but he did dip off in those final 2 maps. That's fair enough when you go 10-1 down. You can't really expect all that much, but for me, Action was brilliant. What a rifler, what a player. If we can get that Action, he can actually maybe start to contest those fights against a player like Dola. It's not a big ask.
Yeah,
well, it is a big ask, man. I say.
It is a big ask. Yeah, I do think that Action is getting better. He's getting very consistent. I think he's improving as time comes along. I think he is one of the pieces that we were looking at when we were saying, hey, Vasco are beginning to get better and better, peaking at the right time. So if he can do it, you know, VNC gets a MVP in this map, you know, maybe he could begin to have those maps as well. He was looking good at times, even during like group stage and knockouts, but then kind of dipped a little bit. If everybody's playing that well, Fefe as well on port here looking pretty good. You've got a lot of answers. It doesn't have to come down to MG. You can be a team like EP and Wolf, who, funnily enough, are also similar, where it's like everybody can do it. Everybody's got their own way to win. There's not one giant carry. Like, there are the standout players, but everybody pulls their weight, and that's really what this team is about. I feel bad for Goken because I'm sure he wishes, you know, he was on that team where everybody pulls their weight, because if you get a 10 first kill map and nobody does anything and you lose, then, you know, how can you keep your mental together? I don't blame you.
Exactly. And, you know, you got to feel for Goken on the other side as well, because it's another tournament with a playoffs appearance, with him looking undoubtedly the best player at this tournament, and another one where he doesn't walk away with the crown. You've really got to feel for him. It is one of those where you hate to do this, but I think it's the justified thing. You have to blame his teammates, because it's definitely not his fault.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you copy-paste him into Vasco, does he win that series? Probably, you know.
Imperial might make them competitive there too as well.
Can you say that MG versus Goken is a significant upgrade/downgrade?
Very true.
I mean, look, maybe that's an upgrade, even if Gokun goes in there and fits into the system. I think that's going to be the big question. But it seems like stylistically they play a very similar kind of a role, play a very similar kind of style. I think you get a little bit more out of Gokun, to be fair, but it may be the Ice Cube in ranking argument that we see from ranking to Wolf Empire from last year to this year as well. Maybe Gokun does get away with more of that space, more of those kills, because he's in a team that isn't providing as much as what MG is getting maybe from his riflers in the case of someone like Action. Either way, look, conversation point to be had, yeah. I think Gokun can slot into any of these top Brazilian teams, and clearly he's shown that he is the real deal. So there'll be teams that are looking to try and pick him up, I'm sure, going into next year, assuming he's on offer. Whether or not that will be the case, you know, can you put together a better team right now than Antisocial? You know, are you going to be able to make those buyouts happen? It's not as easy as it sounds to put all of the talent in Brazil together and find a team that is going to be able to top the lot. Maybe Vasco is that team. We just don't know it yet.
Especially in Brazil as well, you know, big buyouts, big wages. It's, you know, an expensive endeavor as well. Not many teams can do it, hence why we do see Imperial the only ones who make large changes, and I'm assuming they are going to make large changes. And even though for me, I still really like Eagles, when you see that consistent form all the way throughout from Gokun, it might actually be a conversation that they have, or maybe even if they try and do something kind of wild and have a kind of a double arm setup and make Eagles a bit more of a hybrid or something along those lines. But honestly, I think in the end, for Antisocial, if we look at this in a bit more of a macro sense, if you had asked any of us prior to this tournament, none of us are putting them top 4, right? Let's be honest, right? They're the number 3 seed from Brazil. There's all gamers who didn't make it. We
Maybe
could have
Siki would have done it because he wants to be the hipster.
Yeah, exactly. But people with a brain, I think, wouldn't. All right, and I think this is
what are you trying to say?
Firing shots today, aren't we, mate? Like,
this is what
He's having a great time.
He's got no brain.
He's very excited.
This is what we go for, right? So, I think for them, as much as it's not a win, and definitely losing to your Brazilian counterparts is going to be a bit of a gut punch, I think when they probably finally get home, they can actually look back and be pretty happy with this tournament. I think they played some great CrossFire.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope for that for them. I just don't know if that's possible. It does feel like
competitors, right?
They are very competitive, and I feel like even when they're winning, at times it's like, well, we could have done things so much better. You know, I told you to do this and you didn't, and I'm not playing that good. Viana almost punched me after his 4K. What's that about? That was scary. I would have been scared too. But yeah, it's a lot to go over on that side. I just hope it all ends up positive for them, but unfortunately their road ends here, and they'll have to now, funnily enough, just support Vasco and be like, well, carry the torch for Brazil, you know, maybe you can win. It'll be kind of odd if, you know, we thought Imperial was very strong, Vasco and Antisocial end up being the 2 teams that make it, but nobody really gets past that to like a position at the grand final, you know, final match or anything like that. It's like Brazil as a region, maybe all the talent's too spread out. They have a lot of talent spread out on the 3 different teams, but as you guys were saying, it's very difficult to actually make a super team and have them win stuff, so we'll see.
Yeah, exactly that. And speaking of super teams as well, is that Vietnamese super team that Vasco have now going to face off against. They don't have that much of a break. However, part of me thinks that with a 3-0 under your belt now for Vasco, stay a little bit warm, that could be one advantage. Wolf Empire, when they came in against EP yesterday, it felt like they were quite iced out, and maybe because they haven't played this morning, obviously they would have been warming up and all the rest, it could help, but we'll have to find out. Either way, we're going to throw it down to the stage. We've got an interview ready with our winners.
We have our MVP from our first game of the second day of the playoffs. AKT, you're a monster. You and Vasco Esports, I think you've broken a few hearts here. I won't keep you long because you have to play a game. Yesterday, here, you lost to EP and you lost 3-0. What did you say? What did you do afterwards to get ready for today?
Ontem o vosso time foi derrotado por EP por 0-3 e pela partida de hoje, quais preparações é que vocês fizeram?
Ontem foi um dia para esquecer, não foi o nosso dia. Hoje a gente apenas se preparou melhor.
就是我们准备今天的比赛，
For
就
us,
是
for
完
the
成了昨天
preparation,
的事情，只专注于今天的比赛。
Today, we just forget about the history. We focus on today.
Just forgot about it. Put it away. Okay. You dismantled Antisocial team 10-1 on their own map of Compound. You went 18-2. You have a 9.0 KD. How did you do that?
No segundo mapa, satélite, ainda nós vencemos por 10-1. E você como MVP e o seu KD também é muito alta. Então, como é que você conseguiu fazer isso?
A gente sabia que a satélite é um mapa difícil de se jogar, mas a gente treinou bastante e fizemos o que treinamos.
我们知道就是卫星基地上
Because we know that
对我们来说很难。
compound is very difficult for us. So before the match, we are fully prepared and do a lot of trainings. So that's why we are at our peak performance.
Your peak performance. Okay. You've got to face Wolf. You've got to play Wolf right here, right now, which is why we're keeping this short. Can you do a 3-0 over Wolf, or is that going to be harder?
E antes de confrontar de novo contra EB, nós tivemos que vencer o voo primeiro e você tem confiança em vencer por 3-0 mesmo?
3-0 é difícil, é um time campeão do CFS, Summer, mas vamos tentar vencer. Não sei se vai ser de 3-0, mas vamos tentar vencer.
我们觉得要3比0取得
We
比
think
赛胜
that
利可能有点
3
困难，
now is a little
但
bit
是我们
difficult,
会尽我们的
but
全
we
力来
will
取得这场比赛的胜
work
利。
hard to keep our eye on the trophy.
Of course, you don't want to stop now. We will see them come up next, short break, and then we're going to carry on into our second match here on our penultimate day of the tournament. You have to win the next game to fight for the World Championship title, but Vietnam's Wolf would love to stop you. Can they stop this man and his team? AKT and Vasco carry on for Brazil.
This is great.
I can't watch all these screens, but guess who can? It's Shady.
Still going to be able to beat them every day, every single way.
Oh, he's so
it's
good.
just a better team. Dola, Shady.
He's so good. Gers. A couple of guys, they seem to have an idea that Viana's here, but they do not take him down. It's not looking great so far. Shady, perfect positioning. He's got help here as well.
Starting to kind of lead the charge. Lucan goes well, but he doesn't clear backside. Time running out. And Drag goes down, and Shady gets both.
Now they're going to take down XTQ. Pretty huge with this angle here for Zay. Could go massive. He takes down 2, make it 3. Why not? I mean, look at this. Silver's just sneaking in. And Man's going to win that as well.
You know what's happening right here, right now? MG special.
Time on the C4. Time is of the essence, literally. They made M4 shots.
Eventually straight out as well. Nino down very low. Doesn't matter. Zay will come for the help. Quick head taken off by Dola.
Oh, instant pause coming out there as well. It's going to be bad signs for Wolf Empire. They are getting rolled right now.
It's important. How does the
He's got to buy time. He's just got to buy time. Zay has an aid.
Oh,
my
such a big grenade! Zay trying to wrap down on that angle as well, and Zay will swing. Zay will find.
Here comes the push. Dola gets one, but he gets quickly traded out, and the flash completely bloodies Lucas now. He can recover. Swings, gets one, almost gets the double through the wall. What a plan to proceed.
Yeah, they've just
Random gets
activated.
taken down, and now Shady takes a bunch of damage as well. In a 1v2. Out goes Colts. The bullets are there. Vito clutches it up.
Hello and welcome. We are back at CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We're ready for the second match of today. This is the match between Vasco Esports, who did just win a 3-0 up against their Brazilian counterparts in Antisocial 3-0. So they're here to play another best of 5 against Wolf Empire. I'm Valdez, with me is Bench and Sneaky Frog, and we're going to be getting into this match in just a moment. First thing I want to ask you guys, we did have Vasco winning very one-sidedly, right? 3-0, feeling very good about the way they were playing so far. They're feeling fresh, they're feeling, you know, all warmed up. Do you feel like they'll have the advantage here going up against Wolf Empire right from the get-go, or do you think Wolf Empire had that time to watch and study this best of 5, and do you think they're going to be the ones to come out strong at first?
I mean, more than definitely. They're definitely warmed up. They had really good form and they had really good showing, although the last map felt a little bit shaky. Antisocial was able to come out on top for a short while. 7-2, definitely scores, but they made a comeback, and those little things really do help their mentality as well. Oh, our team just beat Antisocial. We made a huge comeback from 5 rounds deficit. Those kind of little things really do get into your minds, and even Wolf Empire watching those games may even have that feeling of, ooh, these guys are definitely on fire tonight, and maybe we need to be a little bit worried. You know, and then in that kind of scenario, you do get pushed to the corner just a little bit, so I feel like this would benefit the side of Vasco just a little bit more, in my opinion.
What do you think, Sneaky?
To be fair, the pattern was yesterday was like Vasco obviously was the first series, and then Wolf came in through, and yeah, it seems like it's the team that did play the latest game does have the advantage. Of course, you're gonna have the same setup. It's not gonna be, you know, too different from what you did in the last game, and having won the game or having won the series in the last time, I mean, you already know how to win, but problem is, Wolf Empire, you really don't know what they're thinking, man. I mean, despite the loss yesterday to EP, I really feel like there's still some fight in this Wolf Empire squad.
Yeah, also, it feels like Wolf Empire, just based on what we've seen up until this moment, they still feel like the stronger team. You guys can tell me if you disagree with that. I just feel like Wolf Empire, even though they took the 3-0 loss against EP, there were a lot of things that go into it. You know, the Chinese crowd, the fans getting behind China and the Chinese squad. Wolf Empire cooling off a little bit, you know, not having that same setup, and maybe just not able to do quite as well. Vasco, they looked good, but that was against Antisocial, who were kind of getting tilted and not exactly playing their best CrossFire. So we'll have to wait and see. You can see some of the updated stats here. It really is just the Action and MG show when it comes to the higher numbers, but certainly the supporting acts on the side of Vasco are helping them get across the line in these rounds.
Oh, it really did, but for the side of Wolf, a little bit of a slow showing yesterday against Evolution Power, of course. The side of EP had a lot of support from the fans, also a lot of the offline support, so to speak. But at the end of the day, they were going to be able to, you know, take down Wolf. And now Vasco does beat Antisocial, whether Antisocial not having the best game or not. Wins a win, and MG is online. And that's the scary part if you're a Wolf fan watching this right now live. But let's go take a look at the team data. They did have a lot of wins, except that one yesterday, losing 3-0 to Evolution Power Gaming.
Yeah, but I really have a feeling that I feel like Wolf Empire were kind of just done with yesterday, and they're like, ah. I mean, I know we got 0-3 by Evolution Power, but I think they're going to be in fine form today because, you know, well-rested and doesn't have to wait around all this time. But we're going to take a look at the team data for Vasco, obviously. Thing in common is they both got swept by Evolution Power, and Antisocial, fortunately, didn't show up to the plate in that last series. Kind of expected more, but I feel like when I saw that 110 scoreline on Compound, I'm like, yeah, this is over. Like, it's pretty hard to lose 110 on Compound. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it really is. I wouldn't even look at it and say, oh, well, Vasco beat Antisocial better, so they must be better. I don't think that really works. I think it's totally different days. It's totally different performances from all of the teams. Like Wolf Empire, they were looking so dominant, and then they did fall off against Antisocial a bit. I think if they keep a more consistent form, they can perform really well. We were talking about this actually at the beginning of the day on the cast with Neo and Elfish, where Dola, obviously very fantastic, one of the big standout players of this entire tournament and for Wolf Empire, but it feels like Action, even with his performance against Antisocial, he's getting better and better and might actually be able to match Dola in this rifle bout.
Yeah, only feels that way to me as well. I mean, Action had huge moments here and there. Some days, some matches, he was a little bit quiet, but at the end of the day, even for the days that he was slow, he was able to put out some decent numbers to match that of close to a 1.0 KD. So he never really has like a really dumpster day. It's just that sometimes he clutches, sometimes he doesn't clutch, and even if he doesn't clutch, he would have a decent day. But let's take a look at the head-to-head match history between these two. Vasco Esports back in 2024, the playoffs, the group stage, they were able to take 2-0 lead, but the turn of the table is going to be that Wolf Empire, after picking up Ice Cube, they are looking pretty darn strong.
Yeah, I feel like the rebuild really worked out. Just like how I said, I think one day, I forgot which day that I said in the tournament that LDX didn't really fit the team. They didn't need another IGL. All the players are already really smart. I think they just needed another star player, and they can kind of fix the system from there. Plus, you know, the benefit for Wolf Empire, this was CFSI, so that means it was at the start of the year. So, you know, it's pretty different forms now for both the squads at the moment. But I really do see the parallel between Wolf and Vasco, where it's like limited performance from some of the players. It takes like a few stars, and then some of them can support. But we're gonna take a look at the predictions and
Them Long is gonna be the trader from Among Us, right in between the two, picking Vasco. So it's not necessarily, oh, I'm jinxing this type of pick anymore. He has a valid thought of Vasco has a good chance of winning. And we also got one Vasco supporter here on our table as well. His name is Charles Castillo. Also goes by the name of Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, last name totally wrong, but that's fine. But yeah,
I tried.
You tried, but I mean, Vasco, I do see it. I feel like I was comparing peaks between the two teams. I really feel like Vasco could just slightly peak harder compared to Wolf Empire. Now, don't get me wrong, man. Wolf Empire is a really good team, but I feel like if VNC stepped up, if the other players stepped up, other than like Action and MG, that they can definitely beat Wolf Empire gun for gun. But the way that Wolf wins is they're all about that teamwork, man. That's why they're not at the top of the score, or that they're not at the top of the stats board, but they're still a really good team.
It's all down to this. It's either sitting on stage or sitting in the audience sector to spectate the match. Depends on your performance. Go for it. It is the last ticket to the grand final. That's what he is mentioning. You know, you lose here, you're done. You could watch. You know, you're not going home until the 16th anyway, so maybe you just come down and watch, and that's pretty painful because you know that you could be sitting up there. Or you win, and especially in the case of Vasco, you win back-to-back, and that really is huge in terms of developing confidence to say, well, we haven't had a good performance against EP, but now we're different. We've had a lot of build-up time to get better against this team and actually be able to take them down. As we take a look at some of the maps here between these two teams, any expectations between you guys for the maps we might see selected here?
Well, of course, Eagle Eye is going to be the first man coming out from either side. Mexico as well is possible to be vetoed out. I mean, maps, I feel like it's not worth talking all that much about because both teams really have enough data, enough reps in most of the maps. So it really comes down to like how Vasco played in the previous series. Which maps were they weak at? Which, I mean, we only got to see 3, but at the end of the day, which maps were their vulnerabilities for the side of Vasco? And Wolf is definitely going to try to bite into it. And for the side of Vasco, of course, they're going to try to stay away from the maps they were able to not provide the best performances. So, for example, the third map, they're going to leave it to the latter half of the veto process coming out in this current series.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a treat because both teams actually play every single map that is on the board. I feel like they're going to be floating Mexico for most of the veto. I do see an Eagle Eye ban that could come through, but I really feel like if Wolf Empire are going to remove one of the maps that they're really not that good at, or at least against this Vasco Esports squad, I'd be thinking I'd be removing Compound, actually, from the veto. As much as Wolf Empire is really good on Compound, there's still some hitches. There were still some mistakes that we saw from the prior game, so I feel like, you know, why not just remove the problem?
Well, we do have some time before we get into the match, but we are going to introduce the teams. Let's go to the stage right now to do just that. Well, we got to take a close look at both of the teams. It looks like on the side of Vasco, just trying to stay calm, just trying to stay warm as well. You see a lot of moving hands and stuff, getting ready for the match at hand here after just playing 3 maps. I doubt these guys would be fatigued after that. I think it was a pretty easy win. Whereas on the side of Wolf, you know, you're kind of starting from 0. So I'm hoping for their sake that they're at least able to get some practice in, get a bit warmer, and be ready for this first map, which could be the difference maker. Maybe Vasco just go ahead and pick Ankara or something, just try to run at them, just to try to test them right from the get-go.
Yeah, and that actually happened yesterday in the veto between Evolution Power and Wolf Empire, where I was actually surprised when Evolution Power picked Ankara. I was like, whoa, you guys are kind of egoing into them, which is not really advised, but seems like it could work out. But I think we're just going to go into the map's expectations, at least from my end. The first 2 bans probably going to be just like how
Here we go. Back to it, Sneaky.
Back to it. Sorry, I was yapping a bit too much. You already know when it comes to map vetoes, I like to nerd out. And just like how we said it,
Give
Vasco.
me a shot at the vetoes first, huh? We get the first 2 bans coming through.
Yeah, I feel like Eagle Eye, man. You already know what it is. I mean, you called it bench, so yeah, Eagle Eye is going to be a no-brainer.
I mean, I feel like a sub-base ban is also a very positive one as well.
Oh,
Black Widow. All right.
Okay, they're avoiding the variants.
So Black Widow will be the first one to be ruled out, and let's see which one Wolf wants to take out from the scene here. Wouldn't be the best scenic view of all things.
It's Eagle Eye, yep.
Probably.
That's a no-brainer. Map 1 for Vasco.
Ankara.
You think Ankara?
Slam
Do you think they got the...
Slam
you think
it.
they got the balls for it, bro?
Slam it.
What if they slam into Mexico for the first one?
Could happen. Not advisable.
Not advisable.
But Vasco has picked maps before that were not advisable, so, you know.
What if they just play sub-base? That's the first.
I
That's
feel
the
like-
first map that Wolf dropped to ANTISOCIAL.
I feel like the Black Widow ban kind of threw the hammer between the players of Wolf Empire. They're all looking at the coaches. What is going on? Not expecting that ban, of course. A little bit cheeky, I would say, even to the side of that of Vasco banning the port.
That's the
Decent
other
choice, definitely decent choice to be played as the first map on the side of Vasco. They do have a decent of success on the map as well, so might as well go for it.
Yeah, I feel like the mindset for Vasco is less about avoiding the Ice Cube fights. Instead, they're just rewarding MGs. It's like, hey, you've had good past few games. Obviously, Port is going to be one of your better maps, considering he's one of the better top A holders, but not just that. He's a good sniper in general in this map. Don't have to do a lot of movement in that first half. And just like how you said, Subbase is going to make an appearance in map number 2. But does that mean that Vasco is going to go Mexico for map 3? I feel like this is the perfect spot to pick it,
this
bro.
is the perfect time to slam in that Ankara.
Really?
Yeah. Slam in that Ankara. Just lock that in. Or you can even try to go for more longer range maps. They can even try for a compound for a little bit, you know. I just don't feel Mexico is going to come in early. I feel like Mexico will be the decider in this map pickup. If you see Port as map number 1, I just don't feel the way that Mexico would come in right after Subbase.
Vasco did first select Port against EP as well, and you know, they were liking that.
Bench takes the dub.
We see Ankara. I mean, Ankara, I thought they might go for it early just because they wanted to really up the pace early.
Yeah,
I feel like Port's kind of the opposite of that. But yeah, just feeling very confident on it as a team. You know, they did just win it as well, so just going to go back to it.
I feel like the first 3 maps kind of tells us the story of where it's going to be the fight between the IGLs, where yesterday we were able to see the same sort of problems happen on the side of Wolf. The new style of IGLing somehow didn't really match that of Evolution Power's classic style of IGLing, and then of course coming into this matchup of Vasco versus Wolf. Wolf definitely going to keep their stance, but Vasco, Fefe is definitely one of the classic IGLs. He's one of the youngs, he's one of the legends, he's one of the myths, so I feel like this would be a replay of how Wolf versus EPS played out if Wolf doesn't find a way to somehow sneak in some runs. I feel like Vasco is going to have some... I feel like they will have some dominance in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm surprised that Mexico made it all the way to map 5. I think if I was Wolf Empire here, I would have picked it for map 4, knowing what just happened in that last series. So, you know, Wolf maybe trusting themselves more than anything in this veto. But first 3 maps were a complete surprise, man. I didn't expect Ankara to be picked in map number 3, especially you get to pick the sides if you're Wolf Empire and you get to start one of your best maps off, you know, on your preference.
I mean, justifiable, but the moment they picked Subbase's map 2, I just didn't feel like Mexico was going to come through. They want to play more of the longer ranged fights rather than taking it to close quarters, take a fast game of Mexico. But looks like Wolf Empire is getting ready to share themselves up. They will definitely need one to get it going.
Yeah, a lot to talk about. You saw that the coach was getting into it. Shady also had a lot to say there. As you would expect for that team, maybe Lucas also going to get in there. He's a big yapper, as we know, for the side of Wolf Empire. I just really want to see them pop out from map 1 and show us what they got, because if Vasco, very warm right now, they come in, they start to win, I do fear for Wolf Empire to maybe get rolled over by that Brazilian momentum that we have seen many a time. Vasco are looking very strong today. I think they are a formidable opponent, and even though I have said Wolf Empire still strike me as the stronger team on paper, you never know. You never know what's going to happen until we actually get into the game.
Yeah, definitely we need to just wait and see how it turns out. I mean, after a very successful series previously, taking down ANTISOCIAL 3-0, you might just slip off the rock, and then you might just get dumpstered by a Wolf Empire. That's also a possibility. That's why I love FPS. That's why I love competitive esports. Anything and everything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, the variance of this series is absolutely crazy, right? I mean, Wolf could have a bad day, Ice Cube could have a bad day, but Vasco could just accidentally trip and fall, and all of a sudden, you know, someone's 0-7. So, you know, it's going to be a pretty exciting series because, you know, Evolution Power, I feel like they've kind of took over the moniker of being the final boss of the tournament instead of Wolf Empire. So, going to have to wait and see, man. I'm pretty excited.
That talk took a while for Wolf to get ready, but, you know, at the end of the day, they were able to get the, you know, fighting in there. So, let's see if that, you know, helps them drive their way through the series. Of course, like you said, Sneaky, a lot of variance in this tournament. From the get-go as well, from the group stage, a bunch of variances, and, you know, we never expected Q90 to get knocked out from the group stage in the knockout. So, yeah, variance is definitely on the top, and, yeah, for some of these teams to survive and hang in there, even for Wolf, actually, to, you know, bounce back from their loss and, you know, climb out from the lower brackets, go back into the finals, make the repeat of what happened last year in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be possible.
We do have Porta as our first map. We got Subbase Ankara Compound Mexico as the lineup here. We'll get into the stats from Port. Obviously quite good for Vasco so far at this tournament. We'll take a closer look at that here. They do have a at least a strong global risk side. Actually very comparable between these two teams on this map. I don't think Wolf Empire is a bad team on this map either. I think it just comes down to, as you were talking about, you know, MG, you're playing well. We're very confident. We just played this map and we just won with a big comeback. So feeling pretty good about that choice to go straight back into it for Vasco.
Yeah, but I feel like Wolf Empire, watching that last series, are probably going to try to slow down the pace because, you know, we really don't want to match the taste that Antisocial did show in this map. They really want to change it up, maybe, you know, do something else, maybe a lot more focus into that mid control. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one, man. It's really has a good start in this one, honestly.
Same thing kind of applies to the side of Vasco as well. Fefe was going to be able to have enough time to look at the games that Wolf played out these maps, and of course Port was one of the maps that was being played. And Fefe definitely skilled enough and has much of an experience to figure out what he should do to guide his team into a win. So yeah, you can probably tell I'm hyping up Vasco a little bit more, but that's only because Vasco is in the hot hands and Wolf wasn't able to play a game today. So, you know, those kind of little things really do become handy when it comes to top-level competitive CrossFire. So, yeah, I'll just have to wait and see how the real story unfolds.
Yeah, it definitely does. I feel like, you know, you have the evidence that Vasco are playing well today, and I think that's going to help in our minds at least, where Wolf is an unknown quantity, and you just feel like, well, they could come out strong, they could not, as everybody's getting into it. Fefe was doing this at the beginning of the last match as well, so really trying to get everybody hyped up. Even MG showing a little bit of hype. We don't get to see that from him too often. But, yeah, I mean, they're just getting right back into it.
MG has, like, 2 moods. He's just like, he's either, like, straight up laughing, or he's just, you know, straight up deadpan. He just stares at you like this.
Which one would you like more? Which one would you like more for him to perform better?
I think Deadpan is better.
Deadpan is better. He's got to lock in. He's got to like that.
Give that man extra coffee. Will definitely be useful. To get locked in.
I mean, I don't know. He's got to play calm, you know. He's got to be cool, collected.
Actually, he can. Like, he's actually like, this is a fun fact. This is how much of a nerd I am, man. He has one of the lower senses out of all the snipers. So you can see him like do that.
Yeah, he does.
Which is pretty surprising, man, because the meta usually is with snipers, especially in this game, is just run high sense and hope it hits.
Just
Hope
blink
it
and
hits.
just hit, yeah. Just don't miss.
They take it to the variance town is what you're basically saying, but MG's gonna stick to that low sense and try to, you know, basically carve out every shot, every angle, every kill he makes is basically well carved out like a, you know,
like a statue.
Like a statue.
He's not really
The
doing
effort
this.
is in there, whereas players like Ice Cube, they're like flick and a kill, flick and a kill.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons why as well. Like, he has such a turret playstyle is because of that exactly as well, because you're just kind of used to it.
Well, guys, enough yapping. We do have the first map loaded up. We are ready for port. Let's hop onto it for map number 1. Alrighty, port. Map number 1 here, Vasco. We just got to watch them play this map. Quite literally about 30 minutes ago. And we're right back to it. And Vasco, of course, have to start from Blacklist again. Now, their Blacklist side wasn't that good. They only got 2 rounds. I feel like it was a bit rushed. They weren't checking all the boxes. You know, Antisocial were able to shut them down pretty heavily on many different angles. So curious to see what it looks like this time around. Vasco had a little bit of time to recollect themselves and talk about it.
Yeah, it of course wasn't the best showing, but they're back in their comfortable spot. And they're back in Blacklist, of course, on port. So we'll really have to wait and see what FFA has brought up on the board to show us the tactics, the strats he has prepped to take down Wolf Empire. Of course, he would have already prepped those strats out. Early smokes out towards A connector. And for now, just trying to gain some presence down towards middle. However, Rambo says exactly no to that. Quickly headshots Fefe out from the lobby. And eventually, Vasco will have to find other routes in to the bomb sites action. Kind of poke and prodding down towards B, see if he can get any early frags onto any aggressions. However, Wolf as well, like you said, Sneaky, is going to be playing quite passive down towards the bomb sites.
I was actually surprised that Feifei doesn't have a M4 player with him when he's actually pushing mid. They could have actually easily just traded Rambo in that position. I think a 4v4 on port, that would bank on BL to do a lot more damage, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We saw that a bit in the series just before. They're going to look to maybe just dry peek through mid. Yeah, just kind of pushing, hoping that nobody's here. Sneaking on in. They've still got MG looking towards long, but as it stands, I mean, there's not a lot of information that they're in mid. We do have Shady waiting and watching, and they've left VNC to just push through here. They have no idea. He doesn't hit a shot, and Shady just says, nah, bro, sit.
Damn.
Yeah, that take on VNC was not the best showing, and now action comes swinging from the side. Gets a good drop onto Shady. Now going for the wall, it's not going to happen. He's getting swung in 4 different angles, but action doesn't matter. He's going to get a kill before going down. Silva going for the trade kill, drops, gets it done. Down to a 2v1, and Dola is dead stuck in middle. The C4 is going to get planted, and MG is going to be sitting out towards the longer area. Silva barely dodging those bullets. MG goes for the swing, not going to happen. And now Dola gets bullied with the Colt, goes down, and Vasco seemingly started off to a slower start for that round. Fefe went down and as Rambo swung out middle, and they turned that 4v5 around and won it for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like action, that clutch, or that very clutch shot on that bridge call is absolutely needed. In all honesty, they would have been surrounded on the site, and Ice Cube would have had a little bit more help from that position. But despite that, I mean, Shady actually played that super, super well, communicated to Ice Cube that there is someone coming in from the bridge side. Unfortunately, could not do anything with it. And despite the HP bars, I thought that was winnable by Dola 100%.
Yeah, it certainly felt like it, especially because they took turns just peeking at him. And Dola had an AK, so if you just tap on some heads, if he was a little bit crisper, he could have certainly locked that down. Ends up with Silva getting the 4K as well. Action got the first one, and then Silva just lit them up, just pushing at the same time. So props to him. He's now gone over to the AWM, actually. He's going to be holding on to that here from the Blacklist side. It's actually a massive win to get that first Blacklist round right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's almost as if we'll kind of lost track of the players of Vasco, where are they coming in from. They definitely took eyes off the middle, and Action wasn't able to swing it out. Fefe swings out, gets the drop, down to 4v4. However, the damage is going to be implied more onto the side of Vasco Silva, and Fefe down pretty low. And for Wolf, it's only going to be Rambo at half HP. Action is thinking about poking out just a little wider, clearing out every single corner. But he's not going to overextend. He's playing this with patience. There's less than a minute left, and Vasco is thinking about a possible B hit. The C4 is going to be right behind Action.
Oh, there it is. I mean, Fefe's already gone, but he was kind of a known entity already in that mid position. He was going to be the guy that splits off of this team, but great shot there from Silva. Does get the distance down on the B site, but there is still one more player at the bottom side of B. Dola, can he hit the jump? Seems like no. Silva is just going to send it. But can he go for more? MG will get another kill, and Silva, look at this start, man. 6-0. Wasn't the best performance by him in yesterday's games, but it seems like he's a different person entirely for today, man.
Well, that's an early timeout. I think when you get rolled, or not rolled, but you're losing 2 rounds on Blacklist already. Now, it's not over yet. Ice Cube is coming in, but obviously as a coach, you don't like what you see so far, even if Ice Cube does clutch this out. Let's see what is going to happen. Ice Cube, at least he's got an M4. MG is watching the angle and says, easy as that, lines up his second kill, and that'll be the end of that round, immediately into a timeout.
Yeah, that's an early timeout to be called, actually. I think the earliest of all the series that has been played out, on the second, third round even. And, I mean, it's a valid timeout, too. They are getting the man advantage. However, they're not able to translate that into necessarily the round win. Maybe it's because Vasco is able to maneuver themselves better and win the more important duels.
There we go. That's the Silva cam.
If it becomes a 5-on-3, you know, you're guaranteed to win the round. However, Wolf is somehow getting dropped like flies, player after player, and the round converts into Vasco's win.
Dude, I've never seen MG so hype after a round.
Yeah.
I feel like he knows that the...
He's got 2 kills.
He knows that the game is kind of in their hands at the moment, right? Having 2 already at the start of the game. I mean, anything after this is going to be a bonus for them at this point. If they could look for a 6-3 or maybe even a 5-4 with them being 4, I think that's pretty much a fine spot to be in, especially with the way that the game's been going. And the fact that, just like how I said, I mean, Silva being back in the fray, kind of disappeared from yesterday's series, but then he kind of got back into it in today's games. So I feel like him just kind of giving this Vasco team just a bit more push maybe is pushing them over the edge. And we're going to take a look at the replay, of course, and taking a look at Silva. Yeah, he was just swinging for the hills.
What a shot.
Yeah. And you know what's even more intelligent about this port pick is that you know you're starting off on Blacklist side, which is going to be one of the more difficult sides to work with, but it's when you're at your most warmed up and when Wolf is at your least warmed up, right? As this is not looking great. But yeah, it just feels like the perfect timing, right? Not even because you just played it, but also because you were just playing a bunch and you got the hot hands. You just won 3-0. You have to play Blacklist side and you know Wolf is cold still. You just come out swinging. Just get a bunch of rounds all of a sudden. Their GR side looked great on port, so just win at least 2, 3, 4, 5. Line them up. White Ice Cube is just going to line that up, though. Because VNC is also low.
Damn.
And now they're off to yet another 4v5 start, and Wolf, they will need to hold onto the man advantage, try to translate into a win. It's not been happening the past 2 rounds, and this is the 3rd chance that they're given, and if Vasco somehow turns it around once again, then the timeout they spent is going to be gone without much of value being realized.
Yeah, actually very aggressive take from Ice Cube. We needed someone to be a bit more proactive on the side of Wolf Empire, and it seems like he's going to be the one doing it. MG being out of the fray at the start of the round isn't really good news for Vasco, as kind of need the sniper, especially if you're trying to take that top A. And you can see Action trying to draw some attention in this B site, and if he does so successfully, this is going to be a lot easier. Shady's going to go down, and it's only going to be Ice Cube here, man.
Yeah, and Silva got that kill through mid. So all of a sudden now 7-0, and I feel like that Action poke in a B, it's very predictable now that it's just him, you know, because he's done this many times where he's just over there, he's lurking, he's putting on pressure. They know it's just him, and they're not going to over-rotate. But that pick in mid is huge. It makes it 4v4. Yes, they're low on VNC, but you still have some pressure. You have the ability to get a very nice hit. 25 seconds left, though. They want to go B and mid to B. And Rambo's just going to take his head off. Action goes down already. In they go to B, but Lucas able to trade it back. This B site, though, is open. Chance here to trade it. Through mid they go, but Rambo's just holding down mid so well.
Silva looking for 2 more kills of his own. Seemingly a 1v2, but why does it feel that Vasco has so much energy in them? Looking to get a swing in. Silva checking every corners. The timing might be a little off. Wolf is somehow closing, inching into the bomb site. Silva only to find the first one. There it is. And the sprint transfer is absolutely insane from Silva. This guy is absolutely cracked out of his mind. Finding the 10th kill and the clutch, and Vasco's going to find round number 3 for themselves.
10-0.
I mean, the crowd woke up because of that. They're like, what? I guess Silva's untouchable. He's just an untouchable man today. 10-0, 3-0 start on port. Nothing he can ask for that could be better.
That was
this.
rifling masterclass. Just transferring your spray right next to the player. And now to make things even worse, Ice Cube gets completely donked down, and yep, yeah, this round is done too.
Ladies and gentlemen, they finally got Silva. He is now 11-1, though, so I don't think he cares. He's already done so much work. He already was able to net Vasco 3 rounds. And now there's only one guy here on the B site. If you just throw some utility in, you check at least 1 or 2 boxes. This should be a free B site hit. Not seeing a lot of utility, though. It doesn't matter. VNC just going to take his head off. Just like that, the hot hands here from Vasco continue. And it's looking like 4 rounds in a row from Blacklist.
Well, bro, Wolf just looks so out of it in these first 4 rounds. I mean, granted, I do understand the long push, as you know, Shady's gonna fall, and that's not even a shot.
So someone's at 10-1 compound. Well, what? 10-0 port?
Bro, it's all I'm saying is it's kind of hard to lose like 10-1 on compound, and at the same time, like if you get 10-0 on port, you kind of just deserve it at that point.
just go home after that map. You're like okay.
I'm like,
I've had enough.
That's not it. But I do understand what Wolf is trying to do with that long push. They're really just trying to force the advantage towards their side. But I mean, I feel like Vasco was kind of expecting it. Look at this, man. Ice Cube couldn't even climb up in towards catwalk A. Wolf Empire is shaking.
Yeah, he just looks so out of it.
Yeah, the nade stack was almost desperate, I feel like. Yeah. You guys were always having Fefe or Silva in the middle. Like, we're going to nade stack that position. But unfortunately for them, 2 nades down the drain, flushed off the toilet.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty common angle to need, but yeah.
It just makes, like, maybe because the situation is 4-0, it just makes that look more miserable in a way.
Everything looks desperate, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
All these Fefe timeouts has finally built up to this.
All the Fefe timeouts. All the Fefe timeouts. You're absolutely on point. Like,
dude, Silva's having a life day. Not even a life series, life game. He's having a life day right now, man.
I mean, like, for sure, like, Silva is the one that's, like, playing out of his mind. But the reason why they can translate his current skill set being top level to a win is Fefe guiding the team to the right positions in the right time. Maybe that's the difference between IGLing, and this is the same problem that occurs on the side of Wolf. Just a new style of IGL not being able to compete against the classic style of IGLing. How we were pointing that time and time after yesterday against Evolution Power. Minnow just being able to dumpster the heck out of Wolf.
I just hope that Wolf show up at some point, but it's not going to be in this round. Rambo finally goes down. Nice angle there from Shady, but he only gets the 1. And Silva just get this man a gun and an angle onto a site. He will get you there. Where's the bomb, guys? Where's the bomb? What happened here?
It doesn't matter.
Ice Cube, okay. Looking for more. It doesn't matter. They just killed him. Silva.
What is his power? I thought all my predictions lose.
Well, it's only the first map. Okay, you know, this is where we would expect. By the way, this is the round where Silva just said, okay, I'm going to go 10-0.
9-1 for Silva.
Pause. This got to be a tech pause.
Yeah. Or maybe, yeah, it's a tech pause. Yep, I can see
because Wolf
Dola
already called their pause.
I can see Dola trying to fix some issues, have an admin behind
I know that app.
I know that app.
Tell us a little bit more about that
his
app.
voice chat.
Oh, so it's an issue with the voice chat. Yeah, we've had that happen before. It's one of the more minor problems that does get solved pretty quickly. So yeah. Whilst all this downtime, I kind of want to ask this question to you guys. Like, coming into this series, we expected Wolf to kind of come out on top, but we kind of agreed upon that it's not going to be a 3-0. Like, at least Vasco will take a map or two, so it's going to be 3-2 or 3-1. But now, coming into port, Vasco is completely taking Wolf out of the driver's seat. They're driving the car right now, 5-0. Like, now with this turn of things, after if Vasco just closes out map 1, whether it be 10-0 or 10-5 or whatever, going to sub-base, like, sure, Vasco haven't had their best sub-base in the current tournament, but with this current form, like, what's your take on the score of sub-base?
I think Vasco will win it, honestly. I was not impressed by Wolf's sub-base so far here in the playoffs, but what do you think, Shady?
Shady.
What?
Slim
You're
Shady.
not Shady. What? Shady's there. He's on the game.
Wait, let me put down my Shady face.
Shady frog.
So, I think it's going to be a 10-4, brother. Not going to lie.
10 for who?
Being the 10-4 for Vasco. I think with Vasco being the second best team in sub-base in this tournament, it's pretty good. Pretty good from them.
Who's the best team?
You already know.
Who's the best team?
Q9.
An 100% win rate, Ubek Maniac GT.
Okay.
No one's close.
I should have known.
I should have known. Where is Ubek?
Sir, in sub-base.
Yeah, I swear I could have...
They're chilling in sub-base right now as we're talking.
Still practicing.
I didn't say they were the best team. I said they were the best sub-base team.
True. Fair.
He did say that.
100% win rate.
But now we are back live. 5-0 is the scoreline currently, and Vasco's looking for their 6th. They're going to go for the 8 take, maybe. The Nate is going to find some value. Not a whole bunch. VNC took a whole lot of damage as Shady swung out. However, now Action trying to get into the faces down towards B as well. It looks like the connector players are going to swing towards B connector once again, and that might work out like that. MG, what in the world was that shot? Rambo had nothing to do about that.
Headshot is crazy. With a sniper through the wall?
Yeah, that got the crowd talking.
They were like, hold up, is MG the real deal?
Who is this guy?
He takes off his mask, and it's actually Xiao.
Oh no, that makes so much sense. No.
Oh my god!
VNC, this is just everybody on the side of Vasco having a moment. And he's able to get it done. Action's able to pick up a 3K of his own. Action for 3, MG, and VNC for 1. It is just, it's making Port look like the blacklist-sided dream. But it's not. It's just not that map. It just looks like the Vasco dream right now. Wolf are just nowhere to be seen.
Easy for Vasco, isn't it? Just making blacklist side on Port very easy. 6-0, and like, I'm lost of words in a sense. Wolf is just not...
This should not happen on
Wolf
Port.
is desperate. I can tell in their movements. I can tell in their positions. But whatever they're trying is getting completely punished. Like, I don't even want to say punished, but they are actually getting punished for their rotations, for their positioning. You saw that wall bang. You saw that wall bang.
Yeah.
MG, headshot, through the wall.
I think he was on the stack of boxes that you can kind of stand on and get a heady angle.
Yeah.
Just insane map knowledge, though, from MG, that he actually hit that shot.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
He's very reliable. I feel like he's really developed as a player as well.
Oof.
Action gets another. Where is Dola? Well, he's dead.
Yeah, rhetoric.
Action just, this is what he does. The long-range one-taps. He's been so good at it this entire tournament.
I feel like the whole team of Wolf in general is just not being able to pick up any sort of pace. Sniper not being able to pick up pace, and now they're trying to get into the faces of MG. Works out.
Wow.
But 3 players down towards A, and the C4 now rotating in towards B with 3 other players of Vasco. Can Rambo hold this one down?
Look at
Lucas going for the big flank. Gets 1, gets 2, but gets traded out, and now down to a 2v3. There's still a minute left on the clock. They have plenty of time to work with. They do have a bunch of smokes and flashes to work with as well. 13-1 on this guy. Fefe going for the pot shot's not going to hit. Silva goes down. Fefe put to the real test here. Can he make magic happen? Does a bit more damage. Rambo is spotted with nade in his hand, and Fefe has to rotate out from this current angle. He does have the C4 to make things a little bit better. 18 bullets in the chamber, 8 in the magazine. Let's see if he can find the frag onto Rambo. The drop will be enough for the opener.
He has
now
10
down
bullets
to
left.
A 1v2. He can always change the gun.
And
also has the
moment.
port. He's going to post for the plant. Get the C4 planted. He's going to use the smoke.
He needs to
as
find a
nade.
gun.
Yeah, I mean, there's a gun right to the left. Shady now it's being challenged. Ooh, the headshot will come through before he goes down. And finally, Wolf will put out 1 round on the board, but that took a lot of time for them to do so.
Yeah, even in that round, it looked like a struggle to just try and get it over the hump. There were so many things that they had to do. They had to push long in order to get MG out. And even then, I feel like the way that they killed MG from that position was just pure timing off of that scope.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Wolf, they do get 1, but still not a good half by them, honestly.
Yeah, it took a while, didn't it? And even if they do end up picking up 3 rounds in this first half, 6-3 going into Blacklist, ooh, that's not the easiest job to be done and delivered.
Yeah, I mean, the map's already cooked for Wolf. Even if they win 3 dominant rounds, I'm not convinced. But at least they're beginning to wake up, which is nice that we do have them in the server. Traded out by Lucas, who's got his own arm. He's going to back away, says, okay, there's another guy here on long, but
straight kills are fine.
Yeah, Vasco looking to rotate quickly into connector.
Ooh, imagine VNC pop flashes Fefe out and Fefe headshots the heck. Ooh, innovation? Is this new meta?
He did not see anything. I think he was just trying to spot if Lucas was actually standing on the boxes. You would have seen that, but he's just spamming control in top A at the moment, of course.
Well,
Rambo's going to hear this.
There's plenty of time. Oh, they're going to take it back to A.
I mean, this is Lucas. It's not Rambo or Ice Cube, so...
Oh, they saw him. Oh, guys, my bad. I got spotted in long. That's Rego B.
My bad. I'm spotted in mid. just go.
What's
connector to A?
Even I'm confused. Go mid, I guess. I don't
just
advise
run
it.
mid.
Parkour time.
No one's in curve.
Oh no. This could be a problem. You let Fefe lose. That kill down towards middle is going to open up the bomb site, actually. No one was looking where Fefe was. All Fefe needs to do is hold his position. Just to the AWM.
Gotta be careful.
Look at this guy. He's got, you can tell he's got a lot of confidence right now. Look at this. Oh, he's going to miss, though. Okay. But they do get onto A. They get the plant down. Still a chance here. Trying to get in, but he's going to hit the shot. Fefe will not be denied. Oh, he misses that one. Bit of an issue. 2v2. They're trying to push it
God.
And VNC come up huge. They weren't supposed to win that round, but they do anyway.
That's the best thing, too. I mean, when your IGL just hits 2 really good shots on the sniper, through the fences as well, and you already know if I was a Fefe2, I would be screaming. I'd be like, I might be MG. I might be MG. I might be Goken reloaded.
Well, I mean, that round pretty much seals the coffin up in a sense.
I think it's good.
At least for Port. I just don't see a 7-2 comeback for Wolf. Especially Wolf being one of the teams that really does rely on momentum a little bit. Like, when they're hot, they're really hot. They can take down top Chinese teams. But when they're slow, that's when the real deal kind of, becomes an issue for a newer team like Wolf. Just not being able to pick up the pace back up.
Action. He's been so good at tapping on the heads. There is tons of pressure coming in here, and he is alone, of course. This is where he thrives.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need to go through that smoke there, though.
Actually, calm down. Brother, you have an AK. The tracers, bro, you can see them. brother needs to chill because he got killed the exact same way earlier.
Imagine Shady peeks out a little bit wide and he gets wall-banged.
The guy next to him has an M4, so he has to be careful about it.
Fans are like, shoot through the wall. He's right there.
Well,
Fefe's like, y'all hear something?
Sometimes you do spam that angle, so it can be risky.
From time to time, yeah.
Oh, the flash is so good,
Wow.
and he doesn't miss. Action does not miss, and look at that, the spam through the wall. He's gonna get the one. Ice Cube spotted. They know it's just Rambo here on B. They're gonna push him, flash over the top. Rambo, though, is gonna hit the shot. Gotta be careful. Here comes MG looking for the angle. He's gonna miss the flick. And now over the top, here comes VNC. Here comes the rest of the team. Easy round win for Vasco. They're making this team look bad.
It's not even anything special from Vasco, honestly. They're just beating them in these aim fights. Slipping on by. Timings are just given to this Vasco squad time and time again.
Wolf's form has gotten from bad to worse. I feel like that's the only way I can put it. The coach gets in there, you know. Good spirit.
Yeah.
Really good to see that. Well, now we do see the switch of sides, but there's not a lot of margin left for Wolf to lose here. Lose 2 rounds, you lose the map. 8-1.
Mess up once, this is cooked.
Yeah, Dola with 2 kills, Shady with 3. Rest somewhat putting out the numbers, but Vasco's playing out of their minds. 14 kills on Silva, 11 on the second guy, 9 kills on the third guy. Combined is already above 35, so.
How do you add that up so quick? That's crazy.
I got my Korean parents in me, so. Got my math, got my numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes you feel like, you know, regardless of numbers, you just believe that
MG is
Vasco are
all
gonna
fine.
win.
He's got 3 kills only, and he's still.
This is all heart.
Yeah, you just believe that they're going to win rounds. Like, regardless of the way the round goes, you're like, no, Fefe's got this.
Yeah.
At this point, for Wolf Empire, we need some, like, Disney reasoning at this point. You just got to believe in your heart 100%.
Whoa, yeah, you don't want to say that one for copyrights.
Is it?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
You're allowed to say the name. Fefe. He's getting pressure pretty big time now. Grenades over the top. He's just holding his ground. Doesn't seem to care. Holds the spray. They're getting totally wiped up here on the top of A. And now Action.
Jesus. Action special.
He's pretty clean with it. The Action special. Okay.
Oh. Action special.
It's real.
Oh.
He still loses.
So close.
But it's real. It's still real.
It was surreal for a moment.
I was wondering, like, what happened to MG and VNC on the right side of A side? They fell so quickly. Fefe just was just standing there ready and waiting for the ladder players to climb up, and then all of a sudden he got climbed up on. So MG, VNC kind of at fault there for just letting them through. So Wolf Empire, this could be the beginning of something magical here.
I mean, they did find one of many that's needed.
This has been the Fefe thing so far.
That jump is so hard to do. Honestly.
He does it. He hits it.
You have to aim at the right pixel, and you have to time your crouch jump exactly where it is. The window is like 0.2 ms, I think.
Just do it.
Lucas.
Oh, no!
Lucas. Lucas. Having a hard time, isn't it? Now he's about to get punished by Fefe if he swings out. Yep.
I like how he naded his own homie so they can bait him in.
Well, kills a kill, and this round is not going to be the easiest one for Wolf, unlike the last one where they were able to just pry open the bomb site down towards A. Yeah, I mean, all in all, Vasco, after dropping that first one, they do seem to have figured out how to hold on to the bomb sites, provide the defense. Even kind of having Fefe going out a little bit aggressive down towards connector, doing the counter boost on his own. Wolf now sending the gears and turning their car towards B. Gonna be a 4-man push, but that's only VNC holding this one down. This could be a bomb plant.
I got Action coming over as well. They're actually not committing to B just yet. Maybe looking to go mid with this one. And look at the timing on this from Silva. The guy, he is back on the server. He picks up 3. And just like that, the round might be cooked. 40 seconds, Dola. Nice little angle here, but VNC now is going to shut him down. 9th rounds here for Vasco. looking to close it out.
The whole time we had the camera on Silva. The whole time. It finally is going to pay off dividends. And a huge amount as well.
I mean, Vasco is definitely getting some Chinese fans. I mean, the amount of oohs and ahs that I've been hearing.
Oohs and ahs. Where are the e's?
Later, when they mess up. That's safe for the mess up. The ew.
Ew. What if they just don't mess up?
It's like, damn.
So far has been a pretty solid rounds. Even for the rounds that Vasco lost, it wasn't like they lost it bad. It was a understandable loss. And VNC gets sprayed the heck out of that one.
Oh, Silva.
Bro has 200 HP.
Oh, chill. Yeah, Silva's gonna slow down. Action is not slowing down. He swings, gets one, looking for Dola. Almost gets Dola down before going down.
Damn. The fast taps with the AK. You already know that he's maining that weapon, but it seems like Silva's gonna fall.
He necessarily didn't have to take the fight.
Now you gotta fight. You're Brazil.
I mean, they've been going pretty fast. That last series was quite fast, so
you could say fast and furious.
Oh, trying to keep with the pace, I guess. MG 1v4. He is okay.
Oh, C4.
C4. A minute,
hold
10
on.
left.
MG special. MG special.
Oh! The flank. Nice try. Nobody on Wolf is happy.
Yeah.
I'd be depressed too if I was 3-9 and it's the second half and I'm playing GR side.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this scoreline despite everything that Wolf is trying at the moment. Like, it's really just an unbeatable fight. In port, just like how I said, it's going to take a miraculous comeback.
Yeah, it does take a turn, isn't it?
They're going to test long too, man.
They're going to give a faster aggression. Wolf is going to have 3 players out towards long 2 and connector. Going to be nading it. They know Fefe was up there a couple rounds ago. And now MG up top of an A, going for some pot shots. The nades are going to take away a bit of health. And now here comes the real MG special. Let's see if he's got it.
Well, Silva just took one of them. Shady is going to get one, and Shady's going to get another one. But here comes Fefe from the side with the help of VNC. They do get Lucas, but it is a 2v3. Fefe once again making his presence known on the side, and Silva at the top side does get Ice Cube, and all of a sudden the entirety of Wolf Empire turns into a singular puppy, and it's all on Dola versus Action, but Dola seems like he's not done and over with in port.
Still not happy, but he'll take a round win. You got to get 5 more from Blacklist side.
That was scary.
That was an interesting round, too. I mean, Wolf kind of just sent it through long and really challenged them straight up. I don't think it's a very high EV strategy in general, but they were able to make it work. Dola at least is going to get above 1 KD. So he's done that.
MG wasn't able to find any shots on top of the A-bomb, so he basically got sprayed down with an M4, so not much value could be provided by him. Well, Action's going to take a bunch with the nade, landing right by his feet. And apparently, exchanging his health bar for the time, was able to put out some good amount of delay. And Wolf will have to hit the brake and slow down for a little bit, but as I say that, they're thinking about going for the setups.
Shady, brother, press shift. They can hear you.
No.
Not about that life.
Just run at them.
You just hear the loudest footsteps coming in from B house. I was like, what is this brother doing?
One guy trying to bait. The rotations.
ENT must enjoy like bouncing on windows, man, because it's like this is what I see him doing 24/7 in the B side. To be fair,
well, it's either that window or the one window in the right on top.
Entrance,
yeah. One of those two. He's always bouncing.
Such a funny visual.
There's also the angle on top of the roof, right? Where you can kind of like look down.
It's a hard boost to do, especially underway. But Shady Let's see if they can get the first one in action. It will get the first kill, but Ice Cube and Rambo will get the trade going. But Silva needs to be careful from the curve position because Lucas is there. But Silva, somehow, some way, is still alive at the bottom side of the B site. Ice Cube, the only one left alive, and it seems like Vasco is going to take port in a very dominant fashion.
Well, we already had one map down, and Vasco is on top once again. They are now 4-0 today, and of course 1-0 versus Wolf Empire, who came out extremely slow. Their GR side of port looked abysmal, and they didn't look great. At the same time, Vasco looked great. Like, it seemed like they could do no wrong. Silva went 10-0 at first, and Fefe had that big clutch the one time, and just felt like you always believed that Vasco were gonna win regardless of map or side or whatever. They were always just taking names, and they got a massive lead, and they could not lose that map.
Yeah, Silva absolutely popped out of his mind. 10-0, like you said, and I feel like after that win, he's still comfortably sitting well above 3.0 KD, I feel like. So even that last round, he was able to find a double kill for himself, so he was just upping his numbers, followed up by action, popping headshots here and there. Fefe having a clutch moment. MG was a little bit quiet, but at the end of the day, a win is a win. And Port will go back into the hands of Vasco. It was their map pick, and now we're left with 4 more maps, which is sub-base coming up next.
Yeah, it kind of just felt like they're just taking turns who's gonna pop off in what map, in what series, and it seems like Action said, "Hey Silva, it's your turn, brother. You gotta drop at least 20," and it seems like that he did with a 2.62 KD, 148 ADR, which is insane. They have 3 players on 3-digit ADRs, and the multi-kill for Silva is 50%. So half the time, Silva is just getting more than 2 players. And Wolf Empire, they're just going to take it. I feel like they just got outshot. And this goes back to my point here at Valdez of Wolf Empire is good as a team, but Vasco has better individuals when it comes to just pure mechanics. And it seems like they just got out-mechanicked here.
Yeah, and it feels like everybody's got their moments, right? And they were able to get it done. Silva's going to pick up the MVP here for sure. Even looking at headshot rate, Action was at 80%. VNC was almost at 90%. So he didn't have a ton of kills, but he was almost always clicking on the heads. It just really feels like everybody's locked in. Like, they're all in their flow state. They have that first map win. Now, it is their map pick, and I think that, you know, Wolf, you got to give them a little bit of leeway where it's like, okay, it's your first map. You play Port. They're feeling really great on the opposite side. You can go at least into the next map and try to reset your mental and go from there. But it's not going to be easy, to say the least.
Silva 6-1 against Rambo, 5-0 against Shady, just farming these 2 players by himself. And the sniper duo, of course, is going towards Ice Cube, but not a lot of kills being put out because the snipers weren't had many chances to fight against each other.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like there wouldn't be much clashes between the 2 snipers, considering how different they actually play. Just like I said, Ice Cube's more of the kind of a star player, more of the Ronaldo kind of guy, being the star player of the team, and MG is more of the support-ish kind of role. Yeah, he does pop off from time to time, but it's not his 9 to 5, basically, for the squad. So sub-base for map number 2. Judging from how map number 1 went, my confidence for Wolf Empire is slowly waning, but you know, just judging from the history of Wolf, man, they need to figure out all the issues that they had in group stage and try to see if, you know, it's fixed in this series because, you know, just like how I said, their sub base didn't look that good.
Yeah, I mean, sub base, I'm not too confident for Wolf sub base either. They do have a lot of wins on it from the CFVL, and they've been decent on it at this tournament, but especially that loss they took against Antisocial yesterday, that was where I was like, what is going on? They like didn't do anything. It's almost like they just kind of let Antisocial win the map. So yeah, I was not very impressed. And then if they lose this, you go into Ankara, which Vasco won against Gokun, who got 10 first kills. So really backs against the wall here already for Wolf, I would say, even though they've only lost one map. So gotta get it done on sub base, otherwise I do not have a lot of hope, even with Ankara, you know, what you want to say with like the Vietnamese region and this team, etc. Ice Cube. I don't know. I would, at that point, I would just assume that Vasco are so locked in that the stats don't matter. But that's just me.
I'm on your side as well when it comes down to that topic. Dropping ports, going to subbase, you drop subbase. I think it's already a done deal at that point. Sure, they maintain Ankara, but Compound is coming up, and then, you know, Mexico is not a bad map, not a half bad map for Vasco as well. So the chances are becoming slimmer and slimmer, not by the maps getting dropped, but by each and every single round they drop on subbase is going to be my answer to that question.
What do you think?
Yeah, this sub base is definitely droppable by Wolf Empire, but I feel like if it is any map to come back into the swing of things, this is the one to do so, especially for the Riflers. I think Dola is a really good sub base player, holds Machine Room very well. He also pushes the middle area from time to time. It's just about where the Wolf Empire squad actually places their pressure. Like, is this the right decision to place pressure on Woods or Machine Room or even on the outside? Because you need to make Vasco very uncomfortable in this map if you really want to make you know, the comeback happen in this series. I know it's only 1-0, but all the momentum just feels like it is in the way of Vasco. But I mean, knowing any team in this tournament that can do a successful mental recovery, it is Wolf Empire. We didn't see it in the series against EP, but against any other team, I would definitely bet on them.
Well, we're back in the huddle here, and Bench, I want to ask you, you know, you were casting yesterday Wolf up against EP. Do you feel like a lot of what led to them not playing that well was a mental thing? Do you feel like potentially they might be a bit mentally crushed after the way yesterday went?
On the surface of the things, it's mental. In the deeper parts of the game theory, I feel like it's just IGLing, failing. Whereas, like I mentioned this many times, Wolf definitely plays the newer style of CrossFire, whereas teams like Evolution Power led by Mina or team like Vasco led by Fefe, the IGLing style is definitely more on the classic side of things. Gain ground control, use that advantage to yourself and try to pressure your enemy into their, you know, weaker spots. And that's what exactly happened to Wolf yesterday, and the same thing repeated on port today as well. And if Wolf isn't able to kind of adapt to how to fight against these classical ways of playing CrossFire, IGLing, then they might just persist.
What do you think, Sneaky?
Yeah, I mean, I think you do have a point. More traditional way for the Vasco squad. I think they're just a little bit faster. It's like traditional but Brazilian. So it's kind of different pacing for at least what Vietnam is used to. Yeah, because Vietnam is more of like crawl-ish pace, wait for 30 seconds, and then execute and hope for the best that you could not be hit by the flash, and hopefully you do hit your shot. So yeah, maybe we need more innovation from the side of Wolf Empire here, man, because just like I said in their prior series, I think it was EP, right? They're getting a bit more readable here, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you show your stuff enough and teams are really focusing as you should in a playoff scenario where you feel like, okay, we might even have to play this team twice, which could even happen if Wolf Empire do somehow, you know, come back and have to play up against CP. It's good to really put in that extra bit of study. And if you're very predictable and you don't change it up enough, it doesn't matter how angry Shady looks in the booth or how much he tries to pump everybody up. It might not be enough. I do think also in that first map that individually Wolf Empire were not that impressive. You know, it might just look that way because the guys on Vasco are really rolling and maybe the strategies weren't looking that good as well. Maybe they're still a little bit cold, but whatever the reasoning is, I'm still looking for a bit more individually from guys like Ice Cube. You know, Dolo was at least able to put up, I think it was slightly above 1 KD on that last map, even though it was a total disaster of a map. Like, at least he was able to like come back a little bit and do something. And then you need at least one other rifler to do something as well in order to come back in this map. So still waiting to get going. Maybe just giving some extra time for Wolf Empire to just
yeah, I think this will be tragic, right? I mean, Wolf Empire, I think the second half of the year has got to be, you know, one of the funnest parts of CrossFire Esports in a while, right? Because we had, you know, China dominance for so long, and it's now second half of the year. Everyone's excited. Anyone can win the tournaments, and then, you know, the #1 team, or the touted #1 team coming into this tournament, they do good. They go through group stage, no problem. They go through playoffs almost with no problem, and then losing to Vasco, who's not had the best year. Granted, you know, that's going to be a hype storyline, right? The comeback of Vasco Esports, who didn't have the best time in Vietnam, now does it here, possibly in China. But this would just be tragic, man, knowing the peak of these players.
Well, we know what they're capable of. We'll hope that they can show it as we hop on to game number 2. Subbase is the map. Let's see what these teams have ready for map number 2 of Subbase. Vasco has looked great on this one. Wolf Empire having their moments on this, and it is their first choice of map. We got to see them step it up right here, right now.
Just touching upon the stuff you were talking about earlier, Subbase is the map where the snipers could just go a little bit quiet and not get punished for. This is the map where the riflers are going to be the ones that really put out the work, put out and do the dirty work. And so far, and by far, it's Vasco's riflers coming seemingly online, whereas to the side of Wolf, it's only Dola that's putting out some decent numbers. Well, not even decent, honestly speaking. Best of the rifling core of his own team. So definitely need to wait and see if the rest of his team can start providing. Otherwise, this will yet be another landslide where Vasco just completely dominates on top of Wolf Empire once again for a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Vasco, obviously the entire Brazilian region is really good at keeping momentum in between maps. But at the same time, Wolf Empire, despite what they saw in map number 1, I think they're still one of the teams that is hardest to tilt, knowing how good their mindset is, how good their mental fortitude is in some of these series.
I mean, you may not necessarily show that you're tilted, as in like you're not hitting the shots that you were supposed to hit. You're mentally tilted, and
yeah, they might actually be internally.
It doesn't show, but like internally, it does really get you, and it does really hurt you. So
it's like at the back of your head. It's like more psychological more than anything. You're trying to think, I'm not trying to tilt, but I'm still mad. I'm still seething from that last game.
And basically what happens is your response time gets a little bit slower. But whilst all that, early aggression from Shady gets absolutely punished by MG. And with about 40 seconds, Vasco, with a man advantage, where are they going to take this fight towards? They do have to see C4 machine room, and also another player kind of peeking down towards middle. Silva already doing bunch of damage in towards middle as well, but the B aggression seemingly halted, but Action and MG says no, picks up a piece each, and now Rambo is dead, stuck in middle. Silva gets a swing, gets a bunch of damage out. Lucas in a 1v2, but the C4 is now getting planted with MG having an angle. Ooh, Lucas some way, somehow gets some damage through, and now there's still a frag grenade on MG. Action's gonna pop a smoke and a flash. Lucas on a 1v2 retake. The C4 timer is ticking down, but he has 2 players to go through. MG! The distraction is real, and now somehow Lucas gets one. He may hold on to the C4. He taps it. MG peeks out. Oh, the timing. MG cooks the grenade. The nade is going to come through. And that's a potato kill coming through at Vasco. Not only picks up the round, but the emotional damage has been done to Lucas.
You can see Lucas, he's like, please be a smoke, please be a smoke, please be a smoke. But it was a nade. It was an HE, man. And I feel like Lucas didn't have time to get off of it.
That was just prime definition of emotional damage. And it just continues on. Silva with a wall, but he's going to take Rambo down, and Dola in Machine Room tries to recoup what he can get. But already the rest of Vasquez fell out from Machine Room, is looking right down towards middle. Or are they going to swing it back down towards Machine? However, we do have a decent set from Wolf. We have 2 players, which is Shady and Dola, setting up the CrossFire, the name of the game, of course.
Yes. You know, generally a good idea. That's why it was such a good and revolutionary title.
Revolutionary.
Just absolutely beautiful.
You could say iconic.
Viva la revolución.
Absolutely. So Vasco start off great.
Yeah.
Close round from what I could tell with the nade and stuff. Now, trying to push once again. Vasco, at least they do get to start from this blacklist side and set the tone again. Feels like another, you know, just benefit for them from this pick ban of maps. I feel like the port was genius starting off from blacklist side. You've got the momentum. Now you go into sub base, which is the choice for Wolf, but I feel like I don't even really like that choice from them, especially because blacklist side is the start here for Vasco, and they have so much momentum behind them. Now they're trying to push through second mid. They're into jail. We do have Shady in the corner. Oh man, he died so quickly. We barely even got to see him. Dola gets traded out. This is again another fantastic entry here from the side of Vasco. They get in. It's only Ice Cube. He's got 1 kill and he's dead. That's it. 2-0.
Yeah, and ironically, this what we expect from Wolf on their BL side. We're just like, all right, we're gonna punish aggression at the start of the round, figure out the way to get into one of these sites, get second mid, do the 50-50, and just swing on through. But I feel like Vasco is just doing the Wolf style way better. And it seems like they're doing a bit of tweaks from time to time, but it seems like Wolf...
double counter boost.
They might have innovated something, but it seems like Vasco made it better.
Double counter boost? You're investing 2 players to look in that way? I'm not entirely sure.
Do they know? Do they know the spin? they gotta do the spin, man. It went viral on TikTok, by the way.
The problem is, now there's only a single player in events, but if they do end up investing 2 players into events, they have to start pushing out aggressively. Otherwise, you lose a lot of map control. Like if Vasco swings 1 bump site as a 5-man player, you have 2 players stuck in vents, not being able to make a fast rotation because they have to crouch walk. That's just not the best showing, but at the end of the day, Vasco is going to start swinging in towards Machine Room. Ooh, could be tough. We do have Dola on the watch with Ice Cube somewhat lingering in this alt mid.
Let's see the timing from Rambo if he wants to push out here. There's certainly a lot of time bought by Vasco, just, you know, hanging out, waiting. Nobody on the side of Wolf is going to pull the trigger just yet.
You know how I would describe Vasco's game style? They're like the annoying little brother.
Beautiful.
They flick your ear, and then they run as fast as possible to the other direction of the room. Yeah. That's the start of the Vasco play here. And Wolf, they can't do nothing about it because, just like how I said, the little brother, he's already in another room. He's already dashed. He's already went out the way.
He has evaded any retaliation.
Let's just say his pathing was insane.
Well, that's going to be a miss. So we do have Dola up here. He's trying to lock it down. He can't get a kill. He just gets shot in the back. Doesn't do anything, but the rest of the team is here for the side of Wolf Empire. They're locking it down. 4K for Shady, just doesn't miss. Comes in from the hallway and locks it down. Not enough time here for MG, who's just talking to Fefe.
MG's like, y'all dead? Damn.
Can MG unlock the future?
No.
Oh.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, he's unlocking the next round, that's for sure.
But not, he's not going to unlock a win for the team.
Yeah, so. I wasn't there. Definitely wasn't there.
Well, finally, Wolf Empire get on the board here. Takes just a heroic effort from Shady. Hopefully the guys can get a bit of inspiration from the IGL, who did put up the big numbers in that round.
I was just wondering where the flash came from, because everyone was blind on site. That was 100% a team flash, I think.
Well, they're in.
We're in, boys.
The all rotated over to B. I mean, there's 4 people towards B. I think there's a guy in vents.
Poor Lucas, bro.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Lucas is just hide, buddy.
Oh, God, he had no idea.
Bro.
They're like, guys, no one's watching second mid? Come on.
It's just free. Okay, well, so is this push. And out comes Rambo, and he dies also. Gets 1 trade kill. And that might all be all that they get in this round. Vasco continue with their pressure, moving into the second round here, looking much better. And again, just definitely a mistake from the side of Wolf. And really it just comes down to a flash and a big play from Shady, 1 by 1, chopping them down. Other than that, Wolf getting nothing.
Yeah, and I already know that Feifei, he's hungry to get back into the playoffs, to get back into the grand finals with a different team, different banner this time.
I thought Action was just gonna like run in. He looks so ready to just go.
Oh, is he gonna dare? I think you do.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Tilo, please do it. Do it. Do it. Do the spin. Please.
Oh, you're just wanting it at this point, aren't you?
Man, I swear, if they didn't see it. All right, come on, Tim. Oh.
I mean,
he's doing it. It's a half spin, but it's fine.
All right, yeah.
This is more of the ZYK more than the XJ.
But if you get hit in the back with the what would happen?
You survive. I think that's when you're crouched. If it hits your butt, I think that counts as a leg. Not sure. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, how far up the butt does the shot go? Is it like your lower back, or is it, you know?
They'll say right on the butt, with the buttocks.
Yeah. This is probably a leg. Not 100%.
Oh, I didn't send it. Come on, man. I wanted to see it.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of doing all that if you're not gonna do something fun afterwards? Just giving us false hope. Instead, they're just going to play like Vasco. Who would have thought? All right.
B split?
Wait.
A split?
Wait.
All right. Tilva's going to smoke B site. And they're going to assume that they're actually going to come from the locker's position. No one has info on Wolf.
What is this? All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Lucas, at least they've got him up here, but now he's on the run. Everybody's just pouring out of the vent, and here comes Rambo.
No!
Rambo! Where are you, buddy? What's he doing? He can't hit anything. It's a flawless round. 5 people alive for Vasco. And Rambo just not...
Rambo was lost in the sauce.
He can't run fast enough.
I was just saying, like, how did he miss all those shots?
I don't know, man.
And he had the M4 too. That's basically the best run-and-gun rifle you could ask for. Bro, I feel like I don't know what's happening.
Next round.
Yeah.
Pause on.
I don't know what happened, but somehow, some way in this series, Wolf is super unlucky, bro. Did someone did a black cat pass, or was that someone broke glass?
Walked under a ladder.
Walk under a ladder. At the same time, step on the crack.
Well, you got to create your own luck at a certain point. Like, Rambo should have at least been able to kill one person.
Luck is part of your skills as well, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And Wolfus is not having any of that for now. So, yeah, I mean, that last round was just disastrous, I would say. Something felt very off, and coming into round 6, gonna be having VNC kind of post it out towards Machine. Or are they going to send it is going to be the question.
I don't believe that... I don't believe they're going to do anything until like 45 seconds. I just... Okay, well, they're going to send it. Ice Cube does get 2.
That's more like it.
All right. MG wanted the trade. He's not going to have it. And instead, it's just 2 kills to Ice Cube. Fefe also spotted. That's a lot of damage into him. VNC's still around. They're trying to push in. VNC, no health. Trying to make it happen. Fefe alone, 3. He's going down. And finally, Wolf Empire gets something.
Oh, and they time out too. Tragic. Tragic. I mean, man, Wolf, just like how I said it, man, they are being so unlucky, bro. Well, Dola's starting to feel the feelings, man. Like, he is not happy, and I can feel why. I mean, I would be saying, guys, we are better than this, man. We are better than this, and I know that they are better than this, bro. They beat Vasco before.
They are.
And Dola's sorely disappointed with the level of play that is happening on his screen too, man.
I mean, what can you say? It's, they have just not shown up yet today. Like, getting rounds here and there, doing a little bit when you've already lost port, like, that doesn't convince me of anything, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to actually be a contender, show me that you can compete, that you can actually play to the level of Vasco, because so far I just haven't seen it.
I like the stark difference between the face cams. It's like Dola's like absolutely getting mad, then you just see Silva on cam is like his hairline's clean, his beard's clean and everything. Like the vibes are so different, and we already know how important vibes are, man.
Vibes are everything, basically, you know? You can say, oh, we're really good at the game, but if the vibes are in the dumpster, you're going to get beat by another team that's really good at the game with the vibes.
Yeah, Feifei's a vibe monster.
The vibe, by far.
A vibe.
The vibe check proposed by Vasco. Wolf is not being able to pass the test. Well, I mean, they are able to put up 2 rounds on the first half, whereas in the previous map they weren't able to do so. So maybe this does change up a gear just a little bit more. There's a bit more hope, but yet it's still pretty dim as well.
I thought Feifei had the sniper for a second.
For a second, yeah.
Yeah. He does it from time to time. Doesn't have to. Generally it's Silva, but I've seen him do it. I mean, we've seen Action pull out the sniper for some reason.
And he was not half bad on it, not gonna lie.
I'm not convinced. He's so good with the AK.
VNC
it's
is
like, why?
When's my turn?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that too, like once.
But he's definitely got the balls to try that on the grand final stage, right? So,
for sure.
Do it against EP.
Love to see that.
Do it against XQQ, the rookie who's not nervous anymore.
The unnervous rookie. The calm rookie.
Yeah, I'm so glad that he's not like he's not shaking and quaking anymore, bro. Because I've been saying XQQ is good. He's just got spaghetti, bro. You know, mom's a sweaty, mom's spaghetti.
Yeah, that's fair.
Slim Shady.
I played one LAN, and I was a nervous wreck. I don't know how I don't know how pros can do it. Like it's insane. But I guess if you do it enough, eventually even XQQ can calm down. We're looking at second mid here again. Nobody's watching. We're just running in. Dola's here.
Good Dola gets completely flashed.
Oh, but he just
How
holds
does
the
he hold
spray.
it?
He just holds the spray, and he stops them entirely.
Mouse 1 for the win.
Oh, wait.
Swing is good from Action, but Wolf will find the refrag. Down to MG. Now 1v3. 24 seconds. The C4 is deep into alt mid. Now he's getting flanked from the backside towards Machine. 2 players as well. MG special. Are we looking for one?
I think they need to do these earlier, man. I feel like putting 30 seconds on the head of MG kind of, you know, just cancels out the attempt of him going for the clutch. Maybe that can kind of offset what Wolf is used to. Because at the moment, they're just executing again and again. Granted, it worked for 4 rounds, but if you get 5 or 6 in the first half, this would be a great start to sub base for Vasco.
Yeah. Dola is so alone on his team right now. He has 130 ADR. Next guy's got like 70, and then after that, everybody's like 30 and 20. Like, they have kills, but it's just here and there. It's not consistent.
Dola would spice them up.
Deserve for 4 AK on sub base. That's criminal. That's criminal, bro. Why? Why? 4 AKs on sub base.
They need to talk to Ubek.
My eyes.
What would Ubek do?
They would run 4 M4s. Tanks would be like, if anyone questions it, Tanks would be like, no.
What would SGJ
Efficiency.
do? What would SGJ do?
I want to make a joke, but I'm homies with them. But they would run 4 M4s, honestly, except for KSA, because, you know, Entry's got an AK, brother.
I was waiting for the joke to pop out.
I know, but they're still here, so.
They're going to give it a go down towards the Nook. Flash out. Lucas on the first response is not going to be able to find the frag. He's still going to linger around. Window is completely smoked down towards heaven. Lucas gets one.
Oh,
Silva! Play from Silva! Gets one, but eventually he's taken out. And now trying to contest is going to be Fefe as well.
Wow.
Swing it. Hit is good for a double kill. And now Ice Cube dead stuck in no man's land. We'll have to find a rotation down towards the Nook as well. 1v3. MG waiting.
Okay.
MG down. That's the beginning. Now needs to find 2 more.
Uh-oh. Ice Cube. Does he do it?
I think he just chased. If you're action here.
Just run after him. Oh, Ice Cube's setting up for it.
Oh.
He says, I dare you. I dare you to push me.
Oh,
he missed it. Oh, the timing.
Oh my God.
Just run away.
He's so Brazilian.
Oh!
That's the ego too. The ego 1v1, man. Oh,
So
Ice Cube is
spicy.
gonna feel so horrible for losing that.
Challenge accepted.
Absolutely. Well.
Oh,
Bro,
Dola is
Shady
not
tried to
happy.
rotate as he's looking at Dola's screen.
He looked angry at the end of that, too.
I would be too, honestly.
I don't know if he was celebrating, but it's like he's calling for people,
I mean,
and
if
he's just
I'm
alone.
if I'm the only one putting 140 ADR, it's not gonna be the happiest one.
Okay.
All right, Wolf getting angry.
That's what I was talking about, man. They just need to put the pressure at the right side of the map, and it seems like pressure has been made because you got AKs. You got to take the direct fights. You can't just stand around and hope for wall bangs.
Yeah, I was going to say at the end of that last round, like, hey, the M4 is looking pretty good. Like, the 2 M4 players, Silva and Fefe, just putting up huge damage. But this round is going to go the way of Wolf. Nice pressure into Woods. And honestly, I mean, at the end of this tumultuous ride of the first half, the score looks pretty normal.
Vasco does really stand a chance to just close it out from this point on. 5-4 is not half bad. It's not really bad. And Wolf just was able to pick up a bit of breathing room and a bit of pace.
There we go. Satisfying.
Oh, yes.
It's not satisfying.
It is. It's 1-1.
It is. What?
It is to me, not to them,
It's
but
the
you know, it
same
is to
number.
Yeah, I want more lopsided numbers for more story
Oh,
to
you're
be
that kind of
unfolded.
guy. You're
Yeah.
more of a median mode. One of those.
My man. Where's your joke at SGJ? I need to hear this now.
I don't want to hear it, bro. I'm trying not to pull
So
it out.
now, Wolf still running 4 AKs.
So on the blacklist side, do you think it's valid?
No. It's never valid to have 4 AKs in this map, bro.
We only have 1 M4 on the side of Fefe. Vasco, double double AK. To be fair, though, VNC and Action are big AK players. Like, those
For
two
sure.
guys are like, we're playing AKs every game.
I think it's reasonable because both of them play more of the aggressive entry role. But
Yeah.
if you are like standing back, playing support, you got to run either the M4 or the sniper. Double sniper is actually really good in this.
What do you say XM and just run into vents?
Yeah.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
work. But that's like the only spot that you can use it in.
You can hop out of the vents as well.
Yeah, second mid, it could happen. But as soon as you shoot with the XM, and if you don't kill anyone, and the enemy team knows, you're dead in the water, bro. But at least you get one.
They should do it once, like 1 round. You know,
I'm just thinking
one
if-
round per game. You always keep you guessing, like, oh, that's the guy that does it 1 round per game.
I'm just thinking, like, did they even have the bags for it? Like, do they haven't even set it in? But Silva, all right, he's gonna reboost.
Nice.
Nah.
This is getting awkward.
Oh, they came through. Oh, VNC. That's why he's playing with the. That's why he's playing with the AK. But Lucas shoots him down. Fefe trying to spray into them. He's doing so much damage, man. Fefe is having the time of his life today. He wants more.
Dude.
MG wins a Colt battle as well. And Ice Cube is kind of dead in the water here. He's so low on health. Down he goes. And Vasco in the lead.
Do you guys see how immaculate Feifei's spray control is? I
It's
feel like
amazing.
that could be a factor because they've been playing right after the last series.
Yeah.
It's a 3-0, and Feifei is just perfect, bro. He's just literally running at the enemy with his M4, fully spraying, slightly dragging down into the left, as you should. Damn.
That's the perks of having to play a series right before. And not for long as well. It was a clean 3-0. not a lot of energy should be drained out of that one. So
maybe Wolf didn't spend enough time in the warm-up zone, brother.
I feel like that would be the peak time too, right? Because the beginning isn't great, and I would assume the end is where you start to get a little bit fatigued. So like right in the middle of your day is where you're going to perform best. So like map 3 of the first series, map 1 of the last or the second series.
It's true. It's like the question: are you a morning person? Are you a night person?
There's somewhat of a middle of the day
An
person.
afternoon person.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me after my nap. Type person.
I gotta have my cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee.
And then I'm ready to go.
I got my cup of coffee.
Got a cup of
coffee? Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I didn't. I had some tea today. One for the black tea.
Oh,
good stuff.
I thought someone was gonna swing for the hills there, but I forgot Wolf is on BL now, so they're gonna slightly inch on it, and then if they don't like the feeling, they're gonna back off immediately.
Almost relying on gut feelings in a sense. It was valid. MG was looking right at it, so there was no valid reason to swing out that wide. Well, now with less than a minute, Wolf is either gonna hit A or take it down towards out mid. Either or. There's 2 players holding it down, and this is not gonna be the easiest push of all times. Lucas has a smoke ready, but Fefe, he had some masculine spray control. This one comes through as well. Gets a double kill and a bunch of damage onto Rambo before going down, and Silva drops some vents with the Colt. Gets the kill and
It's
done.
over.
This is done.
It's
This is done deal. This is fully cooked straight out from the D-Flyer.
And it seems like the gut feeling isn't working. Ice Cube, the only one left alive, and he's gonna fall down as well. It seems like Wolf Empire might be needing some probiotics. Because the stomach, it ain't feeling good, brother.
Yeah. The vibes, not good. The stomach, not good. The round score, not great.
Not great.
They got 4. I mean, it's doable. They just haven't shown anything here on Blacklist.
If they get put into 2 410s, ugh, it feels like a nightmare.
Yeah, it feels like a message, you know? Like, oh, I guess, yeah, 410 is our destiny.
What if Vasco is just hiding their strats this entire year just for this moment?
I mean, Vasco is clearly trying to send us a message, and to Wolf as well.
Yeah.
That
Maybe
Brazil is
they're
still the second
hiding
best region.
strats. They're saving them for EP.
So this is not the final form of Vasco. That's the scary part.
Yep.
They just keep getting better, though. Every day we see them, they're better.
If they play like this, bro, imagine what the grand finals is going to be like. That one's going to be a good one. Like, I would reckon that would be 5 games.
But then again, we still have potentially 3 more maps to go through after
That's
sub
true.
base. So
let's see if the vibes can keep
wait
up.
and see. We'll have to wait and see if Vasco can put themselves ahead of Wolf and ahead enough to actually win the series. There's still a lot of stuff to be asked and a lot of stuff to be answered. A lot of questions as well. Whilst all that, Wolf, their playstyle of playing slow is not granting them a round just yet. I mean, it may work out later into the rounds, but they don't have a lot of margin to play with. Vasco, only 3 more rounds to be picked up to close the map out. Finally, Wolf, with a minute left, they're going to toss out a couple of nades here and there. But Vasco is not entirely startled by the setups being thrown out. They're going to maintain their position down towards A, down towards B. And as far as I know, each and every single player individually, mechanically, is able to hold their position before going down. Here comes Silva swinging out. The flash is going to completely blind him. He goes down. Fefe on top of Raptors is good for 1. Make that a double.
How is he hitting these, man?
How is he hitting these shots down very low? But the shots from MG are now starting to help him out. And Lucas and Rambo is definitely stuck in out mid. Nothing to do about that. And VNC comes swinging from the corner. Gets a double kill, and the round is granted for the side of Vasco Esports.
Is that Imperial Fefe? My word. It's kind of a bit of a blast to the past. Which is ironic because
even VNC
it's unlocked the future.
Getting hot too. And that's the scary part.
I mean, the whole team is playing so well. Like, Action and Silva had their moments. MG is like the one guy that, I mean, he's doing well.
He's late to the party, but he's showed up anyways. You know what I mean?
It's all about family, right?
It's all about
Brazil
showing up at
That's
the
what
right
Vin Diesel
time.
said. Family.
Yes.
Brazil.
It's all
I
coming
forgot
together.
the line after that.
It's all coming together.
Room.
Well, Wolf, 3 rounds in a row, nothing really. I mean, they've been shut down pretty hard 3 times. So it just feels like they don't have an angle. Where is the angle for them? Is it just run down the stairs into A and hope that you don't get flashed and hope you have a good entry?
They haven't done that for a while, so could give it a shot.
I mean,
they're cooking one up for sure to take it down towards A.
There's a bunch of flashes and stuff thrown at the stairs. There's nobody there yet. Here they go.
Can VNC hold on to the aggression? The pressure is on. Oh, ooh, Shady almost going down. Lucas gets in close, but he gets tapped out from the lobby. Looking for more. It's going to be VNC on the bomb site. Good for 2.
Oh!
A triple kill and a quadra kill for this guy. Was seemingly quiet, but now this guy starts screaming out loud to the fans in the Gongshu Sports Arena Park.
Man, VNC in group stage versus VNC in the best of 5, such a stark difference. And it seems like Wolf Empire, the hunter, is now the hunted in sub-base. I'm just in disbelief, Valdez. I mean, I've been watching this the entire 2024 CFS. I thought the second half of the year was going to be in the hands of Wolf Empire. I thought that they were just going to dominate, especially in this series. But it seems like Vasco, for FaZe Revenge, he wants that trophy.
I don't feel a comeback. I do not see a comeback happen on sub-base, at least on sub-base.
Vibes.
And now Action spotted the players coming in. MG comes in for the support. Quick shot, not gonna hit.
Did he jump over that?
Ooh, yeah, he basically dodged the bullets by jumping.
Uh-oh. And meanwhile, we got to play in second mid. That's going to go heavily in favor of Vasco. So the secondary push totally shut down, and they know where the rest of the team is. They're all in lockers. So now you're stuck back against the wall. I mean, there's a smoke here, actually, from both teams. But, I mean, they just don't really have a great chance here. Somebody's got to go huge. And you still have to win 5 rounds in a row. Not looking very likely for Wolf. But they're going to try. They're going to try their best. And they'll have to try their luck on Ankara at this point. And that, when vibes are down, trying to force a win on Ankara, I don't like the sound of that. Rambo trying to just push in, see what he can see, goes in alone, dies. We do have Shady, though, in the hallway. MG gonna miss another shot, but there is so much backup, doesn't seem to matter, as Wolf will make their way into the B site.
What? How do you hit that?
He hit that too! VNC just completely destroys Wolf Empire by entirety by himself.
Jesus.
What was that shot?
Who is this guy?
VNC.
Lord.
VNC, the man, the myth, the legend, will stand up by and set 2. We'll go to the side of Vasco Esports.
Here we are at the desk after map 2 goes heavily in favor of, well, you guessed it, Vasco, and it's 10-4. Back-to-back, right? They won 10-4 on that map, I'm pretty sure. They won 10-4 on Port as well. Vasco trying to send a message to Wolf Empire, who seemingly have still not woken up. We have not seen the same Wolf Empire at all here today. Guys, what are we expecting on Ankara? This is a 3-0 from now?
It's all about sending a message, and Vasco is doing a great job in spreading those messages, and Wolf most likely have heard that. And like you said, 3-0 is definitely proficient. It's imminent, let's say that. It's coming.
Yeah, I mean, judging from how tilted Dola was in that last game round, which understandably so, because he was performing so well despite everything that we have seen. It seems like it's not enough. I mean, Shady does have a .90 KD, but look at this roster. It seems like they're spreading the riches now for the side of Vasco. And look at Silva once again, another banger of a game. 1 kill per round, 21.4 multi-kills with BNC, who is, just like how I said, he had a bad group stage. Now he's in the best of 5s. He's dealing a lot better, but let's talk about Feifei too, bro. He's hitting every single M4 spray, multiple kills on point, having the highest multi-kill percent actually on his team. And that M4 play is crazy.
So you know how we were basically saying VNC is one of the slower players, and now he starts popping out. The MVP is going to be taken by Silva, but it's also well-deserved, I would say.
Yeah. Our main guy, the only guy on camera for the homies over at Vasco.
He's getting every spotlight.
You gotta see the shape up, man. The shape up is just clean. Look at how clean the fade was.
His hairline is crisp.
Do you think he does it himself? I mean,
I wouldn't know his barber.
He's been here for 2 weeks.
That's true.
He didn't go to a barber. Maybe he did.
Maybe he did.
Maybe he did.
Yeah.
It's all about sending a message, and his hairline clearly sends a message.
And this is so hard to maintain, bro. You have no idea. So I think it's just him. You gotta look good, and you gotta perform good.
You look good. You feel good. Vibes.
Vibes.
You play good.
Immaculate.
Yeah.
Vibe check.
Silva 5-0 against Dola. 5-2 against Rambo. 0-4 against Shady. What's that about?
Finally met his opponent. I'll say that. Because I feel like on Port, if I'm not wrong, it's just right about here. What happened on Port was Shady was completely dumpstered by Silva. I think it was like 4-2 or something like that. So, well, finally trying to pay some dividends back, some depths back, but apparently wasn't enough to win the rounds and win the map for his team. Shady does go down at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting for Wolf Empire to wake up. Dola's still tilted about it. The team is not playing well together. Nothing's going right.
Dola didn't look too happy.
It's not even just that, but it's also that Vasco are playing their best CrossFire. Like, they're playing so well. They beat ANTISOCIAL. They made them look pretty weak, and now they're making Wolf Empire look silly. So,
yeah, I mean,
the momentum. It's crazy.
It's just that, like, this doesn't feel good. I feel like Wolf is now starting to feel the pressure that they didn't feel from their prior tournaments. I mean, you have the expectations of an entire country on your back being the best team from there. Granted, they're the second seed, but, you know, this is...
They're both second seed, right?
This was supposed to be... Oh, yeah, I just realized they're both second seeds, but this was supposed to be Wolf Empire's era. This second half of the year is supposed to be them, but, I mean, being down 0-2 in this series is going to take a reverse sweep to kind of bring this back into the fray. It's not going to feel good, man.
Well, guys, we are still waiting for Wolf Empire to show up. Vasco, they're hoping that they don't. Even if they do, probably still going to win it. We'll have to wait and see, guys. We will take about a 4-minute break, and we'll be back for map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Here in the knockout stage, well, the winners, they will progress on their journey to glory.
有想过我们能进4强，但是没想到进了4强之后就剩1支中国代表。
Eu me sinto muito feliz em começar com a vitória. A gente sabia que o oponente era muito difícil, então a gente manteve muita concentração para que essa vitória viesse na nossa primeira disputa de estreia do campeonato.
Eu acho que a gente foi bem na fase de grupo, né? Acho que era pra gente ter ganho aquela México contra nós, a gente sabia que a gente escapar e deixou o jogo ficar mais difícil. Se não fosse aquela México, a gente provavelmente passaria em segundo.
Cảm xúc của em thì em nghĩ là khi mà vòng knock-out thì đây là một cái cảm xúc rất là tốt. Tinh thần của team chắc chắn sẽ đi lên và cũng không nói trước được điều gì, tại vì vòng knock-out nó chỉ còn một cơ hội, mình cần phải chắc chiêu thêm, không được để xảy ra nhiều lỗi.
There are no second chances, you have to win.
Em nghĩ là đội ES khá là mạnh, từ vị trí Luka và cũng như là vị trí của Poken. Nói chung là bọn em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức thôi. Còn đến đâu thì đến, bọn em không có nói trước vấn đề gì cả.
He's got to win this duel. He does, but now has to turn back around. Goken! It's a Goken moment.
São ótimos jogadores, eles têm coletivo muito forte. E acho que é isso, o coletivo deles é muito forte.
打完之后一组，勾了，连丢勾了，小道这边。
VOC 还有 AKT 啊，都挺厉害。
This adjustment to CBLs, instantly they rotate 3, but it seems like...
Q9 é time muito novo, mas com time com muito talento e muita mira.
一个，另外一边呢，硬汉又补回来了，硬汉大勇哥，再下一个。
Bọn em thường truyền cho nhau một cái tinh thần, tại vì khi thi đấu tinh thần là một thứ rất là quan trọng. Tinh thần mình phải tự tin thì mình mới đánh bại được một đội tuyển mạnh.
Para eles treinarem muito, porque enfrentar a gente será algo muito difícil, quase impossível.
我们的预期是要么不打，要么冠军。
A gente sabe que a IP é um time muito bom, mas a gente está preparado para esse jogo e iremos vencer.
Hello and welcome back. We are here in the midst of Vasco Esports now. 5 maps in a row, just dumpstering everyone they face. It's not very close. They got 10-1s earlier on against Antisocial. Now they're here up against Wolf Empire. It's 10-4, 10-4, 10-4. All about sending a message. Are they going to do it again? What's going on here? Is Wolf Empire going to wake up? What do you guys think?
I think this is still the nightmare going on for Wolf Empire, I'm not gonna lie, because I mean, being down 2-0, sub-base, usually one of your better maps, port, I can give that to Vasco, but going into this map number 3, I mean, your Vietnamese team, biggest target on your back, best Vietnamese team in the world, and this is their map, so I feel like Feifei might have done a little studying about this.
The problem is, this is supposed to be Wolf's map, but if they end up losing it against Vasco, and Vasco just completely dumpsters and once again 10-4, then it's not only about losing the map. You lose the series, and you lose a lot of dignity as a region, as the representative of your region. It's your best map of your region. You lose that.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the stake.
There's gonna be a lot of people saying this was supposed to be Vietnam's year.
Was supposed to be.
We've been saying that all day. Sneaky, you said that like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You're jinxing Vietnam at this point almost.
What do you mean, bro? They're the homies.
No. I mean, they're jinxing themselves. Like, what is this? 10-4, 10-4? This is the match before the grand final, the last day. The finals.
Yes.
all of the finals you can think of. This is the last stage. You've made it to this huge arena, and it's just the vibes are in the toilet, right? I think maybe just a little bit too many losses yesterday. Even dropping the 2 maps to Antisocial maybe got to their head. Then they go up against EP after getting cold. They look not great. This is not the Wolf Empire we are used to, and we're going to have to wait and see if they have what it takes to turn this ship around, or if Ankara goes to Vasco again. Here we go, Ankara. One last battleground, potentially. Or is Wolf Empire going to keep the dignity of the Vietnamese region alive? As Bench put it.
Dignity is such a heavy
Bench's
word.
words, not mine.
I mean, it's harsh, but it's true. Vasco now getting aggressive.
Oh!
Somehow he's going to take down Ice Cube, and nades are flying left and right. Everything is going wrong for the side. Oh,
all right, pack it up.
Yep, we've had enough of a Fei timeout. Let's see what the Fei read can do. And it seems like the Fei read worked.
I like how Valdez basically says on the second kill, pack it up.
It's over.
Pack it up, son.
It's done.
I mean, it's so true, though, because the vibe diff is really palpable. And I think also that Fefe makes the right call, you know, get aggressive, win a big round, just to really keep the current, you know,
the current status quo.
Atmosphere, yeah. You just want to come in and be like, no, we're better than you.
I feel like that first round was a shout out to Viana. That's a Viana round.
Sure, carrying
this is getting
Brazil
cooked.
torch.
This is absolutely getting cooked right now.
I mean, at this point, I don't think there's anybody really that believes in Wolf Empire. Like, they need to make us believers. The onus is not on us.
They're getting cooked like 18 dumplings.
Yeah,
delicious.
How
Yummy.
true.
How true.
Oh, I mean, they're definitely going to need to put out a bit more effort to start convincing us that they actually have the caliber in them to take some rounds and even a map. So we'll have to wait and see if they can provide. Minute 30 onto the clock, and already 4 players of Wolf making their way in towards middle, but Action and Silva was waiting. Silva does go down to a quick headshot provided from Dola, and now they're going to switch up their gears. Coming towards Office, coming towards Underpass. They might just send it down towards B. Flashes and smokes out. MG completely blind, but he swings, gets the shot down, and now he's able to position himself behind boxes once again, provide more line of defense. But look at the rotation from Vasco as well. Dola comes up and over and gets a good double kill somehow. How does he even hit that? Looking for the third. Not going to happen. VNC goes down before going down. He does find one frag. Fefe on a huge flank. This is his moment. This is his moment. Not his moment anymore. Will finally puts out 1 round on the board.
Yeah, I like that from Dola, though. He's like, I stopped caring about roles, man. I'm entering. I'm putting matters into my own hands, because
he's so angry.
He's mad. I would be mad too.
Of course.
He's gotta force a win for his squad, and Wolf, they just gotta follow suit, right? Usually it is shady when he starts fragging. They're gonna get inspired, and they're like, all right, let's start fragging. But Dola, man, like maybe it's his turn to try and raise the flag for the homies here.
He's been doing that. Just, this is the 3rd time he's raising his flag.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, one guy can do it. It's really about getting the vibes back in tow. Like, I witnessed Gokun getting 10 first kills on this map and losing.
Yeah.
Against this team, right?
There's a couple.
If Ice Cube gets hyped up because Dola's playing well, that's a different story. If everybody's getting back on board here for Wolf, that's great. That's what we want to see.
As someone who has been on the receiving end of a sweep, you kind of get cynical at a point.
Yeah.
You're just like, ah, damn.
You're like, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Of course we're losing.
Everything.
Like,
of course
this is the way it is.
But at the same time, if you're playing with 0 expectations, that's kind of a dangerous team to go up against, because you really don't know what they're thinking. They could just be throwing the entire kitchen table at you. And
Entire kitchen table. Oof, that would be tough. Here's the setup out towards middle, not being entirely launched by Vasco. They can make an easy rotation. Action.
Oh,
it's going to be on the arm.
Not the action arm.
Not the action arm, indeed. But what if he just gets a triple kill?
He's blind.
What if he just gets...
Oh, he did it.
He got Dola, too. That's not good news for Wolf Empire. Ice Cube gonna get shot on his side, but it seems like the B side is only occupied by a single member, and it is gonna be MG. But I like this for MG, though. He can actually slip on by back in tunnels after he gets his kill.
Oh.
There it is, and he slips on by, but why are you all the way outside, brother? Gotta hold the corner.
Yeah, he was stuck on the ledge, wasn't able to find the hiding spot. He was stuck by the ledge and couldn't turn the corners. But look at VNC's position. Waiting to swing out, gets the first one. Needs to find 2 more.
He's
the
done this
C4 not
before.
planted. Time is on his side, gets the second, but the swing. Wolf Empire will find 1 more round, but that round as well had to come down to the wire. And look at the disappointment for VNC. Like, you're not entitled to win that round. Why are you feeling disappointed?
Hey man, he did it before.
Yeah.
So he's
cool
like, I could have hit that last shot.
Exactly. How cool would it have been if he actually did it, you know?
That would have tilted
We were
Wolf.
already getting hyped, like, we believed.
We believed.
As did he. Yeah.
I've been believing.
We believed as well.
Exactly. So, I mean,
yeah, good
start here for Wolf. I mean, a couple of round wins under your belt. Forget about the first round. That didn't happen.
It's like the Man in Black, the Flash.
I mean, that's kind of the. You have to have that ability if you're a pro gamer sometimes.
That is true.
You just kind of have to be like, well, okay, it didn't happen. I'm still really good at the game.
They were testing the beehive right down towards the middle. Look at the pause shot from Action. Just burning his magazine down.
Oh, they're chasing.
Yeah. You guys were wondering why FFA had 10 bullets earlier. Because they just keep banging them walls.
Yeah.
Drilling, we say?
Yep. As Neo would say.
Drillers. Definitely my drillers.
Yes.
Shout out to Neo. But with some smokes up and over, they might give it a go down towards underpass. It's going to be Action holding it too, not even an arm. So, this one might be spicy.
MG, oh, okay, nice kill coming on in, but the spray is good from Action. Picks up 2. MG. Oh, he's going to go to the AK. He says, nope. I'm flanking. You guys, you coming through spawn. I've got the flank.
MG special?
Oh, this could just be a tunnel B.
Why are you trying to nerf him, man?
Hotel play. I like this split, though. I feel like Ice Cube and Dola are going to be put in very bad positions if they do go for the flank from the slope side. No one's checking. No one's checking from the side of Wolf. But Dola, can you save this? You've been the hero. But sometimes heroes do fall. And 2-2, Vasco. They're doing it.
MG AK on the AK. Hits the headshot onto nothing but Dola. So this is the replay from VNC last round. Almost clutching it.
Need to see the reaction.
Gets one more. But the swing just came in the right timing. The reaction.
Just like me, every time that you miss a clutch, you're just going to scream, I'm so bad, and lock in immediately back in the game.
I'm terrible. And then just win. Oh, okay, here comes Fefe. He wants more. Oh, we got Silva mid.
Man.
Oh, wow, this
And
is a triple man aggression.
It's everybody.
This is not going to be good for Wolf. Just watch. Just you watch. Silva gets one. Now here's a swing from VNC. Any moment soon. Gets one more. 2 more. Where's the third swing with the pop flash? Here comes another swing. Action. Getting the job done is going to be Fefe though with a double kill of his own.
Wow. And this is what I was referring to earlier, right? It's the same concept as sub-base. You just got to know where to pressure. And it seems like multiple points of pressure, they couldn't take it, bro.
Yeah, it's getting a little dicey for the side of Wolf, isn't it?
I love how Vasco are playing so aggressively after, you know, a couple of iffy rounds. They get a clutch one, and then they immediately start swinging again. Even from GR's side, it's not even about sides. It's not even about maps. It's just...
And as you can see on the minimap, Wolf is now, like, put to a corner where they can't really start throwing punches. They are holding by the spawn area. They're holding by the back sides of all things. They cannot overextend anymore.
Bro, look at
it's the mental pressure.
Yeah. And the fact that they switched the defense so drastically, it's not even a push once again. It's not even the same positions. They're just like, all right, let's stay as far back as possible. Wolf expecting something. Look at how far back they are, man. It's like they're forcing Wolf to play their default style of punishing the players that are going forward, but what if they don't?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to run into a 4-stack.
It's a little cheeky 4-stack. Dola.
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 Oh.
MG.
Dola.
MG.
This is the way to cast.
Silva?
Just say
Silva?
Silva? Oh, Silva.
Oh, Silva.
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 Oh, Pepe. Oh, Ice Cube.
Okay, okay.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube.
And now, I mean, you have a lot of pressure from A. You've got Lucas over there lurking. You can just try to rotate all the way over.
That was the easiest minute of my life casting.
Hell yeah.
Well,
now you know what it's like to cast in Korean.
Is it like that?
Just yell names and say, you know.
Oh, that's
wow.
Lucas gets
It's
up
all
on the
about
bomb
vibes.
side
It's all
to see if
about
it
vibes.
rotates him, but MG has a huge flank with an AK as well.
Oh.
Could be tough. They are gonna let out a smoke towards spawn to
Oh, he's
hold
already
it
going to
down.
be here, though.
All right, he's going pretty fast.
Yeah, right, and vent goes MG.
Oh, they're so focused on exit.
Oh, no. Oh, Lucas.
Lucas.
Lucas?
Lucas?
MG.
MG?
MG.
MG?
Oh, MG! Huge jump. And Lucas alone, 1v2.
Wow.
And VNC not going to miss that. Not going to miss that. VNC hits that 10 out of 10 times every day.
GA even got the wall down.
Wow.
Whoa.
Whoa, MG.
That was easy. I mean, Vasco is just...
They're owning him.
I mean, like, at this point, I think it's very safe to say that Vasco is the dominant team.
Oh, yeah.
In this matchup.
I think we could have said that halfway through port.
Not even halfway, probably the first 3
Here we
rounds. And
go.
now here comes another aggression. Wow! How do you even hit that action?
Action.
VNC gets one as well. Now Fefe out from Vents, going for more kills.
Oh.
Don't even peek him. Don't even peek him. Just run away. Just run away.
This is a tragedy, and look at the crowd. I mean, this aggressive play is literally gaining them fans in China.
Yep.
Wolf is getting manhandled by
Hands
Vasco.
off the keyboard
Yeah.
for a moment there.
And you know why? Because back in the day,
Story time.
probably Valdez was there, but
Story
back in the
time,
day,
Grandpa. It was probably
China,
live, yeah.
the best teams were very, very aggressive.
Yeah.
And it seems like the nostalgia goggles, sorry, Filipino pronunciation, are on, and it's like a blast from the past. And just like how I said, it's ironic because it's unlock the future that is the catchphrase.
The pause just comes in now, but it might be a couple maps too late. For the side of Wolf, it's already 5-2. I just don't see the world where the probability is higher than 5% for them to make a comeback. Take us to map 4.
They're going to have to, they don't have to just turn the ship around. They need to, like, deconstruct the ship and make a new
Rebuild
ship.
it.
Yeah, they need to, like, go on land for, like, 3 months and rebuild the ship and
Can
then
they
go the
do
other
it?
way.
Can they do it in the next 5 rounds,
They
though?
got to open the crafting table.
Yeah.
6 wood planks.
Well, you know, there's a decent amount of wood here that you can break down from Ankara, so maybe they can do that. We do have a bit of a push coming in from Wolf. MG has held this angle at times. Smoke over the top. How many go down is the question. The flash is good. Flash is good, but look at this. Silva coming on in. Gonna make it 1-for-1.
MG's not spotted. MG now gets spotted.
Yeah, now they know.
Oh, that was a little bit anticlimactic, but now
Got spawned.
Fefe looking for a swing. Lucas will get the better of him. Down to 2v4. VNC in action. The 2 rifler core.
Oh!
And somehow VNC hits a double headshot, and all of a sudden things
C4
are
stock.
looking not so great.
I mean, Action's going to have like an early clue of an A take, so the C4 is not going to be down anytime soon. But let's take a look at Action.
He's full sending it. He's not scared. He already crossed the smoke.
He hears. He's looking. He's looking. There's nobody on the left. They're both right. Ice Cube.
Oh!
Flash in hand. Tons of damage. Oh, Action.
Oh!
In the corner. 7 health. Can he do it? 1 tap and a dream.
Oh!
Action.
Action does it time after time, clutches up the round, and that's going to be round number 6 getting picked up by Vasco. And Wolf is getting dissected in Ankara.
They're getting absolutely mauled in this series, and it seems like Brazil.
I don't even know if that timeout's going to be valid. That's It's not gonna help you at all. Like it's cooked.
It's cooked.
It's well cooked in the pot. There's nothing to do about it.
I think it's cooked.
You know,
I think it's good.
I actually feel like this timeout hurts more than helps at this point. It's like letting them wallow in their
There we go.
their cynicism. You know, it's like.
Damn, we are getting cooked. That's what they're saying probably in the comms is like, when is the part that you just stop caring?
Does anyone, it's the coach's job here, he knows it, so he's gonna try to do his job, but there's only so much he can do, right? He's not playing.
This is where the speech comes through. He's like, guys,
I mean, Shady looks like he's...
if you think we're good.
But on the side of Vasco, things are looking great. Everyone's smiling. Just the Silva was a little bit disappointed for that he wasn't able to find a double kill. But yeah, for Vasco's success, for their vast success, definitely a lot of help coming out from their Sony in-zone headphones to provide the clear and the best sounds to their ears. And of course, the Morphling L50 chairs with the lumbar support.
Yeah. For sure, man.
For sure.
Definitely helping them game at the highest level.
I looked up on Amazon, and the in-zone headphones are only $200. I might actually get one.
There you go.
Pretty good deal.
Yeah, the replays are just adding insult to injury at this point.
It's adding salt. You're doing that little chef salt thing, you know?
Yes, sir.
And we didn't even get to see the action 1v2 yet. And guess who's coming out of A once again? This time, MG's gonna hit the shot, but there's so many members here of Wolf, it doesn't matter. Oh, the shot though, gonna miss here. Fefe's got his own and he will be traded out. 2 for 2.
They wanna keep fighting.
Look
at the action, bro.
Wait, but Rambo's waiting for it. Rambo
waiting. He's a nowhere.
He's a knower. This guy, he has unlocked the future.
Did he unlock the future?
Oh, but the C4. Look at where the C4
Oh, the
is.
C4. Oh, MG.
MG spotted, but it's fine.
Wow.
Because it's MG. Lucas could be up next, but he's also crouching in mini terrors, but it doesn't matter. He just climbs up, creates his own angle. But Rambo, the only one left alive. You can pick up the sniper, bring back the years, but against MG and Silva, this is going to be very tough. And look at MG. He doesn't care if anyone's on the other side of the smoke. He is going to peek. He is the sniper, but Rambo is going to spot him, but that's the 1v1. Silva, the highest rated player so far on Vasco against Rambo, the OG of Vietnam.
I like Rambo just sitting in the corner. He knows that the aggression will come in, and he can wait for the rotations. There's no way for Silva to know exactly where Rambo is.
That's swing and a miss, and this might be a costly mistake by Rambo. Silva gets the headshot, and Vasco is going to shut out the first half, as if taking a cake away from a kid. 7-2.
Oh my God. I can't, not gonna lie.
Swing and a miss, swing and a miss. It doesn't work like that.
When I woke up today and I was saying, this is gonna be a best of 5 that's gonna go the distance. This is gonna be my last best of 5 that I'm casting. This is gonna be one of the closer ones. Apparently, it's opposite day today.
Yeah. You did not unlock the future.
Yeah, the future was not unlocked.
Yeah, we
still
went into
lost.
a different one. We had a different future that got unlocked. And now it's Vasco on Blacklist. He's going to say, okay, well, there's a guy on A.
That's free info.
Generally a guy on A. But, yeah, you did it for free. And now MG might just be able to come in and get a leg shot or something, or throw a nade into him, you know? That's pretty nice.
Jesus.
They're just shelling him. They're like, yep. What up, Shady? How's it going?
It's almost like a shell shock is being just put into the minds of Wolf right at this point.
Yeah. I'm glad that we here on this broadcast can be very, you know, just cheer for whoever's winning. I feel bad for the Vietnamese side because this has not been their day. And wasn't their day yesterday either. They were the favorites prediction-wide, right?
Now, this is the question. Has Wolf Empire been figured out? It seems like yes is the answer.
A bit, sure.
I mean, they're definitely getting manhandled. And Rambo, in that slight angle, wasn't able to hit that shot to make things a little bit worse. I mean, not like by far margin. It's already pretty bad. It's rot at this point.
50 seconds left on the clock. Not much time for Vasco to execute They did that multiple times back in sub base, and they did drop those 4 rounds. But let's see, Shady going to be the one defending against Action, who usually does come into that spawn side, and VNC is going to be the first one to peek, and it is going to be a blind Shady, a blind Lucas. Where are they going? It seems like the B side is going to be the target, and it seems like Rambo not going to be safe. Ice Cube melted in Ankara. Oh my word, Adola, the only one left alive, the only man who's been fragging, does get a 1-tap on VNC, but they know exactly where he is. That's a plant, that's a crossfire.
I don't even know what to say at this point. Dola, I can't even imagine how angry he is.
He's seething.
Yeah.
Malding maybe.
He wants more. He's jumping out of a window to challenge a sniper because at this point it doesn't matter. Silva snipes him down, and we get the Silva cam as always. It's just Vasco's day.
Oh, there we go for fake cam.
I'm just waiting for Vasco to pull a timeout at this point. Like, just to rub it in there.
They wouldn't do the SGJ.
What does he have? A headshot 25? What?
I mean, they did that, right? You know,
I'll pretend like he didn't say that. I'm just wondering why does MG have a 25% headshot percentage as a sniper?
Well, let's go back to that one, you know, pause one. You know,
they did get 2 headshots.
MG, yeah, he has 4 headshots, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like a couple over the wall, right?
Yeah, mini terrace.
Maybe some Colt shots.
Never know.
Could be. Well.
Oh, the vibes. Vibe check.
What vibe check? There is no vibe here.
VNC, he looks so happy in the way he's running around. He's like checking every single angle.
To be fair, if I was 8-2, I'd be doing the exact same thing and just risk as much as possible as a player. And if anyone makes a single mistake, misses 1 shot, that's free map control.
It is.
The entry's mindset.
True.
Now, Action just checking, poking, prodding in towards middle.
Who's going to grab the bomb here? Maybe not a full commit. Will they just try to clear hotel and go from there?
I like the change of tempo, too. Taking this one slow.
I mean, Rambo's just going to do what he did last time, just throw a bunch of stuff and back away. They're not actually going towards B with this bomb, not with them. So they fake in a hotel, force 3 people on the B side. Nobody's in mid to spot it. They're going to pick up this bomb and just go A.
And they're going to rotate another player out.
This is 4th player.
This is not going great for the side of Wolf. Only Dola is holding on to it. And probably the worst position possible to have a 1v5.
All right, well, let's see.
Oh.
He's just dead. He's just, that's it. The A site, just like that.
In Action, they forgot about him. Oh, they did get him, but
could have been much worse.
Yep.
Shady trying to peek. Lucas.
Where's the plant?
Yeah, they should try to plant here. 15 seconds, waiting for the push to come in. Silva good for 1. And there's the plants.
I feel like Silva saw them all before the death cam did kind of fade out. Wolf is in a bit of a hurry. MG, I don't like that you're standing right there, brother, but it seems like you're confident enough with your sniper. 2 players coming in from the vent side. Shady going to be setting up this flash. And it's only going to fully blind the players on top A, so MG's going to be not blinded whatsoever. Hits the first shot, gets the Colt out, hits Shady as well. Pulls out the knife, but it seems like he's just asking his teammates to clean up the rest of them. 9-2, Wolf Empire. The Empire is crumbling, my friend.
Yeah, you know, every empire comes to an end, I guess. And I think we're seeing the downfall of the Wolf Empire.
The Empire did not strike back, brother.
See you next year as Wolf Tribe.
Oh, no.
that was bench.
That was sneaky. Bench said that.
Oh!
And MG said that. He said, sit down. We're taking the win tonight. It was foretold as they unlock the future. And, yeah, 10-4, 10-4. I wanted to see another 10-4. Vasco have other ideas.
Cheeky 10-2.
I mean, as much as I would love to see 10-4, Vasco wants to close this one out as soon as possible. They don't want to give chance, virtually, to the side of Wolf.
Yeah. So what you got to do Rambo off angle. It does get checked, and now the spray comes in. He just goes and gets killed through the wall. Dola now, the next.
Oh, look at the action, bro.
Yeah, action's already in there. This is such an action special. Oh, Dola.
Oh, God.
Oh, nice try.
This is not working out for Wolf. It's all down to the ends of one player. Not going to happen. Vasco cleanly and single-handedly shuts down Wolf Empire in a clean 3-0 in the series.
Well, we came into today not knowing exactly what to expect. I can say very convinced by Vasco today. 3-0, 3-0. We had some people voting for Vasco. There's one of them right here. Alongside of all of the Portuguese
I like how you're doing this.
Language cast, which makes a lot of sense.
I was right.
Not only... Not only was it a win, you know, you could say, oh, I think Vasco's going to win, it's going to be close, you know. Sometimes, you know, instead of just team predictions, we do like score predictions as well. If you get those, you would probably have a lot of like 3-2 Vasco, 3-1 Vasco. I doubt you would have anyone really saying 3-0 Vasco. And not only was it a 3-0, but it was also like one of the most one-sided 3-0s we've had all tournament.
We finished at 732. We were projected to finish at like 9.
Yeah.
I mean, deliberately just this map 3.
God.
What is going on with MG1? 4.25. He was farming half the lobby by himself.
Yep. That, I don't even know what to say. They just got smacked.
9 rounds in a row.
9 rounds in a row.
0.79 headshots per kill on VNC. This kid is so bad.
Well, like, at this point, I feel like even if Wolf goes back to the drawing board, like, I just don't know what needs to be fixed here.
You just got to forget about this. Go next year.
Yeah, just pretend like this didn't happen, because
go into hibernation.
Unfortunately for them, I don't think a lot of people will let them forget that this happened, though. 5 first kills here for MG. It's not quite, you know, the 10 that we had from Gokhan, but MG at least has a team behind him, and he is also putting up ridiculous KD as well. It's not just 5 first kills.
I like how you're just rubbing it in there.
In what world that we're in this tournament? Probably day one, everyone's thinking this is going to be AG versus Wolf Empire. This is going to be Do versus Ice Cube. But then now we're in the last grand finals. Who expected MG versus XQQ for the matchup? It's just, I can't believe what's happening, bro.
Well,
I love this game.
In terms of sniper battles, 5-0 from MG over Ice Cube. Ice Cube mostly just absent today.
Yeah.
He never really had he had like 1.5 rounds. I mean, you can't really pin it only on Ice Cube though.
I mean,
it's really just a team, everybody on the team not really playing except Dola, I guess, who individually was pretty decent.
Yeah,
I mean,
if we're talking sports talk here, man, that means MG owns Ice Cube, bro.
He does.
He does. He really does. I mean, not just MG, but I feel like the whole rifling department of Vasco was superior over that of Wolf Empire. So just in every single angle possible that you can think about comparing these two teams, Vasco just came out on top. And by it's shown on the score as well. 10-4 on port, 10-4 on subbase, and 10-2 on any other mess. It's gonna be Ankara. And you know how before going into Ankara, we were like, okay, Ankara is Vietnamese's region's best map, and we were yapping about that. No! Apparently, Brazil's gonna say no to that, take a 10-2.
Now the question's gonna be like, is Wolf gonna stay together after that one? Like, that's gotta be a disastrous end to the year. I know it's not too far, in all honesty. I mean, it's a breakdown of the semifinals. And like Dola looks tilted. I feel like,
are we allowed to yap about breakdowns? Team breakdowns?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not really a breakdown per se, bro.
Yeah.
I'm saying the team broke down in the series.
Yeah.
Will they trust each other in bigger series right after this? I'm not saying they're
probably not.
breaking down.
The issue is, you gave me the signal. I'm gonna give it. Yeah, no. No's the answer.
I mean, the issue is that in terms of talent across the region, it's like,
it's not much, right?
This is supposed to be the best talent across the region, so
it's like, who you got for top 3 snipers? You got Ice Cube, and then it's like Ice Cube,
Rambo,
Tom, and then PM. Like PM's around here.
Yeah, so you're not gonna say, okay, well, we didn't have good vibes in that best of 5, so we're gonna replace Ice Cube with PM.
I didn't say.
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying,
but essentially, you're saying,
bro, you guys are putting words in my mouth.
I didn't say that. You said that.
All I'm saying is, I'm not so sure if this team is going to stay together. For sure, they're going to keep Ice Cube because they still got the contract down.
Brandon's throwing him under the bus.
I'm just saying,
I didn't say anything
it's not the
about
best
Sneaky
performance. It's not the best performance from Shady. It's not the best performance from Lucas. I feel like Shady, this has got to be not the best calling from him going into playoffs. And just like how I said it, the system is starting to become a lot more readable for Wolf.
Yeah. So I think at the end of the day, you probably just have to stay together and try to innovate in the future, right? I think, you know, this will be a disappointing loss for all of Vietnam, but, you know, still a long year next year and another chance potentially. Like, I think individually and as a team, they still have the ability to get it done, and we'll have to wait and see what that looks like for them. For Vasco, they move on, and not only do they move on, it's a 6-0 on the day. You know, they 3-0'd Antisocial, they 3-0 Wolf Empire. They're going up against EP, who they lost 0-3 to. So now they're going to have to try to tell a different story and say, okay, we're at our full peak now, because they really are peaking at the exact right time.
I mean, based on how they were able to turn the things around from the group stages coming into the playoffs, just being able to have a 3-0, 3-0, 2 series consecutively, that definitely tells a different story in the group stage. And now, being able to compete in the grand finals, the finals, as you were mentioning, against Evolution Power, of course, not the easiest opponent, but now with the superior form that Vasco is putting out, I feel like the chances has definitely gotten higher. Let's say that. Like before, with the form in the group stages, not there. Now it's telling a different story to me, and I think it's gonna be quite even.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Sneaky, what do you think about this final? Vasco versus EP, the rematch.
I think it's got to be probably. I did say this about the series. The series was going to be one of the more equal ones, but, you know, 3-0 happened. So this time, for real, I think this is going to be one of the closer grand finals. It's going to be a treat for everyone in the crowd because, you know, it's going to be a roller coaster of emotions, potentially. I mean, you got hella rookies on both sides, so it would be nice to see if, you know, anyone would perform very, very well. I'm trying to see some back and forth.
Absolutely. Should be a lot of fun. But, guys, we are going to have the interview on the stage right now with the man of the match. Let's drop down there right now.
We have our other grand finalists Vasco Esports, and Silver here, our MVP. Congratulations, Silver. When I spoke to AKT earlier on, he said he didn't think this game would be easy. He said, I don't think it will be 3-0. So what happened? How did you win that game so quickly?
Então, e agora o seu time conseguiu a última vaga no final e você também foi eleito como MVP. E na entrevista com Action, ele disse que não tinha imaginado, não imaginava que poderiam vencer hoje por 3-0, mas vocês conseguiram. Então, o que vocês fizeram para isso?
A gente analisou nossos erros do jogo de ontem e viemos preparados para os confrontos de hoje e conseguimos a vitória dos dois times, mas eu também não esperava que seria por 3-0.
So according to the player in the previous match, yesterday we have studied the match footage, and in today's match we bring out our best and then we secure the victory. Honestly speaking, the 3-0 was also out of my expectation.
Yeah, okay. You have played recently EP, which you lost 3-0. And back in the group stage, you played another Chinese team, you played Q9. They beat you 2-0. Tomorrow, you will be in the World Championship, the grand final right here, but playing EP again. So how are you going to take the World Championship title over EP and win it for Brazil?
Então, ontem o seu time foi derrotado por EP por 0-3 e na fase de grupos você também foram derrotados por outro time chinês por 0-2 e amanhã o seu time vai confrontar de novo contra a EP. Então, quais são as vossas estratégias para conquistar a vitória?
A gente sabe que as duas derrotas para as equipes chinesas foram bastante no detalhe, então creio que se a gente acertar esses erros, a gente sai com a vitória amanhã.
In the previous two matches with the two Chinese teams, we failed, but also we studied the match footage, and for today, we bring out our strategy into today's match. So I think for tomorrow, we'll also do the same.
All right, we will see when we get to our grand final. There are some Brazilian players, Silva, who are known very well here in China. Viana, Gokun has a lot of fans as well, of course. Do you feel it's your time, it's your turn as a team to be better known for Brazil? And also, do you feel like you've been overlooked because of the other players?
Então, como você também sabe, Gokun e Viana são os jogadores bem conhecidos cá na China. E agora, então, o seu time também jogou muito bem neste campeonato. E antigamente você também achava que teria que ganhar mais atenção do público chinês?
Acho que o Gokun e Viana são jogadores bastante renomados. Por mérito deles, são realmente muito bons. E acho que sim, a gente tem que ter mais atenção do público pelo trabalho que o nosso time faz.
Yes, and just like Gokun and Viana, they are very good players. And for me, I'm still working hard to let more Chinese people, Chinese audience know me.
They may well know you tomorrow in particular. I have one more question for you, Silva. You've played two BO5s today, you've won 3-0, and you've won 3-0 again. If you could choose, would you play EP right now and keep going, or would you take a rest and play them tomorrow if you had the option?
Para as duas jogadas hoje, então Vocês venceram ambos por 3-0, então vocês querem continuar ao final já agora para manter a sensação de títulos ou então vai ficar para amanhã só?
Se a gente pudesse escolher, com certeza a gente ia escolher para jogar hoje, porque a gente está num dia muito bom, muito confiante. Todos os 5 jogadores estão bem e se pudesse escolher ia ser hoje a final.
The plan says if we have choice, we are ready to unlock the future now with EP because we can give it our best shot now and all of the players are fully warmed up.
I like it. You would unlock the future now. I like that. But we will have to wait, I'm afraid, as it is going to be tomorrow. The CFS 2024 Grand Final, our World Championship title. It's between China and Brazil. China, you have Evolution Power Gaming in tomorrow's Grand Final. And against them, it's Brazil's Vasco Esports Silver. And the guys, obrigado, my friend. Congratulations as well. They are into the grand final. Let's go back to our casters and wrap up our second day here in the stadium. The grand final will have to wait until tomorrow.
Well, thank you, Matt Andrews, and thank you, Silva, and thank you, Translator Guy, for that wonderful translation and also the interview, of course. Good stuff. You know, we're just going to have to wait until tomorrow, though, to see the true matchup between Vasco and Evolution Power Gaming. I doubt anyone could have predicted this.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long turn of tournaments, starting from the group stages, coming into the semifinals, and then seeing these two teams compete at the grand finals, definitely the least expected, but well-deserved for sure. Evolution Power Gaming versus Vasco Esports of the grand finale happening tomorrow, right here, at the same time.
Yeah, going to be very excited for that one. I mean, expect the unexpected, and the future is unexpected in this one. So, yeah, going to be a very exciting one. It's going to be filled tomorrow here for sure, man. It's going to be a Sunday. You know, everyone's going to be out. Everyone's going to be ready and roaring to watch some CrossFire, man.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Any thoughts on this tournament from you guys? Just, you know, before we do get into the final day tomorrow?
Three takeaways. A, Brazil is the second region in the world. B, when it comes to aggressive plays, make sure you full send it. You don't go halfway through, because teams that kind of take that, you know, hybrid play style, they all failed to advance into the finals from the group stages. And C, Sony in-zone headphones and Morphling L50 chairs are the best for your backs and your gameplay.
Yeah.
Also, Smelgin Intensive for making this tournament happen.
Thank you, Bench. That was beautiful. Sneaky, any thoughts from you on this tournament?
It's been a very wild conclusion to an already wild 2024. So, you know, it's kind of fitting that we're going to have the last-minute plot twist here, man.
Last-minute plot twist. Yeah, I do feel like, though, if you would have predicted these two teams at the beginning of the tournament, you would just be wrong.
For sure.
Even if you're like, oh, no, I got it right. It's like, no, you were wrong. That's why we always say, it always feels like a cop-out or a cliche to say, like, oh, no, it just depends on the form of the day, or like, oh, it depends on how these teams practice. And so it really does, because that's, especially in CrossFire, that's really what it comes down to, is who's playing better at this tournament, not at, you know, Summer Champs, not at, you know, their second season of their, you know, not at regional finals. It really just depends on who's feeling the best in China, which, funnily enough, it wasn't two of our Chinese teams. It was Evolution Power, who I think should be the favorites in this matchup tomorrow. So will be a blast to see.
For Vasco,
you don't agree?
I mean, for Vasco, they did already lose to EP 3-0, and now they have to play on the home turf of Evolution Power Gaming. The whole crowd inside the stadium will be cheering for EP, and Vasco won't be having much of it. So we will have to wait and see if the away team is going to be able to pull out some clutches like they have done today.
I think you guys forget
get some rounds in there.
You guys forget that Vasco's Brazilian, so they're gonna take the energy, all the boos, man. They're gonna chat at them.
That's a good point. That is a valid point, because you know the whole region usually goes around the
They go
country
all
to
or
play the
nothing with their
games.
fans, man. That's for
all
sure.
All or nothing.
That's why I love Brazil.
All or nothing.
I love Brazil.
I mean, that's fair. And they haven't, after that 0-3 loss, at least, they've made a lower bracket run. And generally, teams that do make lower bracket runs are kind of powered up, you know,
Yeah,
especially when you can do it in this fashion. So I don't really even remember like a time where we've had it be this one-sided in the lower bracket. But guys, we're done here on the cast. Thank you so much for watching once again, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day here for the 2024 CFS Grand Finals. Have a good night.
Struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你就不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer.